Hello and welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott and I'm here to talk Survivor Series. We are here for the build-up show. We're going to get ourselves and you guys in the mood for the big PLE tonight. Not only that, we are going to throw it back to some of our content from earlier on this week as well. But there's so much to talk about when it comes to Survivor Series, as you'll see from last night's conversations as well. But we are mere hours away from one of the biggest events of the year, one of the flagship PLEs for WWE, and I've got a good feeling about this one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, so once again, welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. If you've been in before, you know how this works. We are getting hyped up for, again, the big PLE tonight. Want to know what you guys think of Survivor Series, what you think of the card in general. Sludge Sports is with us. Greetings from 5 a.m. Sludge, you are starting early. Well, I appreciate it. It's 6 p.m. here in the UK. But thanks for tuning in, buddy. Yeah, we've got a long night ahead of us because the show starts here at 11 o'clock at night. Usually it would be 12 or 1 a.m. So I'm quite thankful it is 11 o'clock. And again, it's 6 here. So we're 5 hours away from go time when it comes to WWE. And I think just over 3 hours away, or just under 3, I should say, from the countdown that WWE are going to be doing as well. So as always, we'll treat this as a kind of watch along for the countdown show. We'll also go through our predictions. We'll also revisit our predictions from earlier on this week. And as I mentioned before as well, we kicked off last night with the kickoff stream. Sadly, WWE didn't do a kickoff, but don't you worry, we are here with ours as well. And myself and Lucas went quite in depth on that, on many topics, and you'll see that again popping up through tonight's stream as well. But it was a great show. If I do say so myself, really enjoyed it. We of course predicted the entire card, but as you'll see, there are so many topics that we dove into much deeper as well that could be their own video as well. So really hope you stick with us throughout the stream. Again, we're going to be here for 5 hours. If you're dipping in and out, hey, that's fine as long as you come back. I appreciate it's a long stream. And again, some of you may have been with us last night. I know Sludge was for some parts of last night's stream as well. So you know, if you're seeing a repeat and you want to come back later on for the live portion, I fully understand that. Show starts at 10 o'clock for Sludge. Mr. Survivor Series was about brand supremacy and the champions from each brand go out. Look, Sludge, you're not the only one. As much as I love WarGames, I do think the Raw versus SmackDown thing could work if done well. I actually think a lot of times it wasn't done well, and that was the problem they faced. But at least it linked in with the traditional Survivor Series element, right? Now, it's not just me who thinks that, because Lucas thinks it way more than I do as well. So what we're actually going to do is play Lucas's video, basically, about that very topic. Survivor Series, is it too messy with WarGames? And should they go back to the tradition of having the 4-on-4, the 5-on-5, or even, as you hear Lucas mentioned, perhaps even the 10-on-10s that they used to have as well? So again, I'm going to hand over to Lucas for this topic here, and let me know what you guys think. I think we're doing more of these hot takes on the channel now, these kind of quick videos where someone comes out with a bit of I guess a hot take, you know, a somewhat controversial topic to some maybe, and Lucas wanted to get quite a bit off his chest when it came to Survivor Series. So again, let me know what you think. I'll be back after this, and drop your comments, and hopefully I'll be able to react to those as well. But yeah, some quite strong opinions here from Lucas, as always, right? That's what you expect from not just Lucas, but the channel in general. So here we go.
Hello there, wrestling fans. Lucas here from Reb Noise, and I'm here to talk about Survivor Series. In particular, I'm here to give you my campaign as to what I think needs changing from Survivor Series. Now, as we all know, the WWE are in full swing as we march on to Survivor Series WarGames. Now, the second part of that title is what I'm here to talk about, as I think although it has dominated the event in the last 3 iterations of it, I believe that it is time to retire the WarGames concept. And it's not because I think it needs to be retired full stop. I think it just needs to be retired from the Survivor Series weekend. And here are my many reasons why. As we know, WarGames has been part of the main roster since 2022. Prior to this, it was featured as an NXT TakeOver event, and prior to this, of course, it was featured most famously by WCW and its predecessor, the NWA. Now, I don't have a problem with WarGames per se, although I kind of do, we'll get into that later. But what I do have a problem with is it being on Survivor Series. I think it needs to be its own thing. But we'll get to that very soon. So here is my reasons why I think that they should ditch WarGames and go back to the traditional 4-on-4, 5-on-5 Survivor Series elimination tag team matchup. Point one. It's quite a simple one, really. It's what the entire pay-per-view is based around. It's the WWE's second most tenured event. It's been running since November 1987, and it was designed to feature these matches. In fact, very few of the early Survivor Series pay-per-views even featured any other match other than the Survivor Series tag team matches. And although it would take a few years until the teams got their kind of corny team names, like the Dream Team and the Colossal Connection, all that kind of stuff, it would still be a heavy feature of the early events. So the Survivor Series 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 matches, or in case of the first one, they had a 10-on-10 tag team Survivor Series contest. It was always the main feature and the main selling point of the pay-per-view. They have teetered from this previously. The two most noticeable exceptions are in 1998, they held the Deadly Games tournament to crown the new WWE champion, and in 2002, just a few years later, they held the first ever Elimination Chamber match. But in true fashion, both of these featured elimination or survival elements as a part of their pitch. WarGames doesn't give this. We'll get to that and its kind of problems as we delve through this list. Leading to number two, in my opinion, and this is where maybe people are going to get the pitchforks, I think the Survivor Series tag team matches are more exciting and they're a better way to develop storylines. I think WarGames matches are just too messy. They're too messy, and they only, in my opinion, should be used for these big feuds. You know, I think it's like, I'd liken it to, like, let's say Chad Gable and Akira Tozawa have a feud. Are you going to put that in a Hell in a Cell? No, you're not. Because you understand that Hell in a Cell is used with blood feuds the same way that WarGames should be used. And I think that having the WarGames element has actually made things less exciting. I think, yeah, you can list off all these spots that have existed throughout the years, but other than that, has there been anything like to rival the excitement that we've seen in previous years? Whether it be the WWF versus the Alliance, whether it be Team WWE versus the Authority, Team Bischoff versus Team Stone Cold Steve Austin, where jobs, livelihoods, careers were all on the line in these epic moments. Remember when Kurt Angle came back at the end of the 5-on-5 Team WWF versus Alliance match, and he knocked Stone Cold out of that chair? That kind of reaction, that kind of excitement, I just don't think exists in the WarGames environment. And I think sometimes as well they were used a better storyline development. So obviously there was one year where they did the Raw Survivor Series match. The winning team became general manager for a week, you know, in the month afterwards, and that was a fun way of using the gimmick. As that brings us on to point three, it's a more organic way to have these inter-brand combinations. I think the Raw vs SmackDown thing was really good. I think that they went maybe too far with some of the stuff, and it was mainly because of other factors as to why I think it was difficult to digest. And I think that main factor came from having the draft take place in September, and they reassign people to brands, and a month later they stick on a red or blue t-shirt and they decide that one now matters more than the one that should have been with them a month ago. But I think Raw vs SmackDown, when done right, and had been done right a number of times, including the year that they introduced NXT to the fold, I think it was very entertaining. There's been some very good matches come out of that SmackDown vs Raw stuff. And I think we cannot forget that. Next point is, the Hell in a Cell problem they had previously, where every June or October, whenever it decided to move to, when they had to decide that, okay, we need to give 2 or 3 cell matches to people, it's now just moved to Survivor Series and WarGames, because every kind of late October, early November, the men and women had to pretend to have these little alliances and hate one another to build up to this match that had to take place. And that is no different to the Hell in a Cell pay-per-view. Now, I think pay-per-view is probably something we need to deep dive into a bit more somewhere else, but I think the problem is, with WarGames and with their 50-50 booking, it dictates that both the men and the women have to have these matches. And on some years, well, I'll be honest, on every year, they've never really been parallel. And I think sadly the women are just the weaker of the options. And this goes on to my next point. Now, I'm not saying women can't have WarGames matches. I'm not saying that they can't have main events. But I feel with WarGames in particular, you need a faction. If you look back at the old NWA and WCW WarGames concept, it exists because of factions like the Four Horsemen. Over the past few years, the WWE have developed a number of factions featuring the men, such as the Bloodline, such as the Judgment Day. But for the women, it's just not been there. And so every year, I find myself watching the women's WarGames matches, just going, it's just 4 women or 5 women that, you know, maybe have some sort of connection. Maybe they've been a tag team match 2 weeks ago, but now are they really going to form an alliance and to take down what? And this is why I just think, you know, you calling it Survivor Series WarGames, how about you just have one match be the Survivor Series 5-on-5 and the other match be the WarGames match? But I understand with WWE, they like doing the 50-50 booking, and so it leads to where we are at the moment. My next point is the fact that I feel the booking of the match is quite messy, particularly with Crown Jewel in between the 2 pay-per-view. We don't know whether they're going to do Bad Blood again next year, but let's say between the summer pay-per-view and what is now the winter pay-per-view Survivor Series. Crown Jewel is an assistant now on the Raw vs SmackDown champions fighting each other. It just creates a little bit of a mess where who's going to be in the WarGames? Are the WarGames going to feature one champion who then might not be the champion after that? Or is the WarGame be a separate thing, which is what they've kind of done this year, where they have left the, for the men anyway, they've left the WWE champion and the World Heavyweight champion out of this match, for now anyway. And so I feel that going forward, they need to make sure that, hey, how do we book this really so it can make somewhat sense? Because you're either going to have not have your champions in the match so they can feature in Crown Jewel like they've had this year, or you have your champions in the match but then somewhat have Crown Jewel in the secondary. Now, my other point really is about the match itself. I feel that WWE have made a lot of changes to how the match is done versus how WCW and NWA did the match. And now Triple H spoke about how he removed the roof because they already have Hell in a Cell and the Chamber, and they want WarGames to be its own kind of thing. And look, Io Sky jumping off it in the dustbin a few years ago, that was really fun. And there've been some fun moments that have happened, but I just feel it just looks very messy. But look, like I said, I'm not about getting rid of the match completely. I just feel Survivor Series should be about the nostalgia. The same way that the Survivor Series takes place on Thanksgiving weekend, traditionally in the United States. It's that tradition. I think there's still just so many moments we could see and so many matches where I'm finding myself, it's just frustrating because I think Survivor Series tag matches were always good to showcase individuals as part of them. Much like the WWE used the Royal Rumble and later years and more recent years, King of the Ring and also the Money in the Bank ladder match to showcase certain talents and what they can do, their abilities. I feel Survivor Series is just great for it. How good would it be this year if they did a shock elimination where Roman Reigns is eliminated by Sikoa and then leaving maybe a 2 or 3 or 4-on-1 against someone else on his team? But we can't do that because we're dictated. That has to be WarGames, it has to be this mad mess. And for me, I don't know. But yeah, look, let me know what you think. And let's be respectful in the comments. I understand there are a lot of lovers of WarGames and there are a lot of lovers of the traditional Survivor Series matches. How about you comment what your favourite WarGames match is? It could be from the WWE, it could be from NXT, it could be from WCW. And how about you comment on what would be your favourite 5-on-5 or 4-on-4 elimination match they've done in the past? Until next time, I've been Lucas, and those are my thoughts.
All right, so what are your thoughts on that, guys? Again, quite a somewhat controversial take in some ways, as we heard. But again, I have to say, I do agree with a lot of those points. For me personally, I think Survivor Series and WarGames should be separate if you do Survivor Series properly. And that's been the issue that we've had, I guess, in the years prior to it turning into WarGames, right? Again, I see quite a few comments coming in now, so let's get to some of those. Some about WarGames, some just general stuff about the show. So the show starts at 11 p.m. here in the UK. Sludge says we'll get back to that in just a moment. Depends where you are. You're in Zambia. Thanks for tuning in from Zambia. Sludge has done the research for me. Look at that, 1 a.m. Thank you, Sludge. Oh, look, a big thanks from Elvis there as well. Thank you for joining us, Elvis, as well. Hope you stick around for the rest of our build-up show. If you're new here, what this is our way to get you guys and us in the mood and hyped up for the PLE. And as I say, we've got a long old stream tonight. We're going all the way up until the show starts at 11 p.m. With features like what you just saw there. Our original predictions will be shown from earlier this week, and our kickoff stream and all the topics we dove into on that. You don't want to miss it. If you have already missed it, well, then here's your second chance. Sludge says WarGames should go back to NXT. I think they would have better matches. The main roster should definitely go back. Look, I think there's a place for it on the main roster, but I did really enjoy those NXT ones. I don't think I even watched the last one with the NXT 2.0 iteration of it, but those earlier ones, with Undisputed Era and stuff like that, were just fantastic. And I've enjoyed all of them. I've enjoyed the ones on the main roster as well, from the men and the women. I know a big part of Lucas's point there was that the women, it doesn't make as much sense storyline wise because they're not a faction, or they're not desperately trying to stop a faction. Whereas in the men's side, you've either had, again, Undisputed Era in NXT, or you've had the Judgment Day, the Bloodline, and things like that. So I kind of, I get where he's coming from there. But to their credit, I do think on SmackDown, they made a really good job of basically being like, look, we hate all these people, and this is our way to get to them. Which is kind of what you do if they're all solo wrestlers anyway. But I think it just it made a bit more sense yesterday when you see Rhea Ripley screaming it in her kind of semi-Batman mask. The deal says, I assume The Rock will make an appearance, and if that happens, expect to see Cody Rhodes attack the final boss. Yeah, look, we speculated on this last night on our weekend kickoff once again. We'll be showing those clips later on, but I do think there is a chance that The Rock shows up. I think there's probably going to be a surprise around the main match tonight, around what we assume to be the main event, the men's WarGames, right? What it'll be, I don't know. Is it a Sami Zayn turn? Is it a CM Punk turn? Is it a Paul Heyman turn? Is it multiple kind of things there? Is it Seth Rollins doing something? Is it The Rock coming back? There's a lot that we could see. Elvis as well, agreeing, I assume, here as well. And says, what about Seth Rollins? Well, will he be? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Seth Rollins is an interesting one, right? Because he obviously has a thing against CM Punk. Surely that match is going to happen eventually. But he also has a thing against Bronson Reed. And he has a connection with Roman Reigns. He's had a problem with Roman Reigns. But I think this could be a scenario where Seth comes in and acts like a heel and says, look, Roman, what are you doing? Like, why are you trusting him? Look what he did to us back in the day with the Shield, So there is that that they can play off of. But at the same time, if I'm being honest, having now seen SmackDown, Roman isn't exactly babyface, is he? And he's not really been fully babyface anyway. He's just been the same character. But he seemed way more of a heel. Like, if Punk turned on Roman, it shouldn't be that much of a shock, because they've basically highlighted how much they're not friends. So it wouldn't really be as much of a heel turn, right? Unless it involved Paul Heyman, that would really be the stabbing in the back, and they could hype it up that way. But going back to your question about Seth Rollins, I've got a feeling he might be there. But then, again, out of all these surprises, I don't know which one's more likely. They can't all happen. Sludge completely agrees there. I assume with, the deal's comment once again about The Rock and Cody Rhodes. Look, if The Rock does come back again, what is he going to do? Is he going to align with the new Bloodline, which is what you would imagine he's going to do, right? but Cody attacking him would be interesting, because what happened when Rock came back at Bad Blood? He just stood at the top of the ramp. And that was it. It wasn't much, was it? Elvis says, would he help Roman Reigns or Solo Sikoa? Again, referring back to Seth Rollins there. He might help Roman because, again, Bronson's on the opposite side, right? They're not pals. So, yeah, it'd be interesting. But then, could he be turning heel anyway? It's been a while since we've seen Seth Rollins not be a babyface. So, yeah, it'd be interesting there as well. Of course, as you've touched on there, guys, we've got some incredible matches to predict throughout this stream. Just run through the card quickly now. The men's WarGames match, of course, the OG Bloodline and CM Punk versus the new Bloodline and Bronson Reed. We've already touched on that a little bit more, and as I say, we'll do that way more in depth as we go throughout tonight's show. Once again, we'll be showing our deep dive into many of these matches and topics from last night's stream as well. So if you didn't manage to catch that, stick around. We'll be going into that. And then afterwards, we'll have another live portion as well, where I'm going to be joined by hopefully some special guests, as we often are here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, from our friends from the wrestling media as well. And when they jump on board, we've got some interesting matches to talk about, including this one here, the Intercontinental Championship being defended by Bronson Reed against Ludwig Kaiser and Sheamus. An interesting one there, because it looks like there's two opportunities for Bronson Reed to lose here. You got a big match in the US title for LA Knight defending against Nakamura, who once again had a great showing on SmackDown with that new theme song. That was really cool as well. Gunther versus Damian Priest. Yes, this is a match we've seen already, but I'm sure they could have a good performance. Maybe not a shocking surprise at the end, though, but we'll see. And then a women's war games where there is, to be fair, a bit more story going into this time because of the suspicion around what happened to Jade Cargill, and it pretty much being up in the air whether or not that was legit or not. So obviously the attack in the car park wasn't legit, but whether or not they're covering a legit injury. A few more comments here. We've got Sludge Sports saying, is Bronson Reed officially in the crud line? Is that a typo, or are you calling them the crud line now? That's I like that, the crud line. He's not officially in it, but when you see the man raise the ones, it feels like he is, right? And also being, obviously he's not Samoan, but of Polynesian descent, it does feel like it fits, right? So you've got that. So yeah, it kind of works, right? You've got, the deal says these Triple H era PLEs have been great, overall great, but can we have a pre-show match? Literally zero reason to watch the pre-show. Would be a nice surprise. 100% agree with you, mate. How often are we on these build-up shows saying, I wonder if there's probably not. Of course not. It's become now, right? It's a real shame. Getting more people on the card like that would be good. I know it used to always be seen as like, downgraded to the pre-show, but I don't think that's the case when you've got such a strong roster. And, talk about Bronson Reed, right? He had this incredible feud, and we mentioned it on the Kickoff show last night with Braun Strowman. None of it was on a PLE. Look at what DIY has been doing lately, and that tag division being lit up on SmackDown. None of it on PLE. The Wyatt Six, I don't think have even appeared on the PLE. I might be wrong with that, but they definitely haven't wrestled on the PLE or done anything really substantial. And of course they're in a feud at the moment themselves, and that could have been a Survivor Series match. Again, me and Lucas touch on that a little bit more as well. What's the situation for Randy Orton, says Elvis? Randy's he's not doing anything on this show, is he? Which is a bit odd, right? This time last year he was a huge focus because he came back in the main event, of course. And Sludge Sports says, definitely not a typo. I get you, man. I get you. So the crud line we're calling them. Is that what we're calling them? All right. It's interesting though, right? How they're both using the Bloodline name now. You've got the OG Bloodline officially, I guess, is their name. And you've also got the ones going the air from both sides, The only reference I got there was like when the Sugar Babes, all the members left and they become the Sugar Babes. That is a very particular reference there, guys. Apologies if that makes me sound uncool. Right. SmackDown last night, big show. We covered it a little bit on the Kickoff show as well, because of course the spoilers were out there. But having seen some of the things on the show now, I think it was a good show. It's always difficult with these pre-tapes, but I completely understand why they did it, especially around Thanksgiving week. And by the way, once again, anyone watching the stream tonight, that is a person celebrating Thanksgiving. Well, hope you've had a good Thanksgiving, and I hope we can continue the good spirits for you on this build into Survivor Series tonight. But the big things to come out of that show, really, for me, was that incredible segment between Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Paul Heyman. This is cinema, to quote a certain director. We'll touch on a bit more of that later on when we do have our special guests on the stream, I'm sure. But yeah, just to kind of throw it out there, I really did enjoy that. And of course, going on with filling into what we're actually going to see in Survivor Series as far as the WarGames match, we've got an advantage now. The crud line, as Sludge Sports calls them, is the one is the team with the advantage. So yeah, be interesting to see how that plays into the dynamic of the match. It's always kind of interesting, right, seeing how they build into WarGames. And again, as Lucas said, it's got its problems, right? It's got its problems, WarGames. It can be a bit messy at times, even though I personally think it is very entertaining. It can be a bit of an issue, but sometimes it does work quite well. And using this advantage, thing they've always had with it as well is pretty cool. Going back to what the comments were saying earlier, and you guys saying, maybe it should go back to NXT. As I say, I really enjoyed the first few NXT ones. I kind of get it, but I also get why it should be on the main roster. Where do you put it though? Do you put it in a PLE in the middle of the year? Do you kind of keep it where it is, like as far as the end of the year, keep Survivor Series, and then next year have WarGame next month, in December, which has been a kind of wasteland really for PLEs the past few years. Except for this time around, we're kind of getting one right with Saturday night's main event. We'll be covering that in depth on this channel, don't you worry, as we will also with Raw going to Netflix. There's so much going on in WWE at the moment, but of course the big story this weekend is Survivor Series. So with that in mind, how about we go back and check out my predictions, Dan's predictions, and Lucas's predictions from earlier on this week. This is how we felt about Survivor Series. Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling, it is time for Survivor Series WarGames predictions. And the first one we're going to talk about is the women's WarGames match. This is all kind of leading towards something between Bayley and the rest of her crew, right? They clearly think she was to do with the situation where Jade Cargill got taken out, and I do think that storyline is going to continue for quite some time and probably eventually lead to something to do with Bianca Belair. But at the moment they seem to think it's Bayley, and I think it's going to be too obvious. So I think what they need to do is have Bayley win as a legit member of that team and kind of be cooling down that suspicion for a while. But basically I think that the good guys need to win this one. Now anytime someone with the Money in the Bank briefcase is around, you have to think this could be a chance for them to cash in, right? And with a big match like WarGames, could this be the time where we see it? Because Nia Jax, going by my prediction, will be on the losing team. Now, she's the one that's most taken damage at the end of that match. Will be a good opportunity, right, for Tiffany to rise from the ashes herself and quickly get the pin on her friend. Maybe.
Okay, so here are my prediction for what will go down at WWE WarGames, beginning with the Women's WarGames contest. I found out Bianca Belair actually has like the most amount of wins on a pay-per-view this year or something, or on the women's roster. So does this continue at this one? Let's go with yes. So yeah, I think that team is going to win. Check out my video about other WarGames matches.
So these are my predictions for Survivor Series 2024. We have, first of all, the women's WarGames match. Rhea, Ripley, Bianca, Belair, Naomi, Io Sky, and Bayley. Taking on the team of Liv Morgan, Raquel Rodriguez, Nia Jax, Tiffany Stratton, and Candice LeRae. Now, I feel as though this is going to be a fairly straightforward win, but it's going to go to the returning Rhea, Ripley, and her team. I can also see Tiffany Stratton attempting a Money in the Bank cash-in.
Next up is the World Heavyweight Championship being defended by Gunther against Damian Priest once again. And sadly, once again. Now, as much as I like both these guys, and I'm sure they could have a good match once again, there's not a lot riding on it, which sounds weird to say, right? The world title is riding on it, but it doesn't feel that way because Damian Priest isn't winning. If they do have a big shock here, then that'll be fantastic, and I'll be coming out of the show thinking, wow, there was a big surprise there. But all signs point to Gunther having another lengthy reign, maybe not as long as the NXT UK title, maybe not as long as his IC title reign, but it does feel it's going to be a bit longer than it has been so far. So for that reason, I don't see it being taken off of him just yet, and I definitely don't see it being taken off him by someone that he took the title from in the first place, in Damian Priest. So for me, Gunther's winning this one. Then
the next contest is between Gunther and Damian Priest. Now, I've got to sound a bit disappointed by this one. Like, why are they just redoing this again? Is it because there's no one else? Or they went all in the WarGames matches? It's a bit of a dead match. I don't see Gunther just losing to the guy who he only just beat a couple of months ago. It doesn't interest me much, this match at all. But I think Gunther is the better of the two options.
The next one, we are going to go with Gunther versus Damian Priest. Now, on this one, I feel as though Gunther is still going to be coming out of Survivor Series WarGames as your WWE World Heavyweight Champion.
The OG Bloodline going up against the new Bloodline and friends. Well, I say friends because CM Punk is the one in the fold for the OGs, and that's a little bit of a spanner in the works. Of course, on the opposite side, we've got Bronson Reed, and that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But CM Punk is the big storyline here because it felt like recently it could lead to a scenario where Sami Zayn turns on the OG Bloodline. As much as I don't want that, I also do want that. I think that'd be a great shocking moment. I didn't want him to turn before joining them, and now that he's done it, we've had that. That's out of the way. I would be happy seeing Sami Zayn turn heel. But now we've got Punk in this scenario. Does Punk turn heel? Does Heyman turn? There was that whole situation with the phone and not being able to connect on Roman Reigns. Some people did think that was to do with Sami Zayn. Now it looks like maybe Heyman maybe was part of that. Who knows? The bad guys have got to win this one. I think it's got to be the new Bloodline because there are so many variables within the OG Bloodline team, possible turns and things like that. I don't know which one we're going to see or if any. I do think though that the new Bloodline needs to pick up a win, and I think they will do.
Now for the meat and gravy, the main event. Well, what we think the main event is the Bloodline versus the other Bloodline, I guess you could call it. I think that the new Bloodline's kind of got to win. Oh, it's a really hard one. And there's a lot of moving parts in WarGames matches, which is what makes it really, really difficult to predict. Obviously, who has the advantage, which order they come in, are they going to have a replacement or anything go on? Because there seems a lot on in this match and what's happened afterwards. I will go, I think I'll go with the new Bloodline, or the current Bloodline, I guess, to win. And I think they need to kind of be cohesive and win, but it's a hard one because do you really see Roman Reigns get losing? Oh, cannot be a draw. No, I mean, I'll go with the new Bloodline, led with the Tongans and Sikoa.
Next up, we have the men's WarGames match. Roman Reigns teaming with the Usos, Sami Zayn and the returning CM Punk, with Paul Heyman taking on Sikoa, Tonga Loa, Tama Tonga, Jacob Fatu and Big Bronson Reed. This one I feel is going to be a straightforward win for the team of Roman Reigns, the Usos, Sami Zayn and CM Punk. Not sure what Paul Heyman's going to do in this, but I feel that as though Heyman is going to have some kind of interference in the main finish of the match.
IC title on the line between Bron Breakker, Sheamus and Ludwig Kaiser. Looking forward to this match. I think the three of them going together in this triple threat is going to be something quite exciting to watch. Who's going to win though? Now it feels a bit weird if Bron does lose because we're kind of hot potato in the title there, right? Because he's only just got it back from previously losing it to Jey Uso, but I could kind of see a title change here. Now Sheamus feels like a great story, but that's not the story they're telling at the moment. Remember when he was going up against Gunther, the whole story was about how Sheamus had never had that title, and I do hope that day does come. But at the moment, the person who I think would look really good with it on their shoulder or around their waist would be Ludwig Kaiser. It feels like he's about to break into that next level, and what better way than by giving him the Workhorse Championship, the IC title going around the waist of Ludwig, in my opinion.
Intercontinental Championship, as Bron Breakker will be defending against two people actually, Ludwig Kaiser and Sheamus. Now this makes sense obviously to have two Imperium members on the show, and I think they're doing a kind of storyline at the moment between Ludwig and Gunther. This leads into my prediction really, because I think Ludwig losing is going to be the kind of motivation for him and Gunther storyline to accelerate further, and I do believe a collision is on its way between them two, and this will be the kind of catalyst. It will come sadly at the expense of Sheamus, who has been trying to finally win the IC title, the one title he's not won
in the company, and I therefore think that Bron Breakker will still be the champion. But I would imagine it won't be too long, maybe a certain Saturday night that's got a main event on it, till Sheamus does get that big W and that trophy added to his cabinet.
Then we move on to the Intercontinental Championship match. It is going to be Bron Breakker defending the title against Ludwig Kaiser and Sheamus. Now, don't forget, Sheamus has never won the Intercontinental Championship. I feel this could be Sheamus's big moment. Sheamus, I feel, is coming out of Survivor Series as the new Intercontinental Champion.
And then we got the US title on the line as well. LA Knight defending against Shinsuke Nakamura. Now, I don't really care. I love Nakamura. I love LA Knight. But if he wins it, if LA Knight loses it to Nakamura, then what does that do, really? Nakamura's had the US title. He needs a world title, and he should have got the world title. But that's, you know, another conversation for another day. All right, cool. So I don't think he's going to do it because no. They keep bringing him back for random things like this. It usually puts him in the world title picture and he doesn't win that. I don't think he's winning this either. LA Knight for me, I guess. Yeah.
Now, the next match is the US Championship match. LA Knight, I'm not doing the yeah, taking on the new and improved, it seems, returning Shinsuke Nakamura. It's quite interesting when someone returns after a lengthy absence, and it kind of does show the lack of depth that has been created in the SmackDown mid-card men's division. See, I'm not the biggest LA Knight fan. I said this previously on the podcast, so it's no surprise here that I'm not kind of reeling over this, but I do think it's annoying because Shinsuke's had mid-card championship previously and hasn't really done much with either of them, but it's the occasion where he does. I'm going to go with yes, and so I think we're going to see a new United States champion in Shinsuke Nakamura being crowned at Survivor Series.
Then, talking of returns, as I mentioned earlier, another big return happened recently on SmackDown when Shinsuke Nakamura returned to attack LA Knight. These two will go one-on-one for the WWE United States Championship, and I do feel as though this may well go to Shinsuke Nakamura.
All right, so those were our predictions from earlier this week. And I got to say, most of mine are pretty much the same. And you'll see from when we play our clips from last night as well, because other than a few things kind of being interesting on SmackDown, I don't think nothing really changed my opinions too extremely, except for, as I touched on earlier on, maybe the whole kind of CM Punk situation. Right at the end there, Dan talked about a return. I got a comment here from You Know the Deal that says, my nightmare scenario tonight, talks about another possible return. Goldberg attacks the Ring General and giving Priest a cheap win. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing about that match, as I mentioned in my predictions earlier this week, is that it is predictable. And it is the same thing we've seen already. And I feel bad saying it because I think both guys are fantastic. But there's nothing exciting about it. I don't think there's no jeopardy. Nothing's going to happen. But if something like that happened, like Goldberg coming back, there would be. I thought it was more likely at Crown Jewel to set up Survivor Series, been a big match, but it could potentially be setting up for Saturday night's main event. It could be setting it up for Netflix. It could be setting it up for Royal Rumble, right? So it's not like we don't have other big shows coming up. Just maybe different to what we're used to, essentially. But ones they're going to really want to push. But that is that last part of your comment there, You Know the Deal, that says, look, a cheap win for Priest. I think it would be unfair because I think Priest obviously got some kind of slack really when it came to his title run, his Money in the Bank briefcase time, holding that at least. But I think he proved people wrong, really. He's a fantastic performer and he was great with both those things, really, when you look at it. And it would be a shame to kind of fuel that perception that he already had and fought so hard to shake if he kind of just wins because someone else helps him. So yeah, I kind of agree with that, although I would like to see the excitement of Goldberg versus Gunther. I have to be honest. Sludge Sports says Survivor Series meal. Yes, we love this stuff. Survivor Series meal, chicken puffs and mac and cheese. Okay, so chicken puffs, are they just like chicken nuggets sort of thing, like chicken balls, or are these like crisps, like sort of cheesy puffs type thing? Because I imagine they're not if they're going with mac and cheese, right? Otherwise, you're having not cold food, but just food and hot food together. That seems a little odd in that context, at least. So I assume you mean like a little kind of chicken ball almost. But lovely, mate. You got my mouth watering either way. For me tonight, mine's a long, long way away. I'll be doing it when Survivor Series kicks off. It will be, I think, similar chicken, a pizza, and maybe some fries as well. You know, the old wrestling special, as we like to call it in my household. So, yeah, looking forward to that. Let me know, guys, what are you guys eating on? What you're snacking on when it comes to the Survivor Series tonight? Man, there's so much to talk about. And as I mentioned earlier on, we did quite a bit on last night's stream as well. For those that weren't with us, essentially, we kicked off the weekend talking about what we think is going to happen at Survivor Series, match by match. Lucas joined me, and it was so much fun because we dove into so many topics. We've already touched on a little bit here, but Saturday night's main event, Netflix, you know, Gunther's title reign, Imperium, CM Punk, the women's division. Like, there was so much we went into. So what we're going to do is we're going to play that for you now as well. Before we do, Sludge's got another comment. It's like puff pastry with chicken, but it's nice and hot and crispy. Oh, okay. I'm going to look that up, man. I'm going to look that up. Sounds good. I'm feeling a little chilly, actually. I took my jacket off. That was the wrong idea. That would warm me up, wouldn't it? But you enjoy that, man. But yeah, like I say, we did our weekend kickoff stream last night. Going to play it for you now. Again, this section won't be live, of course, but I hope you stick around because there are some really interesting topics discussed. And of course, we really go deep on the matches. Don't worry, we're going to do that live as well later on. I'm going to have, again, special guests with me, and we'll do the same later on. They'll get to know their thoughts. But if you want to know my thoughts in depth, stick around. If you was already with us on last night's kickoff stream, I appreciate you. Hop in and out, I guess, you know. But look, what we'll do now, again, we'll hand it over to me from last night. So that's why you'll refer to me talk in a bit of a different timeline and be wearing different clothes. But again, it's well worth sticking around for, I promise. We do go through comments and that. But of course, if you guys want to comment as well, I'll be in the background. So I'll still be kind of chatting back with you back and forth. And if there's anything bigger that we want to discuss further, once that section is over and the live portion is back, then I'll be here to break those down as well. So stick around, guys. And I'll see you back in a little bit. All right, and we are kicking off the action on this Survivor Series week with our special kickoff stream. The WWE aren't doing a kickoff event for this PLE, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get hyped about it, right? We thought it'd be a good idea to still go live and chat Survivor Series with you people. Of course, on day of the PLE as well, we'll have our build-up show. And if you're watching on there at the moment, you might notice that this is a pre-recorded and replayed there as well. But essentially, in my timeline at the moment, just to make this confusing, it is Friday, and we are a few hours away from SmackDown, the go-home show, which of course was pre-recorded, and we'll touch on that very soon as well. But we're going to be breaking down the card here. We're going to be talking about what we're most excited to see at WWE Survivor Series WarGames, and maybe a little bit of reminiscing about last year as well, because I've been watching a lot of footage lately about, from last year. Of course, CM Punk's return was heavily featured on WWE socials this past week with that 10-minute kind of mini documentary, if you want to call it that, that behind-the-scenes footage. Incredible to see, and just, man, goosebumps looking back on that moment. Will we get something like that this time round? Well, honestly, I think it's going to be hard to ever top a moment like that in wrestling. It's not often you get a big return like that, is it? So we'll see. But still, I think it's going to be a fun weekend. It's going to be a fun card to predict as well with Survivor Series. We've done a little bit of predictions earlier on this week. Myself, Dan, and Lucas have put our predictions on this very channel. So if you haven't already and you've got time before the PLE, then please go back and check out our predictions video as well. But we broke down each and every one of the matches, and we're going to go in depth and in more detail here on the kickoff and also on the build-up show as well. And if you haven't already, please subscribe. We are the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and a big part of what we do is get each other hyped up for the PLE. And we don't just get hype, as Mojo Rawley once said, we stay hype, and we're going to be getting hype not only with the kickoff show, but also with the build-up. But like I say, WWE aren't doing their own kickoff, so we thought, you know what, we'll do one. And here we are. So welcome. Thank you for those joining live or those watching it on demand. Love to hear your thoughts in the comments as far as what you think is going to happen at Survivor Series. What do you think is going to be the match of the night? And do you think we are going to see any surprises? Because I do think there will be a twist and a turn here or there. Quite literally, maybe a turn as far as wrestling terms go. At least. So, yeah, lots, as I say, to discuss. But let's go through the card that we're going to be seeing, of course, at Survivor Series. Of course, these kickoff shows that WWE do these days, you usually got, you know, the wrestlers coming out and doing kind of, to be honest, pretty straightforward promos. Nothing too exciting happens on these shows these days. Of course, I keep referring back to the first one, the one at WrestleMania, which was actually, might have been about a month before Mania, if I remember correctly. Or at least a few weeks, where, of course, The Rock slapped Cody and all this kind of stuff. And then the other ones since then have all been fun, but basically just been fan events to, you know, sing and dance, really, for the fans, you know, in Lyon, in France for Backlash. Of course, we saw it at the WWE, what's that thing called again? The Experience or something like that in Saudi Arabia. So it's a good chance for these fans to kind of get close, see the superstars and stuff like that. So I've enjoyed them, but I've got to be honest, there hasn't been much storyline progression on them. What I'm getting at basically is that I could probably do some of the promos for these wrestlers here if you want me to. If you really want that kickoff experience, I could probably tell you what some of these guys would be saying anyway. Now, it's not going to be just me on this stream. Lucas is going to be joining me hopefully in a little bit as well. But before he does, again, we'll run through the card and we'll talk about the things we are most looking forward to. Tom Talks Rubbish is here. What's happening, my guy? What's happening with you, my friend? Great to have you with us, mate. Thanks for tuning in. Great YouTuber. Go and check his channel out. Of course, I've been interviewed by Mr. Tom Talks Rubbish on his channel as well. Not just me, some very big names in the wrestling media on that channel as well. So go over and support him for what he's doing there as well. But as I said, let's run through the card, guys. Let's talk about what we're going to see on Survivor Series come Saturday at 11 o'clock here in the UK, by the way. A bit of a strange start time for us, but I guess that's, you know, being Canada and all that. But what we've got is a big WarGames match here. Now, as you can see, this graphic shows you Jade Cargill, and she is no longer a part of the match because, as you may have seen a little while ago, she landed a bit awkwardly on a car and she's been replaced by Bayley. Now, the awkward thing about this is WWE have released this graphic officially. They kind of touched it a little bit, at least by hinting on Raw, but she doesn't, spoiler alert, officially get thrown into the match, I think, until tonight SmackDown. But WWE are talking about it anyway, so we're doing the same thing, right? Bayley is in this match, so that's how we're seeing it. Of course, you got Candice LeRae, Raquel Gonzalez, Tiffany Stratton, Nia Jax, and Liv Morgan taking on Bianca Belair, Rhea Ripley, Bayley, Io Sky, and Naomi. Some big names in this match. But I have to be honest, I'm leaning towards what Lucas said in the video a few days ago on this channel about how the WarGames can be a little messy, particularly when it comes to the women's matches, because they don't often, well, they never feature factions, and I think a big part of WarGames is that faction, you know, trying to defeat a faction or a faction going against a faction, and it's more thrown together with these matches. But saying that, when you look at the stars in this, actually this one here, the updated version, don't get me wrong, Jade's a star as well, but she's not going to be featured, it seems. There are some big names, you know, world title winners, future former Hall of Famers as well. So I still think it's going to be a great match. I just kind of in that camp of there's not a lot riding on it, right? Why are they going into the WarGames match? So, you know, spoiler alert for what Lucas was making a point about the other day. If you haven't seen the video already, please check it out on his channel. He's basically arguing for the return of the traditional Survivor Series matches and saying how certain matches would suit that more. And I tend to agree with him on this one here. But the match alone, let's move away from the storyline. Let's talk about the match and the performance that these women might give us tomorrow. Very excited to see what they give us. Now, speaking of which, we mentioned just a moment ago, Jade Cargill was supposed to be in this match, and she's been switched out for Bayley. Now, the storyline that they're playing with at the moment is that, oh, was it Bayley? Is that why she snuck in now? No, I don't think it will be Bayley. Surely it's going to have something to do with Bianca Belair eventually. But there's been conflicting reports over the past few days about the reasoning behind Jade Cargill being taken out backstage. Firstly, we had this ridiculously over the top report from WWE saying she broke this, she broke that, she messed up that, she messed up that, this fell off, that fell off. It was a ridiculous list of injuries. And some people were like, oh, that's to really emphasize the fact that apparently she is really injured, people were saying, and she's going to be gone for a few months. And then we were hearing she's going to be gone beyond WrestleMania. And now there are reports going around going, yeah, none of that's true. She's fine. She's fine. Or she's not, at least, she's not injured to that extent, at least. So really interesting, because if it is a long-term thing and it is to kind of make up for something that's legit going on, then that's a shame, having to strip the women's tag titles and things like that. But if it's not and it's all storyline, then I'm interested to see where this goes. Maybe we'll get some sort of progression in this story at Survivor Series. If she is actually injured, then maybe not. Maybe it'll be a few months. It kind of reminds me, if it's legit, it reminds me of when Stone Cold was injured in real life. They did the whole running over. I did it for The Rock. It ended up being Rikishi when he was not even anywhere near that scene come late 1999. It wasn't until early 2000 really where he really started becoming a prominent figure in the WWF. So it seemed a little bit out of place when Austin come back, and it all ended up being that I did it for The Rock storyline. But hey, that's neither here nor there. I know the whole thing was apparently Triple H putting him up to it. Anyway, that's we're treading old ground here, guys. Let's stick with the current product, right? It just reminds me of that. Not just because Jade Cargill was splattered on top of a car and it was a car that took out the rattlesnake, but just because it feels like a story that could stretch out quite a long time if it's legit. She comes back a long, long time away from now. And the story that they may have already been leaning towards, let's be honest, Bianca versus Jade is a money match, might have to be kind of stitched together in a way they didn't expect. And that happens quite a lot in the wrestling industry, right? You can't always kind of go with your original plans because things move fast and injuries happen. And speaking of which, we'll touch on a theory around that later on as well. But I'm really looking forward to this match, guys. Let me know if you think the same. And what do you think about the whole WarGames concept as well? As I say, Luke has done a fantastic video on this channel. If you haven't already, go and check that out. Another comment here from Tom Talks Rubbish. We'll have to get you back on, pal. Yeah, mate, I'd love to. It's, again, privileged to be on, and I see you doing great things over there, man. So appreciate that. Next up, we've got Gunther defending against Damian Priest. And if you haven't seen my predictions from earlier on this week, guys, let me just fill you in. I'm not excited about this one. And I feel bad saying that because I love both these guys. They are fantastic performers. And not only that, nice dudes as well. I've had the privilege of chatting to Gunther with his buddy Ludwig a while back, and also had the great honor of having a one-on-one conversation with Damian Priest a couple of times as well. So look, I'm a big fan of their work, big fan of them, as I say, as people, but I've got to be honest, I don't see anything significant happening here at Survivor Series when it comes to this match. Yes, it might be an entertaining match, but as far as storyline progression, why would they be putting the title back on Priest? As much as I like him, not saying he doesn't deserve a title or anything like that, or he wasn't a good champion, but surely this is going to be a long reign for Gunther here. So it doesn't feel like we're going to see anything significant happen other than, don't get me wrong, the match itself could be quite fun, and let's hope it is. Talking about fun matches, we've got a huge match here. Of course, a Bloodline match, well, a double Bloodline match in the sense that's the new Bloodline versus the OG Bloodline, as they're calling themselves, but with a twist, of course, as you can see from the graphic on the left-hand side. CM Punk is now aligned with the OG Bloodline via Paul Heyman, of course, to take on the new Bloodline and Bronson Reed, which I think is a pretty cool addition in itself. So really looking forward to this one. And I touched on it earlier on about how you can't really always just go with your original plans, right? And CM Punk is a big example of this, right? Clearly there were plans when he come back this time last year that he was going to go into a feud with Seth. If rumors to believe, we all thought he'd go to WrestleMania and face Seth Rollins. And I think coming back this time, it feels like he's still got a lot in the tank for being a babyface. There's still a lot of big heels to go up against, but I don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they're actually going to turn CM Punk, and I think it might be at Survivor Series to make it quite shocking. And you know, you've got a kind of Paul Heyman effect there as well, and I think he would be turning with him. And again, some would argue it's too soon. There's a lot of money to be made with heels on the opposite side if he's the babyface. But the issue is, again, let's say, who knows, touch wood, hopefully he doesn't, but let's say he gets injured, right? Because again, let's not digging him out or anything like. Let's be true. For the past few years, had a few injuries and had a fair amount of time outside the ring, both in WWE and AEW, which is a real shame on both runs. So do you really just risk it, or do you just kind of get them moving when they need to go quickly and get him into a storyline with the OG Bloodline where he's going against them, and then the Seth Rollins thing coming out of it after that? Who knows? Another possible scenario here, of course, is a Sami Zayn heel turn, and I was really against this pre-reunification of the Bloodline, but now that they're back together, I've had that moment. I'm fine with Sami turns heel. I think it'll be a massive twist, and also no one's talking about it now because of the CM Punk situation. So that could be a little red herring, right? It could be all because Sami Zayn's actually going to turn heel. We'll see how that one goes. Another interesting match, of course, is the IC title being defended by Bron Breakker up against Ludwig Kaiser and Sheamus. Now, we did our predictions, as I say, earlier on this week, and all of us picked up on the fact, of course, that Sheamus has never won the Intercontinental title, and it'd be nice for him to get it. We had varying beliefs about whether or not it would be this month, but I think we're all in the same camp of we think he will at some point again, but you never know how injuries work, right? Let's hope he does tick that one off before he hangs up his boots. But this is going to be an interesting one because, you know, without stating the obvious, there's 3 ways they can go here, right? Bron could keep the title, and that might be a good idea because hot potato in it is not a good look either. Ludwig, I think, is the kind of person that perfectly fits becoming an IC champion at the moment. And Sheamus, again, for old time's sake, let's just give it to him, right? Sami Hill, no, says Tom, talks rubbish. Oh, man, look. It's the shock factor for me, Tom. I think the shock factor alone would be what a moment, and it'd be another way to give a new element to this Bloodline storyline, right? So, yeah, I'm in 2 camps of that. I'm in 2 camps, but yeah, I appreciate that. Go back to the IC title, though. Look, I think I'd be happy if there was a new champion either way. The result I'd be least thrilled about is Bron Breakker keeping it, even though I'm okay with him being the champ. It's just I'm not a fan of the fact that he's won it back already and now he might lose it again. But at the same time, saying that keeping it on him means nothing exciting happens, you know? So, yeah, bit split on that one as well, if I'm honest. Again, split 3 ways, I guess you could say. This one, there's only one way to be split, right? Left or right, LA or Nakamura. Well, I love Nakamura. And he should be winning world titles, not recapturing the US. So just keep it on LA Knight. It just feels a bit pointless to me. Sludge Sports is in the house. Thanks for joining us, mate. Glad to have you back here as well. Of course, this is our weekend kickoff to Survivor Series. Really excited for this show, and I'm sure you guys watching are as well. We'll be hitting you with the build-up before WarGames itself, before Survivor Series WarGames, I should say, itself on Saturday as well. But if you are watching the replay of this on the Saturday stream, stay tuned. The build-up's coming next. But again, strong card, guys. Let me know in the comments what you think is going to happen and what you're most looking forward to. I see Tom Talks Rubbish is not a fan of the idea of Sami Zayn turning, but I do think that is one of the possibilities in this big WarGames match. And like we said earlier on, with the difference between the men's one and the women's one, like, although the men have 2 randoms in there, in a way, at least it's faction versus faction. Like, I actually think they should have made it 4-4, if I'm completely honest. And I just hope that the reason they've not done that is because they've got a big storyline twist. Now, the easy assumption would have been that a new member of the Bloodline or the OG Bloodline comes into this, like a new member of their family joins either side of the split, or something to do with The Rock. You know, there's always going to be talk about The Rock when it comes to the Bloodline, but also talk about The Rock when it comes to Survivor Series. Of course, debut at Survivor Series as well. So, got to remember, a few months ago, he came out at, was it Bad Blood? One of those PLAs, I think. Yeah, for no reason. We ain't seen him since. Felt like a wasted return, if I'm honest, because it kind of took away from Jimmy's return as well. Yeah, it is what it is. Sludge says we're underrated. Ludwig Kaiser, I feel like he has an actual chance to win this title. Yeah, I got to say, man, I really agree with that. I do think Sheamus feels kind of like the story to tell because of the story they were telling about 2 odd years ago now at Clash, and he didn't win it, which was a real shame. So I think it feels natural, right? I think Ludwig, I said it on my predictions, he looks like someone that would carry that title well. I could picture it. And he's in that period of his career. He's in that stage of his career, but also in that part of the card, really, where he's getting into kind of prominent storylines. And he works that style, a style that you could see someone, again, holding the IC title as well. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of the idea of Ludwig Kaiser winning it. I know Lucas had a bit of a different idea. He was talking about a rift, essentially, between the two. As far as him and his friend from Imperium, of course, Gunther, and him losing here could lead to kind of some sort of backlash from Gunther, therefore. But yeah, I'd be interested to see. I mean, again, if I say who I want to win these matches, I'll go quickly with you now. I want the bad guys to win, even though I think the good guys are going to win in this one. Oh, wrong graphic again. I want Gunther to win because I don't think there's any need to give Damian Priest the title. I want the new Bloodline to win, and not saying I'm the biggest fan of the new Bloodline. I just think they need a win. I want Ludwig to win, and I want LA Knight to win because I love Nakamura. But again, if that was a different title in that graphic, I'd be saying Nakamura. You don't need to win the US title again. Sheamus, again, going back to him. Soft spot, second choice. What we're going to do now, guys, is like I say, SmackDown is coming up very soon, right? It's in a few hours' time. But you may have already heard it's taped, right? It's already happened. So what we're going to do, we're going to run through some of the results from SmackDown. If you don't want to hear the spoilers, guys, mute me just for a few moments. I'm just going to run through these spoilers. There's a graphic down the bottom here to let you know that's what we're talking about. If you tune in live and you see us with this graphic up or anything like that, just mute us. When you see the graphic gone, it is safe, all right? So let's talk a little bit about SmackDown by basically previewing the card for what we're going to see on SmackDown. I'll let you know kind of what happens, right? So you've got a triple threat match on SmackDown coming up for the who's going to advance, essentially, in the US Championship tournament. Well, the winner here is, I feel bad saying spoilers, guys, but keep it muted. The winner here is going to be Michin. Coming up after that, SmackDown as well, you've got Nakamura, who debuts a new theme song. Now, he's got a new theme song. I've heard it online. I've seen footage from people at the show. It is his current theme song, but kind of slowed down. Sort of like what they've done to Balor's theme songs, a bit of a remix essentially, but I actually quite like it. It suits him. What a guy, man, to have all these cool theme songs, even going back to his Subconscious theme song in New Japan. Cody Rhodes is facing off against Carmelo Hayes. You know what? There's not much to tell you about that one, so I won't even bother spoiling it. And then you've got Jey Uso is facing off against Jacob Fatu, and the winner of this gets the advantage at WarGames, and it is Jacob Fatu in his first singles match in WWE on the main roster. As far as I know, he wins against Jey Uso. Now, those that are still listening in and are okay to listen to this, don't comment this in down below or anything like that. We don't want anyone coming back to kind of be spoiled. If you're watching this on Saturday, you're thinking, what the heck? This is all common knowledge. Well, anyway, it's Friday in my timeline. And also, there's going to be a segment between CM Punk and Roman Reigns, which wasn't in front of the live audience. That was actually, I assume taped backstage. So that's what we've got to look forward to on SmackDown tonight. And what we'll do now, we'll take away that banner so that anyone that may have muted us knows it is now safe to join us on the conversation. Once again, guys, SmackDown spoilers are over. Don't you worry. I just thought we needed to cover it for those who wanted a little bit of chat there because, hey, it's before SmackDown. We need stuff to talk about, right? And it's a bit awkward previewing a show that everybody knows was filmed a week ago, and a lot of stuff that happened on that show has been leaked online for obvious reasons. So anyway, tape shows, I understand them because this time around, of course, it's about wrestler welfare, and it's Thanksgiving, right? It's the holiday week, which, by the way, anyone that celebrates watching this stream, happy Thanksgiving to you. It's not really something we do over here in the UK, although I've had the privilege of going to an American friend's Thanksgiving dinner, and it was lovely. So I'm sure you've had a great time this week. So happy Thanksgiving to anyone out there that is is celebrating. Sludge says, I hope Shinsuke gets a new theme. His theme song right now is really bad. Again, stay tuned to SmackDown, but we won't talk any more spoilers beyond that because we're done with spoilers now. But Sludge Sports also says Sheamus will get his moment. Do you mean this weekend, Sludge, or do you mean in general? Because you were saying Ludwig deserves a chance, right? So where do you fall on that? Let's bring in a special guest now, of course, member of the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling team. I'm joined by Lucas. How you doing, mate? Oh, got you muted. Hold on, there we are.
Okay, no, back now. Hi, guys.
How you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm decent. It feels weird doing it the day before.
I know. It's a bit odd. And the thing is, because we're going to play a replay of this on the build-up as well. I'm talking as if I'm in two timelines, Friday and Saturday. So a bit confusing. Oh, just an update on the thing here. Sludge says no in general at Mania for sure. Mania, big call. So what we're talking about there, Lucas, you may have guessed, is the situation with the IC title. Of course, we've already done our predictions earlier on in this week, and we were all kind of in the same boat as far as thinking that maybe Sheamus might be doing it because, you know, he's never won it before and all that kind of stuff. But we all had kind of varying opinions. I was saying that I felt like Ludwig would look good with the title around his waist. He feels like the kind of person that would carry that title well for the style of wrestler he is, for the position he's in the card at the moment, for the kind of period he's in his career as well. It feels like a natural progression. So I actually would really be up for seeing Ludwig, and it would be a shame if Sheamus didn't win it because I want him to win it at some point. But how are you feeling going into Survivor Series when it comes to the IC title?
I think it's a bit of a tricky one, really, because, you know, Bron Breakker should have won the belt earlier than he did originally. And in my opinion, he also shouldn't have lost it to Jey Uso, particularly if he was just going to bounce it back onto Bron Breakker. So if this had been a situation where Bron Breakker had beaten Sami Zayn on the first occasion, beaten him on the first occasion, or if even he had been the person to defeat Gunther originally at WrestleMania, then I think I'd maybe sit a bit differently with this. And I just feel like, as much as I understand this Sheamus wanting to complete his Grand Slam thing, I think I'll also compare it to something which will happen next year when obviously John Cena, he also needs that belt to complete a Grand Slam. And I just think potentially, I guess Cena doesn't need it anyway, but I think Sheamus, I could also argue, doesn't need it either. But I guess if it is kind of the one kind of rider he has, you know, that's the belt he wants to win, wants to hold, then it might just be, but particularly in Triple H's WWE, it's probably quite likely to happen. But whether it happens tomorrow night, or I guess I'll just say whether it happens at Survivor Series, I don't think it will.
Yeah, I'm the same, man. I don't think that they've spent as much time as they did the last time around. It's more that the fans have realized because of the last time they told the same story of like, you know, Sheamus going for it. Like a big part of that was just simply, you know, banger after banger type stuff and all that. But then they really did focus on Sheamus never ever won that title. And they haven't really done it this time. And it's more that fans have just remembered that story last time. Yeah. And of course, not only the same title, but you've also got another member of Imperium within the match as well. So it is kind of one of those things that you're going to be reminded of. But I'm with you, man. Like, I think he will, and I think he should. I just don't think it's going to be right now. And I think it makes more sense if we're talking about the product at the moment, it makes more sense giving it to Ludwig Kaiser. Because if we're honest, as much as Sheamus was pushed 2 years ago, and maybe even going into a year ago with the Brawling Brutes, if you go back 3 to 6 months, they've really not used him at all. So it'd be strange for him. And that was weird because he got this second win with the Brawling Brutes, right? So it was weird that he dropped off so drastically. But to suddenly give him the IC title feels a bit odd as well.
Yeah, he got injured. I mean, obviously, you know, Father Time is kind of catching up a bit, isn't it? You know, and it is bonkers to think someone like Sheamus, who I'm sure you remember his debut through ECW, and then obviously onto the main roster and winning the WWE Championship over John Cena. You know,
what a weird way to do it, though.
Very weird way
for a table.
But I mean,
A win's a win, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
And he and the thing is as well, like he held the World Heavyweight Championship, and he then just actually rewatched. Been watching Survivor Series matches for the past couple of weeks. I just recently rewatched Survivor Series 2015, which of course was the last time Sheamus won a World Championship, as he cashed in on the tournament winner Roman Reigns to become WWE Champion. And that to date is his last World Championship reign.
And he didn't have it for long, did he? If I remember correctly.
No,
I think he had it for that long.
Didn't he lose it in the Rumble match?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, 2016 was the Rumble that Triple H won, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. God.
So, I don't know how they got. I need to think how
did they get from
to that.
I can't remember either.
Like,
but even that was weird because so he won. He cashed in on Roman. I was watching it the same as well, mate, just the other day because it was on the WWE. They do those loops on YouTube of like matches for the PLE, upcoming PLE historic matches, and it showed that. And I forgot all about it. Like it wasn't until like his music hit, I was like, "Oh yeah, he wins this." I completely forgot.
It's a very, very forgotten title reign. It seems to be so forgotten. I'm now on Wikipedia trying to figure out: did he lose the belt in the Rumble? I believe he did. I don't believe the belt.
That's a weird way to lose a belt because usually when they've done the Rumble thing, isn't it because it's vacant?
Because I remember around the time, like everyone basically, it felt like it was being booked for Roman Reigns to win.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of was in on the whole. Well, no, Triple H is going to come at number 30 and win.
Yeah.
And it felt bonkers at the time, but as we've kind of seen since in WWE, it does seem that they brought Goldberg back out of retirement, and he was beating people like the Fiend. They brought everyone really, since then to just keep coming back. So it does feel the Rumble. The 1992 Rumble was obviously for the WWE.
Is that when Hogan won? Was that Hogan?
Flair.
Flair won that. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Flair won that.
Yeah.
At the time setting a record, which obviously has been broken about 10 times. But yeah, what I'm getting at essentially is I forgot our original point with this, but I was talking about Sheamus, but Sheamus. Sorry, this is what happens to Red Noise sometimes. So Sheamus, I think. If we say that, look, he's had 10 years title reign, the final world title reign he got. And since then, though, like he has just gone from like strength to strength to strength, though. Like everything he's done, he's always been good in it. And I think maybe, years ago, I remember when The Godfather won the IC title, and obviously it kind of came out that afterwards it was because essentially, by all accounts, it seems the man behind the gimmick, Charles Wright, is just an outstanding human being. He's just a really nice guy, got on with everyone. It was seen as like, he had to put up with gimmick change after gimmick change and put up with a lot of the Vince McMahon / the creative, kind of bad creative at the time. And it was seen as, and he only heard it for like 2 weeks. I think like 2 weeks period of title reign he got. But it was always seen as that kind of like, okay, like we get that maybe you're not the best wrestler for this belt, but you've kind of put up with our rubbish for a long time. Here's that kind of belt. If Triple H is kind of thinking along that kind of line, I know obviously Sheamus is a better worker than the Godfather before anyone at me, but I think, but if Triple H is thinking kind of like a heart booking, I guess, kind of okay. And Triple H obviously as well, like you need to remember, Sheamus was the final person that Triple H worked with as a full-time wrestler. Because he did the Mania match against Sheamus, followed by a Backlash match in 2010, I believe. And then Triple H, went to
a part-time schedule, which is bonkers to think that's now almost been 15 years since Triple H became a part-time wrestler.
Yeah.
Now getting on, I think, just over 3 years since Triple H had his final match.
Mm.
You know, Triple H and Sheamus, you know, I think Triple H and Sheamus used to go to the gym together, I think.
Yeah, that was always the rumours, wasn't it? When Sheamus was new, everybody was like, oh, they're gym buddies, and that's why Sheamus is being pushed. That was always the thing that people used to say. How true that was, I don't know. But you can kind of see it. They seem like the kind of people that would get on with each other. And they've, you know, he's had a great career, Sheamus, as you say, clearly. And I think you do, at some point, have to get along with Triple H to get something like that in the past 2 decades. So, yeah, they must be good pals in some way.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, though, I do think that Sheamus, I'm in your camp of, I think Sheamus will get this eventually. I just don't think it'll be tomorrow. And maybe that is because it's linked to the other mid-card title match, because I think that belt's going to change hands. I don't think they're going to do both. Okay. But then I wouldn't be as surprised if, depending on this is one of those when you watch the match order, maybe the US title match goes on first. It probably won't do WarGames bookend, don't they?
Yeah.
At the end, but if it goes on second, let's say, and then LA Knight is still a champion, potentially, but see the IC title changing.
Yeah, it starts to become a bit clearer, like you say, depending on is this a long-term booking, or is this about the way they book the night and it gives things away? I mean, I'm actually the complete opposite. So I think the IC title is changing hands. I don't think the US title is changing hands, but I think that's more my heart, because I want either of these two men without the title to come out with the title. And on this match, I don't want it to change for the sake of changing, because as much as I love Nakamura, big fan of LA Knight as well, I just don't think Nakamura needs this, because I know in your predictions you were saying like he, this could be a big run for him. This could be the US title run that does mean something in his career, because, previously been a little lackluster with the mid-card titles. But for me, he should have beaten Seth, that's how I feel about it. He should have been a world champion. And every time they bring him in and he doesn't win something, it just feels unbelievable. And even if he does win, I'm just like, why? You're giving him the prize he's already had. Like, is it really a reward for good work or long tenure in the company and, you've had a lot of crap? Or is it really a reward? Is what I'm saying to someone like Nakamura. So that's why I'm like, I'd rather it just stayed on LA Knight for that reason. But yeah, again, you're in the opposite camp. So let me know how you feel.
Regarding Shinsuke Nakamura, I've always been a fan of him. I've been on the channel before. I'm not the biggest fan of LA Knight. But in saying that, I do appreciate that, he has done a lot of good work for this belt. He's defending it regularly. He's been that visible champion in the ring, visible in-ring champion, let's say, because Cody obviously is making several appearances, but there's definitely been a shift in how that belt is portrayed and defended. And I think that's a shift we're going to continue to see in the Netflix era of WWE and beyond. I think that's just how that belt is now going to be done. And we can we have to like it or lump it, I guess, because that's what the powers that be have dictated, that the main in WWE is now not very active in ring. And, that's just how we are. But I think in terms of, I think I've always felt LA Knight is just kind of average at best in the ring. And I don't want to sound bad, but I just think, fans, obviously, he's very over with the crowd. But I think doing a story now where he has a credible villain to go up against, that's what's been missing in this title reign. He hasn't had a credible villain. How do you make a credible villain? You make him the person to beat LA Knight. And I think, if they decided that Shinsuke is the person to do it, because Shinsuke has kind of appeared back again, and then that's the way to do it. But perhaps it's not Shinsuke. But I don't see what the bigger picture would be if it's not Shinsuke. Hence my prediction being that I think Shinsuke needs to win. But who is next? And again, I'll caveat this: who is next that's not like part of doing something already, like the Bloodline, where you're then going to take, if you take the belt and put it in somewhere, with the Bloodline, yes, you've got credible villains, but you've also got people who are already entangled in a main story. And SmackDown becomes a one-story show. And already, you've got, your tag champions fighting for any sort of ring or TV time. Do you want to do the same thing with the US title scenario, where you're going to put that in and essentially have over half your show be one story? And this is the problem with the Bloodline, which obviously, we are seemingly, it seems like we're like 100 years into it. because Rikishi had more children. They all had more children.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
Way to go. This is the problem it creates, though, because on a serious note, it has meant that as good as that storyline has been at times, and can be again, don't get me wrong, I think we are getting back to the Bloodline story being really, really good again. It is also half the show.
Yeah.
Bloodline is going to 3 hours in January, which should help a little bit. But let's just hope they add other stuff
and not more Bloodline. Yeah, a third Bloodline faction joins.
Someone said ages ago, it was quite recently, but I think it's around Mania time actually. Someone actually said ages ago they should just have the Bloodline have their own show.
They could do that. I mean, they could fit it out, you know, but it would get a little stale after a while. But they could fit it out for sure.
Because you know how like WCW tried the NWO having their own pay per view.
Yeah. Sold out. Yeah.
I think in '98, I want to say.
Or it might be '97. And they also did I think they did a Nitro as well, where they tried to do NWO Nitro.
Because the Bloodline story is there for you really, in terms of a show, because you could have. Obviously, they've had various belts within the Bloodline, and that sets up a simple main event. If obviously you have the tag champs be part of your Bloodline, or if you involve the US title or whatever, you always have your main headline Bloodline guy, like so does Sikoa.
Yeah.
You got a tag team in there, so you've got, and then obviously you just put them against the people that you've seen them booked against anyway. But it's just its own kind of thing.
It's such a weird idea, but it kind of. I get it though. Going back to Nakamura, I think the weird thing, and kind of predicting this match as well. I don't know about you, but I always find. It's great doing these streams because you get someone else's opinion, you bounce back and forth, you start to change your own mind, and you think, oh, actually, I see it that way as well. But what I've started to realize as well that is. It's also difficult to predict things when it comes to certain wrestlers and the period we're in, because we're still very much in like this kind of, well, how does Triple H book things? I think I know, but actually I'm not too sure. Like this suggests this, but this, we haven't quite seen this yet. And then on top of that, you get things like, again, like Nakamura, a person who we are relying on our memory of how he's been booked in the past. But again, that was under a completely different regime. All we've really seen is that example of where he did go up against Seth and didn't win it, which again was a bad decision in my part, in my thinking. But so, and it's strange because you think you know how to predict something, and then you're like, oh, hold on a minute, everything I know about this situation comes from something that isn't relevant anymore in some ways, you know. This could be a new thing, like you say, could be a different type of US title run for him. And it is kind of odd that I'm such a fan of Nakamura that I don't want him to win it. Because I feel like he deserves more. And that's, I was kind of similar about the Sami Zayn situation. When he won the IC, I was like, and everybody was emotional. And that emotional thing from, I forget her name already. Like she's been gone a month, and of what disrespect that is, ring announcer.
Samantha Irvin.
That's it, Samantha. Cracking up and emotional, and I'm like, he's won the IC belt. Like, you had this about 2 years ago. It wasn't that big of a deal. Like, it was a great moment, it was a great match, but for me, it should have been more. And they treated it as if he had won the world title, which really bugged me. It's the same here with Nakamura. I think it's because I feel like he deserves more, and I'd be disappointed in him winning this because it would be a sign of this is all it's ever going to be. Which, I mean, don't get me wrong, it feels like that anyway. The fact he's still with the company is more of a surprise, if I'm honest, because it felt recently that he might not be.
When they did the recent round of releases, that Nakamura's name was apparently on a list or going to be.
Yeah, I did hear that rumor. Yeah,
it hasn't come true.
Yeah, good.
But again, you never know how true those things are as well. We must state that no one kind of confirmed it. It was just a case of it. His name was apparently talked about, and obviously he has been tenured in the company. Like he's been there since 2017 NXT, and then main roster I think the start of 2018 kind of thing. So he's been around, and he's had, like you say, I've said and you said, he's had these kind of mid card title reigns previously with the US and the IC belt actually. Has he been a tag champ? I don't think he has.
Oh yeah, I can't picture it. I mean, he would have been thrown together with someone. The only one I remember him being any kind of link with was Boogs, and I don't think they won it together. No. I think Nakamura held the US when Boogs was around, or something like that.
Yeah, because Boogs he's like basically hype man, wasn't he? Like,
yeah, I enjoyed that. I got to be honest. Sludge Thought says Nakamura needs to go NXT with the NXT title, of course, referring back to his early days in the company, and he was NXT champion, and it was always a concern at the time. I remember a lot of us.
He won the tags with Cesaro.
Did he?
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all. When was that? 2018?
No, I think it was after that. I think it was like 2019.
2019?
Yeah,
it might have been, because that was the same year that I went to Mania that year, and what do you call them? The Major Brothers won the tag titles in a pre-show. So that shows you what they were thinking of the tag titles at the time.
I'm just trying to see.
Sludge says it was Extreme Rules in 2020.
Yeah.
Wow, so during Thunderdome era.
Yeah, I remember now.
Had a faction with Sami Zayn. Oh yeah, they did, didn't they? It was around that whole kind of conspiracy Sami Zayn storyline. Wow, good knowledge, Sludge, and you, Lucas.
Fair enough. So yeah, they won the tag belts. They held them for about 3 months before dropping them to the New Day.
I didn't even remember them teaming. They held them for 3 months. Bloody hell, what does that say?
It was
man.
To be fair. It was 2020. Very, very weird.
A lot was going on. Yeah.
But yeah, okay. But Shinsuke, I think it's hard to know, because there's a lot of people you should group in with him, though. People who they were at one point kind of, at the top of the card, challenging the belts and stuff, didn't get them. And they found themselves, obviously, now still in the company. But how do they get back to that where they were before? Because even start of the year or end of last year, they obviously had the Cody Rhodes and Shinsuke feud, and that was to kind of set him up for, what was to come. Cody up for what was to come. And obviously Cody's obviously done that and been there. And then even when you think they were testing out the bull rope stipulation on house shows with Shinsuke and Cody, because Shinsuke has seemed to be that kind of guy they've kind of put a lot of trust in. I think even on house shows here, recently Shinsuke was on them. Near the top of the card. So one has to imagine that they are putting some faith in him. There is still some faith in him to do stuff. And obviously, people, and anyone would say, oh, she's age. It's like, well, everyone there's now old. Everyone's old there now, like, in a way. Like, everyone's tenured, You're talking, you're not talking, it's bonkers. Like when you see, Kevin Owens and his son now, like his son's huge and he's like an adult now. Like, he's an adult. And it shows you how long these people have been in the company for. Yeah. Like, their kids are now like adults, or
they could be getting into developmental and that. Yeah.
Back to into developmental and stuff. So we're not talking about this whole young roster. And that's not even a slight on it. It's the fact that obviously WWE have, they've collated wrestlers over a number of years, and they've treated, I feel, a lot of them quite well. Obviously, there are also always the kind of horror stories, and all that kind of stuff. People who would sit the other side of the fence and maybe want to slag them off. But I think, they've kept a large proportion of these people seemingly happy. I mean, we mentioned today is now Sami Zayn, and, someone who in 2019, it was Sami Zayn and Owens with a sign with AEW. What difference we could be talking about right now in terms of what's going on. They would have been game changing for the business.
Especially since that time frame, arguably they've both had their most important periods of their careers and most impressive and most well used. I remember when it looked like Kevin Owens was out the door. We interviewed him, and there was a vibe. There was a vibe at the time. I won't go much deeper into the behind the scenes stuff, but not that he was rude or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. He was lovely and really kind of supportive for our interview. But you could tell, everybody in the room knew that why have they brought him out? Is he not leaving? And then he didn't. And I remember when he re-signed thinking, is he really, he must have been told something. I think even on streams, I've got a vague memory of being like, he's either winning the belt or the Rumble because he's re-signed for something, right? Yeah. And then later on, of course, he faces Stone Cold Steve Austin. And since then, he's just amazing stuff. All right, he hasn't had the world title reigns like he had before that, as far as therefore being heavily featured on top of the card, but he's been heavily featured in some of the most important storylines since he re-signed and some of the most fun matches and moments that I'm sure as a performer you were just so grateful for. And Sami Zayn, my goodness, that is a completely different a whole nother level. Do you know what I mean? He is made, his career is made in the last few years since that period, and like you say, going to the opposite side, who knows what they would have done. But like you say, they've kept these big names happy somewhat, even if they've not given them the world title treatment. Some of them hard ever, and some of them not as much as maybe they should have, even if they won it once or twice. But with Nakamura, it feels like he's going to end up being on that list of people. Like, when we look back now and you're like, can't believe Jake the Snake never won a world title. Can't believe Razor never won a world title. Can't believe Mr. Perfect. They're the three, right? Roddy Piper, did he win a world title?
No, he didn't win.
So it's those four, really, when you think about it, they're the four that you always hear. And for a while, there's not really been anyone like that, because let's be honest, there was a time when they were getting any old Tom, Dick, or Harry the world title and hot potato in it quite a bit. And now it feels like I wish these guys benefited from that, like Nakamura, Dolph. I wish got it a few more times.
But that's the thing. If you switch it over to AEW, though, they've created the problem where potentially too many people have held it, particularly in the recent year or so. Samoa, and when you look at the trajectory of people once they lose the belt and where they go, look at Samoa Joe, world champion, almost a year ago. I don't think he's done anything in ages. The Swerve obviously is now feuding with Lashley. Fair enough.
Yeah,
that's a big thing for him. He was champion recently. Bryan Danielson obviously at the moment looks like he's retired, but I don't think he is. But is he? It would have to imagine he could come back and do something big. But yeah, you look at the amount of world champions they've had, this year. And I think a lot of these people in WWE are victims, sadly, of the Roman Reigns thing, and that long reign that he had. It's always that case of like, oh well, you could have given the belt to this person here, this belt person here. In terms of Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn, I think something I've learned from a lot of things is sometimes all the reasons that fans think and care about don't actually matter to the individual performers, and they're looking at like just one little thing that might just tip the scale sometimes, and they're always very different. And I think in my head how I'm thinking it, I think someone like Kevin Owens is looking at the fact of, look, go to AEW and Tony Khan will write you a check with more zeros at the end of it than you can imagine. You wrestle once a week, pay-per-views once every few months, and you will have whatever, someone like Kevin Owens could go with a lot of power, a lot of weight to his contract and say, look, I only want to work this person, this person, this person.
Yeah.
I want to win the belt then. I want to do this. He could probably just book himself, to be fair, in AEW. But it's just, I think he's still very much, at the end of the day, his son is called Owen. His favourite wrestler of all time is Owen Hart. Like, he spoke about this several times. He's a massive fan of Stone Cold. He's a massive fan of the Attitude. He's a massive fan of a lot of the WWE product. I think, his son wants to wrestle as well. He knows, and we all kind of know, that the WWE do have the best performance center in the world, bar none, for this kind of stuff. And so he's looking at that kind of stuff and thinking, look, I may never get the world title again here. I may never be the last match on the card of the busiest feud, but I'm going to get these little sprinkles given to me, like the Stone Cold match. The stuff he was able to do with the Bloodline and the stuff he does in the WarGames matches and all that kind of stuff that highlight just the amazing things he can do in the ring. And he can get that under the bubble of the WWE. And similar to someone like AJ Styles, AJ Styles obviously spoken about it previously, that was he's a Christian and he wants to be involved with a promotion that is obviously family friendly, that his kids can watch, and that shares the values that he does. Though I have to say, he might be turning a blind eye on the product a little bit sometimes.
Yeah, it depends what documentary you watch, really.
Because there was, they had stuff like adultery and stuff. But I still see his thing. He kind of more getting at, look, as much as he probably understands there is some of that stuff that exists, but it's not like Attitude Era WWE where it is all over the show, and even AEW to an extent where the style means that it's just more extreme. But I think people overall, there's always that one thing that we don't know what makes that person kind of tick one way or the other. And I think, it definitely would have been a game-changing thing then. Tuna Shinsuke, who was talking about originally, I think obviously if he was to have got released in the last round, I think there would have been I think there would have been kind of what I'd call like mild outrage. I guess there'd be a kind of. Yeah, I don't think. I think there's no release to WWE in Nice Way at this stage in their life is going to be kind of game changing. I mean, they're going to be like going to be a killer for them. You know, the machine will keep going. You know, if Roman Reigns wants to leave, like it will be big.
Yeah. But they will keep on.
They will keep turning, and they'll find someone else. You know, but I think with Shinsuke, it's a case of, you know, people go, "Oh, we go back to Japan," but I think he's spoken quite a lot about how he doesn't really want to go back to Japan. It kind of feels like he's kind of completed Japan.
And the cool thing is, to WWE's credit, they let him do that stuff as well. Like he did a few matches in Japan. Was it the beginning of last year? I think he's doing another one the beginning of next year as well. And they let him work for those promotions
as well, haven't they?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, he's not working with New Japan, which is where he, you know, had his bread and butter before. But and I do see it there, and I've always seen it like that. That eventually he'll leave WWE. I thought if they backfired and gave him a ridiculous gimmick or something like that, 2 years later it'd be back in New Japan, and everybody would love to return. And at least we could look forward to that if it went wrong. But it hasn't gone wrong. It has been a good WWE career. It's just not been what it could have been in some ways. And I'm sure he's got disappointments with that. But you know, I don't know the man, but you hear things trickle through, and you think, you know, I get the impression that he is pretty content and happy with things he's had over there in America, you know? So in some ways, it's not a surprise. Like you say, we don't know what wrestlers want. We don't know how they feel fulfilled personally and professionally, and what kind of, you know, rocks their boat, so to speak, you know? He's had a good career.
Yeah, I think so. I think a big part of it also might be, as much as perhaps he's not now getting what he wants, he's trying to make it so that in the company there's a voice, obviously, for his style and for people from his land, Japan. Like, I guess obviously you can only fly the flag, you know, while you're on the ship.
Yeah.
You know, flying from the ship, sort of, you know, go.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, he, you know, wants to make sure that he potentially, and people like Asuka as well as other people in the company, if they're flying that flag, I think they need to make sure that there is that representation for them. And they could all leave and go back to Japan, like that's fine. But it's a case of now, because even I was thinking the other day watching NXT, and you know, Julia has you know, she debuted about a month or two ago, and you know, I can see that they are gearing her up for very good things. You have to imagine that, you know, and at the moment Asuka's injured. You have to imagine, you know, if they end up doing, like, someone goes down to NXT or someone goes up to the main roster to have like a random match, and we get Julia versus Asuka, like that could be one where, you know, a nice like kind of full circle moment, because Asuka again, like, you know, she's got to be, you know, what, pushing 40, maybe even in her 40s now, and again, no shade on that, like you know, by all means people can wrestle past that age, but you know, nowadays, but it is still a case of, you know, you've got young stars coming in the business, and I think it's very important that people, you know, people who do have the opportunity to stay versus leaving and going back to Japan or going to AEW, like, stay to show, but look, you know, like, it is going to be good here for you. It will kind of all work, you know. I think Shinsuke struggled mainly because, and the same reason, which is, it's weird why this keeps happening, but the same reason why majority of kind of Japanese wrestlers have failed is because of the difference in the presentation of the product in WWE versus Japan. And I think the best thing Triple H kind of did around the end of 2022, end of 2023, start of 2024, was obviously giving Shinsuke the promos, but having the subtitles. I just think, because one area where, you know, at the moment NXT with Julia and with, you know, just to not just bash up the Japanese wrestlers, Stephanie Vicaire, are kind of failing is trying to give these people who English isn't their first language, kind of in-ring long promo segments. You know, they tried with Julian having a translator as well, and it just made the promo just not flow, because especially when you're up against Roxanne Perez, who I think, although she's not like ultra charismatic, I think she's very good at what she does. You know, very well spoken at what she does. And I think when you're kind of just exposing yourself, you know, to just look worse off. But I think with Shinsuke, that was probably the best thing that Triple H did, was giving the subtitles and just kind of giving that eerie kind of feel Obviously, someone mentioned about theme songs and stuff. I'm not too sure what theme he's been using.
Yeah, so I was going to say actually, yeah, I do enjoy the presentation that he's kind of portraying at the moment. That it has been quite cool. His new character, his kind of twist to his character as a heel. And again, it is a bit of a SmackDown spoiler, but it's not a massive one. So yeah, they have got a new theme song, and I saw it shot from the audience, and obviously I haven't seen what this looks like on SmackDown yet. But the smoke and the way the camera was kind of filming it looked pretty cool. Like, I have to say, it did look like a cool entrance. So I'm liking what he's doing. Like, again, this is about. I am a big fan of his work.
More, do you not think? Like,
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does make you think I might win.
Amazing feel for someone to just have him lose. Like,
yeah, true. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where he goes to next if he does lose. This is my thing. Like, does he go to like another feud, like maybe a rematch? I mean, I guess it's the thing. They are, Saturday night main events coming up in a couple of weeks. Raw on Netflix, which is going to be huge.
Yeah, some very big shows coming up, man. And then you got the Rumble after that.
I think they have used the phrase, pay-per-view or PLE level for the first the Raw on Netflix. Yeah. We're not talking just an average episode of Raw.
It's going to be massive.
It feels a bit like when they were setting up Raw 1000, all those years ago now. In a way.
And do you remember Raw Homecoming on the USA Network as well?
Yeah, it was Stone Cold stunned all the McMahon family.
Oh, yeah, and Linda went, ooh.
Yeah.
So awkward.
2005.
Yeah, I love that show. It's that kind of period where we also, ironically, had a few Saturday night main events as well. I love those kind of specials they were doing around that period. And again, we've kind of come back into that now. Just before, we'll move on to another match in a moment. But final kind of few things on Nakamura and LA Knight. Again, I feel like Killy put on LA Knight makes more sense because it feels like it's ironically degrading to Nakamura in some way, even though I really think it's uplifting to certain wrestlers. But that's only because Nakamura's past with mid-card titles anyway. And your kind of thinking was, if Nakamura doesn't win it, then who's next? And I get where you're coming from there, but that's where it kind of makes me think, well, this is the Triple H era. We are getting long-term storylines and long-term title reigns. So it doesn't mean who's next won't always be obvious because LA could have this for another 6 months. It's one of those kind of things. So my other side of it, my thinking is the other side of it, where it's like, if Nakamura wins it, then who's next? Who beats who's Nakamura feuding with? So, and where does LA Knight go? So I don't know. It's a complicated one, and especially when, like you say, the Bloodline take over most of the show anyway.
Yeah, I think. The thing is, I think though, what I will just say to end this is I think that it is good seeing the mid-card titles defended at Survivor Series. Yeah. Obviously, Survivor Series heavily known for tag team matches of various kind. Obviously, the main events at this show are both WarGames matches, which at their heart are tag matches. And I think so. It's important to have these singles titles being defended. And obviously, it's been a long while, I think, for IC title at least. I can't remember the last time.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, having both of them does feel special,
Yeah, and I mean,
it shouldn't, but that's just the climate we've been in. So
yeah. And I guess obviously with the women, the fact is that both the women's world champions are part of the WarGames match.
Yeah.
On the same team actually, which I don't know, that's a first. Not too sure.
Oh, yeah.
One half of the women's tag champions, although there is some rumours about them stripped of the titles.
Yeah.
Which this is interesting. Because this is interesting because obviously they seem to do different things when there's injured champions, which kind of drives a lot of people crazy. And so a point that people brought up is obviously the Piper Niven and Chelsea Green situation that came about from, was it Sonya Deville being injured?
Yeah, and then Piper just took over, right?
Yeah, and then Chelsea had to find a new partner.
Yeah, I hate that.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
But now obviously they're saying that Bianca and Jay will have to be stripped of the belts. And previously they had, remember the time when Trish Stratus got injured when she was women's champion? They kept her with the belt
But there's been other times where the minute someone gets injured, like, yeah, right, strips.
Yeah.
Off you go.
Poor old Mr. Kennedy lost his briefcase and then wasn't even that bad, it turns out.
Yeah. But some people aren't even, like, you know, out of the ring before they're like, we're stripping.
Like they couldn't wait. No, it's a strange one because as much as I don't like it, there's a ready-made partner for her to kind of be replaced by in Naomi, that she is part of that kind of threesome. They are kind of almost a stable, you know. So
let's say trio.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't use that word. All right, but yeah, I mean that's something interesting to talk about anyway. I touched on it a little bit before you did come on air, Lucas, but you know, there's a lot of rumors flying around about why they've done this. First, we were hearing it's because she's legit injured; she's going to be out for a while. Then the rumors started to be she's injured for quite a while; she'll be gone past Mania, and now there's talk that it's all a work. She's not injured at all. So that kind of throws a spanner in the works when it comes to not only that storyline, but I think this match as well. Because if it is all a work, there's got to be some sort of progression in this match. If it's not a work, and again, before you came on there, I was likening it to the Stone Cold situation where they had him run over and they didn't even bother clearly to figure out who that would be until the time came, and then they decided on Rikishi. And we know that because Rikishi wasn't a prominent figure in late 1999 WWF. So it clearly was never meant to be the plan. So I feel like they kind of maybe if it's real, they're going to buy themselves some time. We all know Jade and Bianca is money, right? So surely they'll just go, all right, you're coming back. Now we'll amp it up and we'll go, actually, it was you. You know, kind of like they did with Rikishi. And maybe it'll be Naomi. Maybe it will be Bianca paid someone and that's the swerve because she was in the ring. Kind of like the whole Triple H was on the scene, so it couldn't have been him in 99 as well. It weirdly really reminds me of Stone Cold getting run over is what I'm saying.
So, I mean, the episode of Raw from last week was pre-recorded, wasn't it? I believe.
So
they have like a pre-recorded now. Whichever one the women all fought at, and they announced women's WarGames, the teams.
Oh yeah. When Rhea came out.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking,
that was pre-recorded. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm thinking is that Jade was potentially, if it's real, that Jade was injured and they didn't have an idea of her timescale to come back, and so they decided to pull her from this match. And then either one or two things happened. Number one, the injury that was legit has got a worse diagnosis. So they that's when they put out the rumours / statement. It's rumours, isn't it? No statement. The rumours that it is a long-way injury past WrestleMania, or it's the injury wasn't as severe as they thought, and they were like, well, let's keep this at work and we're working into a storyline. Those are the two options that I foresee happening with this, particularly that Raw being taped and them not having the time to kind of fix this since. There is that part of the reason, like there, that maybe they, you know, there's still been kind of talks about them not being like fully impressed with Jade and how she's been progressing. Though I think she hasn't been doing very well. I do see there are times, and they might be thinking maybe they wanted a reason to get her out of this match. Because
that would be weird though. Like I think that's, if that is true, it can't be that much of a big deal because she hasn't fumbled. Like she hasn't been terrible.
No,
like, you know, and like it's not like, oh man, you can't be trusted in WarGames. I think if there's any match you can be trusted in, it's a match where there's loads of people to help you out.
Yeah, and obviously a match where they can completely just book her to do kind of just one or two
powerful stuff. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's always interesting when something like this happens, and I guess it's one of those where we're probably not going to find out until the show or after the show, because I feel if they do have to strip the belts, I believe that would be them confirming the injury is legitimate.
Yeah.
But like by default, I think if she's not really injured and she comes back afterwards, and what's the point? Like, she'll come back a week afterwards. Like, well, what's the point?
Yeah. I mean, either way, whether, like you said, I think it might be like kind of what you were kind of theorizing there, where maybe it was an injury. They said, to be safe, we'll pull you out of it. It's not as bad as we thought. So, you know, they had to create a storyline around it anyway. And the one they're leaning into is that everybody suspects Bayley, and Bayley's come into it. And the typical thing of, I was the bad guy, I just snuck my way in. Like, that's what they're kind of leaning on. But I think, and this is kind of what I talked about my prediction as well, that Bayley needs to be, you know, they're cautious of Bayley, they're quite suspicious, but she wins, she helps them win to prove, look, guys, it's not me. So that when it is revealed who it is, which I do think Naomi or Bianca, or at least Bianca having something to do with it because she's out in the ring when it got shown on TV. That I think that's the best way to go. And I think that it's to have this kind of mini swerve of everybody's focused on Bayley so that they can focus on who it really is. But again, whether or not that's revealed in a week's time, at Survivor Series, or in 9 months because Jade's gone for a while, I don't know, but I do think that's kind of where they're going with it. And I think if it's a real injury, or even if it was a small, it's smaller than they expected it to be, it's one of those scenarios where, just like with CM Punk and Seth Rollins, sometimes you just got to pull the trigger, and you just got to do it because we don't know these things of injury. And we talked about earlier on with Sheamus. I kind of feel like he needs to just win it whenever he can do it now, because you never know what's going to happen in the future. I mean, that's another thing I think quite interesting to talk about when it comes to the men's WarGames match. I mean, there's loads of possible scenarios here as far as, someone turning on someone else. But the big one I think that everybody's talking about at the moment is, of course, CM Punk potentially turning, Paul Heyman being the reason, and the two of them kind of break away. But I also think that it's an interesting possibility that it could be a red herring to disguise what felt kind of obvious but doesn't anymore, which is a Sami Zayn turn. Because I felt like Sami Zayn looked like he might turn on the OG Bloodline, and that maybe Punk is actually here to, again, be a red herring, so that if Sami does turn, because nobody's thinking about Sami Zayn now, it's all about CM Punk. Do you think it could possibly be that, or do you think Punk's turning, or what? Are we getting any sort of turn in this?
No, I think that nothing's happening.
Really? Nothing at all?
I think if something does happen, it will just be involving the Bloodline members. Like, I think it will be like, I mean, the shock here is either Roman getting pinned, or like even Roman turning. That would be more likely, I think.
What, going to the new Bloodline?
I don't know.
It could be, because he's like, you know what? I dropped all you guys in the first place for a reason. He was setting up.
Come out before.
Yeah, I mean, that was weird.
It's so messy. But no, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it will be anything. I don't think anything will happen. I think they are probably just, they're red herrings that are both counting each other out, in my opinion. I think the Sami Zayn thing is obvious until CM Punk's now obvious, because basically
and maybe it is the Rock. Maybe it is something with the Rock, because like I said, I think it was Bad Blood. It feels wasted now. Like, why did we do that then? It kind of took away from Jimmy's one as well. So I mean, I think that they will set up Punk versus probably Solo Sikoa or another one of them for the debut Raw episode, is what I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, I can kind of see that. Sludge says Sami stays, by the way, with the better Bloodline. So the OGs. The OGs, come on now.
Yeah, it's got to be. I think that'll be what the direction they go, because obviously I think they have announced obviously certain people for it, but they haven't. But I can't. Not everyone. Not obviously one of those. Not where everyone's not going to have a match, obviously. But I could think maybe a Punk versus Solo might be something they want to do.
Yeah,
but
maybe
Jacob brands as well, aren't they? At the moment, Punk's obviously on Raw, and so it's on SmackDown. So I think it might just be putting Punk in there with the Bloodline, so he can then have a feud and a match.
Bring someone over.
Yeah. Because it is obviously coming up very, very quickly. Yeah. Within 5 weeks. And it is like, I truly believe this is the biggest thing that's happened in the company history in terms of television, and in terms of the UK thing, it's crazy. It is crazy. Like, obviously, people if you're watching this from obviously America or Canada or anywhere where you can watch these shows at a normal time in the evening, you have no idea how much we've struggled. Like, Raw over here used to be on Friday evenings. SmackDown,
taped,
on, like, Saturday nights or Saturday mornings or Sunday.
Saturday morning Sky One, mate. What a way to wake up. I used to love it.
They then moved to Sky Sports. We used to obviously get the pay-per-views, and back in the day when it was pay-per-view, it came on pay-per-view. You watched it when it was on, and then it got repeats maybe 2 or 3 times the next day, and that was it. And you had to try and time it so you could watch it at the time.
Mate, we are sounding so old.
I know. Even to think more recently with the network, that was a big deal. But ending 10 years, of the network, but is it coming to an end? And it is going on, probably like the most. I think Disney Plus has overtaken in terms of subscribers, I think. But Netflix is still, as far as a lot of people are concerned, it is like the streaming service. When you think about streaming service, you think Netflix.
Yeah.
You know, and it's going on there. And, you know, I've seen it on my Netflix page, you know, as in the coming soon section. You know, there are the WWE superstars, you know, John Cena, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, like front and center. And it is bonkers to think that's the direction we're heading in. And obviously over here in the UK, we are getting obviously all the television shows, you know, Raw, SmackDown, and NXT, and selected historical pay-per-view.
Yeah.
Which is bonkers.
Scary words, but let's hope we get a good collection, because like you say, the network, and I was talking with Tom the other day, of course, co-host for Talking Beans, and been on this channel a few times as well, and we were talking about the Netflix deal and saying, like, we just hope we get enough out of it, because it's a massive thing for casual fans. Do you imagine what it's like? There will be people going, I used to like The Rock, I used to like John Cena, or whoever it is from whatever era you're from, and people will. It's so much easier because you're paying for it anyway. It's great for fans because, like you say, most people have Netflix anyway, right? So like, you're saving a tenner on a Netflix on the network now. So, but it is a shame because the network was so groundbreaking. I remember when it first came out, I signed up to, it wasn't out in the UK yet, and you know there are ways around these things, and I paid $9.99 to give a hint to what I was doing. Yeah, and I had that for a bit, and then it came to the UK. I paid £9.99, and I've also dabbled in a bit of Peacock here and there as well, which is actually made me realize that Netflix is probably going to be run the same way as on Peacock, where you have a button of WWE. Because could you imagine if you're scrolling through and it's like Making a Murderer, the Menendez brothers, you know, the Addams Family, you know, Home Alone, Raw from February 1998. You're like, what is that doing there? It just, you know, Halloween Havoc, you know, like, you'd be like, what, you know, World Class Championship Wrestling, the Von Erichs versus the Freebirds. It will look a little out of place in the main section.
Yeah,
so
I think
it's got to have its own tab.
I mean, obviously, Netflix, obviously, it's also, isn't it also going to be the home of a lot of women's football, isn't it? It's the women's football leagues from out the world. And it is bonkers to think, you know, it's probably needs a deeper dive than what we're discussing now, but it's bonkers to think that obviously Netflix, notoriously known for originally being a DVD company and then moving into streaming, is now going back to live television, you know, as a core selling point. Yeah. For me, it's a perfect time is that in regards to,
I guess, going to Netflix, yeah,
I mean,
the future. That's for like the future, man. I mean, it was it's so weird saying looks to the future felt more of a thing 10 years ago. Don't get me wrong, but like you say, they're moving into a different model themselves, and WWE are getting on board as the first major test in this. All right, we saw the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight be the actual first test, but this is the first test for like an actual deal, like a product that is moving forward. You know, it's incredible. Like they've on both sides of the part, you know, both parties here. It's amazing, this deal for both sides, and it literally is a win-win for Netflix, for WWE, and win-win-win for us fans as well. I think it's a great move. Yeah,
it is. I think it's just nice having everything on one service as well over here in the UK. One affordable service. Sorry, you know, no one had to BT Sports full price like what TNT Sports what became, and I think ultimately, like we will win, and I think. I've always said I maintain belief that the reason why the first All In did so well, or one of the reasons why, along with it just being wrestling at Wembley, it being, you know, the first kind of time AEW came over, all that curiosity kind of stuff. I think a big part of it is the fact that AEW over here is shown on ITV.
Accessibility is huge, man.
It's on ITVX. It is our biggest commercial broadcaster over here. You know, our second biggest channel by audience share after the BBC, and it's accessible. It's not behind a paywall. Fair enough, you got to watch 1,000 adverts before you watch anything on ITVX, but you know, it is accessible to everyone. Everyone can watch it. So whether it was someone who grew up watching Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks, you know, all those years ago, or whether it's a modern day fan who liked the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega and stuff, like it was accessible to everyone. You know, at literally the point of just turning on television and it would be on. You know, whereas WWE, sadly, I think by signing that BT Sports / TNT Sports deal in 2019, I want to say 2019. It was a big blow to them over here in terms of audience, viewership. The buzz that was before, you know, and when you ask people, you know, have you watched Raw, watch this, like, there's not as many people now over here that can say that because, you know, WWE, sadly, they signed that deal that put them behind that paywall that people just wouldn't pay unless you were already obviously as a sports, if you're into other sports, fair enough, you might, but a lot of people just didn't have it. I think now this, like you say, it will bring a lot of the casual fans back, and even some of the more kind of diehardy ones, because us Brits don't like stuff behind a paywall. I best be dead honest. Like we're very much like we sit to the free stuff. And I think this will be a big deal. And obviously on the channel we're going to hope to give some more content. Obviously as it comes up to this Netflix Raw, first Saturday Night's main event as well. Yeah. And obviously the Rumble, the February Rumble, the first ever time. The Rumble
feels weird.
Place not in January. But it just makes sense. It's not that they moved it like mid-February. It's just the fact that that Sunday is the first day of February, which is annoying.
Technically speaking, it's in February, so therefore it feels weird. Like even when it's January the 30th, which, like you say, is mere hours away in some sense, it still feels but it's Rumble, it goes to January, right? So it is a little odd, but like you say, we've got big things to kind of take us there, man, and bridge that gap with not only Saturday night's main event being the kind of placeholder now for the December PLE, because there hasn't been one for a while anyway. Day one got turned into a special on Raw, didn't it, last year, where The Rock came back, and this feels a little bit like that as well, as far as that time period as well.
Yeah,
so it'll be interesting.
We're doing a deeper dive, hopefully on the channel very soon. I don't know if people see my Survivor Series one, but about the kind of trouble that they've had. Yeah, there we are. Give that a watch when you can. That's obviously me talking about Survivor Series, traditional Survivor Series matches, which obviously I was hoping that there would be one on this event, but doesn't seem to be. Unless they don't want to do like a last-minute call to throw on the pre-show. I doubt.
I mean, look, we're sidetracking a little bit here, but the White Six versus Carry On Cross's crew, like, why didn't they? Anyway, that's that would have been great. But anyway, go on, carry on.
Best of both worlds. Best of both worlds.
Yeah.
That's why I said in my video. I think the main thing is, if you don't want to completely abandon the War Games, give people the best of both worlds. Put a traditional one on, and then put a War Games one on. Yeah. That way, you're getting both the gimmicks over, because genuinely, they are such an entertaining concept that we are now missing out on because of War Games. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to do both. Like it's not saying they're only going to do steel cage matches. It's not Hell in a Cell anymore. They're both be entertaining matches when used right, to really have an impact on a feud. And by getting rid of one to save the other, you're limiting your stuff. But anyway, December pay-per-views, they've always been very problematic for the company. Like going way back, and even ones that we think are big. Vengeance, almost basically Vengeance 2001, where Chris Jericho won, as we know, beat The Rock and the Stone Cold, Steve Austin on the same night. We know this from thing. It was a flop. It was seen as a flop, and they had to move that event around like a lot of time to move to June. They branded it with Night Champion. They tried everything they could do with it. And obviously we know the most famous one that obviously flopped in December was the ECW, December to Dismember, which I think is still the lowest bought WWE brand. It was a WWE branded event. Everyone, even though it was under their WWE ECW brand, it was a WWE pay-per-view event, and it was the lowest bought event. Only had 2 matches being advertised going into it, and they changed. And everything else was just stuff thrown on.
They're almost set up to fail, and the ECW return is a kind of a touchy subject in a few ways for that reason.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to Saturday Night's main event. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how they do it this time, because obviously it's been a long time since we last had one.
Well, the current reports are that they're going old school with it, like the old Raw old school events they did. So apparently, there's rumors people like Jimmy Hart's going to be involved. Apparently, they're going to have old school setups, like not just from graphics and design, but also I think even the way they set up the arena is going to have like an old kind of feel to it as well. So really looking forward to it. And as you say, we're going to be covering that in depth on this channel. Thankfully, we've got something big to talk about in December. Even if we don't have a proper PLE, it's going to be fun to talk about that, and it's something different, right? And then again, this big show when it comes to early January and Raw going to Netflix as well. Going back to Survivor Series, though, when it comes to the men's War Games, as I say, the big kind of possible talking points here that a lot of people are seeing as likely scenarios is maybe a CM Punk / Paul Heyman heel turn or maybe a Sami Zayn heel turn as well. You're saying you don't see either of those things happening. But what is I know you've kind of touched on already what you might think, it could be. But looking at it right now, at the end of Survivor Series, let's say it's the last match. What's the defining moment coming out of that match? What's the story going forward?
So I'm assuming that they will have to start accelerating the build to what the Bloodline will be doing on the first episode of Raw. So I'm anticipating that Punk is heavily involved in the finishing sequence, alongside Heyman, alongside Sikoa. They could even set like a tag team match, maybe actually, like Solo and one of them against Punk and Reigns down the line. There's a lot that could, but I think ultimately I think they are setting up the first episode of Raw on Netflix via this match. And yes, I guess they could do this from a turn of someone who would then have the match on that show. But I think the defining moment for me is that, personally. And I think that's enough for them to coast without having to worry about a turn. But I wouldn't be surprised, particularly with how Triple H has booked this stuff, and with WarGames, like I've said several times, it being quite messy, a match, I wouldn't be surprised if they do throw a turn in there.
Yeah.
To try to, excite people even more. But I think a better time for a turn, though, would be that Saturday night's main event. Because I think the problem I have with anything that happens in these massive kind of matches is that the match is so massive and so messy as it is. You then add on like a turn, like people are still kind of digesting, because as we know with WarGames, basically how WWE do them, we know we're going to see tables, we're going to see chairs, we're going to see dives off the all that kind of stuff. And then you throw a turn in there as well, which just people are still digesting all that other stuff that's just happened. Because again, these are 40-minute matches. It's not like a Raw TV match. It's 40 minutes of 10 guys.
And a lot of layers to it as well, and some big spots. So
and I think the only time I guess you could do a turn is I guess the direct finish, or kind of after the match is over.
Yeah.
Potentially after the match is over could be a good one, because something I really liked. I really like Kevin Owens' turn from NXT about 10 years ago. Now he turned on Sami Zayn because that.
Oh yeah, the powerbomb on the apron.
To this day, only when I see the WWE logo or first advert come on, that's when I turn the pay-per-view off. Because I remember before, wishing to go by in the corner, this insignia.
It was so good when they did that.
It was so good because I think it was maybe the first time they ever did it.
I think it was.
The logo on the bottom, and that always meant the show was over. It's the next thing you're going to see is the WWE logo or whatever, or the screen goes black and then it cuts in. But that was the first occasion we did it where that logo came on, and then the turn happened, and then the reaction happened, and then the pay-per-view ended. So that could be a good one to do.
I mean, to be fair though, they did do it last year with CM Punk's return. They did the same thing. They put the logo up. So
first time they did it.
But that's what I mean. But if they did it this year, it'd be too much a reminder of they did this last year, because they are few and far between. That first time was so exciting because you say we've never seen it before. Last year, it was like we've seen it before, but still that was a great way to do it. To do it again this year, and I think they've got a lot to live up to because of last year. Because last year, like you say, WarGames is such a layered match. And again, I was watching that stream that they run on YouTube, and it showed that match. And I was rewatching it last night, and then I completely forgot just like how over. I mean, I didn't forget, but like it brought it to the forefront, I guess, how over Judgment Day were, how cool they were, and how Rhea attempts to cash in, and then Randy Orton comes back, which was incredible on its own. Some really good feel-good stuff. You're playing off of the stuff between Cody and the Legacy. Then they throw JD off the top for an amazing RKO, which I completely forgot about. And then at the end of it, CM Punk comes back, and you're thinking this is one of the greatest returns of all time. I don't want to dive too much into that return just here, because I was dissecting it a little bit differently the other day as I did a year ago. I still think it's fantastic, don't get me wrong. But like, it is something I'd love to jump into further another time, and I don't want to hijack this stream for an hour talking about Punk. But what I'm getting at essentially is, before, without digging into it too much, there is a lot to live up to comparing to the end of last year's one, and even a year before. Again, I know you're not the biggest fan of the WarGames concept, and you believe that it should be separate to Survivor Series, and I do agree with you in some aspects there. But they've still had some really cool moments. And even a year before, that whole story arc of Sami Zayn finally being like, oh, now you trust me. Now you get it. I'm with you guys. Which is why a lot of people start to feel that he could turn this year because it's in the WarGames again and all that. So that's what's leading me to think there's got to be something, right? Even if it's not a turn, maybe The Rock does come back. You know, he's synonymous with Survivor Series as well. So I feel like fans will feel that like we've been built up too high is what I'm saying, you know?
The thing is, I think The Rock coming back, was it last month, whenever it was, I think it's kind of ruined him coming back again. Like,
it should have been here, yeah.
You know, because why, you know, he came back and he just stood there and there was no, I think they didn't even mention it a few days later.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you could argue some of this stuff's been done to like pop the live crowd that are there, but then don't put it on the pay-per-view then, but then I guess if you don't put a pay-per-view, people
going to get out in it, yeah.
But yeah, I feel that would be, I mean, The Rock coming back could be it. I mean, for me, I feel that would be a little bit flat unless, the only thing is, if The Rock does come back, I want it to directly, I want it to directly kind of tell me which way it's going. Which I get that some people would say, well, no, you can't have it all. But I think in terms of this, like, yes, I can. Like, because we should be. Because with respect, The Rock had his match at Mania, did a weird promo with Cody the next night where he raised that belt and said, I'm coming for your one and let me hold it and blah, blah. Yeah. And then he came back, what was it, a Bad Blood or whatever it was. At the end.
Just looked at
the ring. It's like, well, can we at least get him, like, at the apron? Like, can he maybe, like, come and, like, wave at the commentators maybe or something? Yeah. Like,
give us an idea why you're there, mate.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like, even if it is, he comes in and has a stare down with Roman Reigns or CM Punk or any other bloodlines or whatever it's going to be. Though another moment that just popped into my head is obviously we're talking about turns in this match. Now we're talking about return or a return. What if there's two returns?
Go on.
Because Paul Heyman's involved. And remember there's that whole thing about how wrong number and all this kind of stuff. And
we haven't even talked about that, have we? The wrong number and connected. Yeah.
And obviously now Punk's involved, but we have to remember there is a certain client of Paul Heyman's that has not been around these shores for a long time.
Right.
And links to the bloodline and with everyone in it. What if it is the shock return of The Rock happens, but then who were to come out while The Rock's deciding who he's going to maybe like point or look at, but who comes out? But the reigning, defending.
Well, not so reigning and defending anymore, but I get where you go with it. Yeah, I mean, look, Brock Lesnar is going to come back at some point, right? There's a lot of kind of behind the scenes stuff that might make things a little messy, but it's interesting you bring this up because I don't know if you've seen, but he was asked this the other day, Paul Heyman. And obviously people have jumped on the story because they've been like, well, there you are, that's it. But we all know what kind of person Paul Heyman is, right? He will string us along as best as he can, right? So apparently he said, he was talking to, apparently, let me just want to get this right, Shaq Wrestling. I think so, it's been attributed to them. So whether or not he's spoken to Lesnar recently. So when it comes to Brock Lesnar, Lesnar doesn't like to be discussed about about anything about his that's off camera. So if I do speak Brock Lesnar, he would want that to be private. If I don't speak with Brock Lesnar, he would want that to be private. Number one, I would never want to violate his privacy. Number two, I fear for a human being that would want to violate privacy desired by Brock Lesnar. Both yada yada yada. Essentially, now the big part that he's talking about is WWE. He said, I don't really want to put any thought into that at this time because it's not a subject that's going to resolve itself by Survivor Series or by the end of the year. Therefore, it's just not on the radar of things to address today. Now, that does feel like he's kind of maybe throwing us off the scent because it some ways feels realistic because you're like, you can imagine this is a contract situation. He's a big figure. I mean, look what the drama around him coming back that time he first did come back, right, to beat up John Cena at that time after WrestleMania. It was a big deal. But then also there's stuff that, you know, who knows what the truth is, but some headlines that have been out, you know, that they might have to resolve as well, whether true or not. But then at the same time, what he said there, and he's always like this, Paul Heyman, is very character of him, you know, like he would always say like contract, you know, he'd always talk about like, it's such a big deal. it's hard to get him. It's hard to get Brock
Yeah,
Lesnar.
I mean, people have to. Paul Heyman's gimmick or character is meant to be the sports agent that he's.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
And
that's kind of how he's answered, right? Which makes me think, oh, that's the storyline. He's coming back, you know.
I mean, yeah, I sit in the camp that Brock Lesnar is definitely coming back to the company at some point. It's just a case of when. And I think that, yes, there'd be some complications because of the recent allegations and the situation with that. But I do think that the fact that they mentioned him on television recently
says something, doesn't it?
You know, yeah, the steps they took to kind of remove him from the company, they're slowly kind of backpedaling on. And the fact that obviously WWE is now affiliated with UFC, which, if anything, speaks more, because I think, you know, he could go back to one or the other in any capacity, you could argue. I don't think he'll fight in UFC again, but I think, you know, if they want him as an analyst, or they want him as, you know, come out as a corner person or whatever, you know, he'll gladly take the check for that. You know, I'm sure it'll be a big check. And same wise in WWE, like there's stuff there that he can do. And so I think, you know, people have spoken about this with Brock, you know, everyone seems to like not know Brock really. And I think it's a case of he'll be back at the time that he feels is best for him to come back.
Yeah.
I think that's literally it. I think, and, you know, there probably is some bad blood between him and the company, because again, without us delving into obviously the allegation and stuff, like I think, you know, if a company has decided to put you on hiatus because of those things, you may not be willing to kind of jump at the opportunity to come back.
You got to remember as well, before all this stuff came out, when Vince got removed, there was the reports going around that Brock was losing his mind, essentially, you know, and really unhappy about it. So,
well, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, as Vince was ultimately the guy who produced Brock, like, you know, you can say one about other people, but I think Vince was the reason why Brock came back to the company. You know, he's the reason why Brock got the push and the character he got. That whole Suplex City 21-1, it was all Vince's booking and things that got him there. And don't get me wrong, it was a shaky start at first when he lost Cena at that weird occasion, just because the political stuff that's going on at the time dictated that they wanted Cena to win, and the arc that Cena was on following obviously his loss to The Rock, Mania. They decided that's what they wanted. But yeah, like I do think Brock Lesnar will be on his way back to the company, and it's just you know what I love now actually about this is the fact that we're talking about Survivor Series, like the second longest tenured pay-per-view in WWE history, after WrestleMania, of course, and the last play of the year, like a nice big one to kind of end the year on. But we've still got like so many big things to come in this new WWE, like, and then that's even before we get to the Rumble. We've touched upon Saturday Night Main Event. We've got, and of course, the Netflix debut on Raw, and we've got all these moments where you kind of think, you know, someone like a Brock Lesnar, like,
yeah, that needs a moment. That needs a moment. Yeah.
Or you could come back at.
And then you've got the Rumble, you know.
You can go back at the Rumble.
Even Punk last year, people were like, oh, if he does come back, it'll be at the Rumble. And then people were shocked when it was Survivor Series. I mean, the Chicago link was there, don't get me wrong, but people were like, really? Not the Rumble? So, like you say, this time of year is usually exciting when it comes to that stuff. But at the moment, even more so, because I have faith in WWE that they will deliver on all of these shows. You know, they will give us something on all of these shows. I mean, might vary in how big the surprise or the turn or the return is, but I think we will get something. I'm confident in that.
I think Saturday Night's Main Event will be, I don't think it will be like a blockbuster card, but I think it will just be a nice kind of way to end the year, personally. I think I'm glad you said about the kind of old school feel it's going to apparently have. I think that'll be the right way for me, I think, to get that nostalgia kind of back. Yeah. Particularly because obviously, like, for me, it's kind of been removed from Survivor Series because of WarGames, and so it'd be nice to have an event which, you know, is a bit traditional. It'd be nice to have, I don't know, like if they want to do like a fun gimmick match, you know, like, you know, something on a pole, or like one of the
mate, a blue steel cage match.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
Just something, you know, and maybe again, if they want to feature some of the mid card acts, maybe this might be where this White Six and mid stuff might be leading to. Yeah, because that's another thing in Triple H WWE at the moment. We're getting the fact that things are happening behind all the main stuff, and it's going to come to fruition elsewhere. Like the whole Bronson Reed Braun Strowman thing never touched a PLE. The whole
it's bizarre, isn't it? Yeah, and it was a great feud.
That match, oh God, a phenomenal match. I love that match so much. That they had all on Raw.
That's actually reminded me of one last thing to touch on about the men's war games. Because of Bronson Reed being in this match, a lot of people, of course, thought Seth Rollins would be on the opposite side, right? And of course, it wasn't to be. It's CM Punk. But that also could lead to Seth Rollins still being involved because he could come after CM Punk in this match. Seth could be going into that feud as a heel. Or is it, like I say, Punk turning heel, going against Roman, and therefore Seth? Or is Seth getting annoyed with Roman for teaming up with, look how he treated us when he brought us into WWE. He thought he was the ruler of the Shield, and we ditched him as quick as we could. Why are you letting him be with you again?
To be fair, that would be, for me, the better option than CM Punk turning. I think if Rollins wants to cost Punk the match, or at least Punk being in the match potentially, something that could work. And I think keeping Seth and Bronson apart is the best thing to do. Let Bronson work with new people. I think I'm going to make a bold prediction for something.
Go on.
I genuinely believe that if they can keep Bronson's momentum going the way it's going, I think the guy's going to be a big player in the company within like a year or two. I think he's going to be one of those where he's just so damn good at what he does. I just think if they can just keep that momentum going, and obviously the company's sadly notoriously been bad for some of these kind of guys. You look at a long list of guys who at one point were dealt the same cards as Bronson Reed, and then one by one have fallen by the wayside. But I think, I think they're onto something with Bronson big time. Look,
I agree, man. I think when they let him go and it didn't quite work out that first time round, it felt like the same old story of, like you say, he's the new big guy, we're going to push him, didn't work. And that was at a kind of a lower level, of course, because it was on NXT, where he kind of had his most kind of, I guess, shine, really. And I'm saying this last month, it must have been on either the kickoff show for what was the last PLE? Crown Jewel, or earliest month, I should say, kickoff, or it might have been on the build-up. I was saying, look, I like what they've done with Bronson Reed later. I think he's been fantastic, and it does feel different to those other big men storylines they've done. Like you can name them all. Like going back to Snitsky and Mike Knox, like it is like they've done this so many times, but this one feels different. Like the presentation feels different. He just, like you mentioned there, the Bronson Reed storyline, the Seth Rollins storyline, and just they were highlights from Raw, yet they weren't even on PLEs, like you say. Like alone, like the car spot was incredible, right? And the bit where he threw was it a fan or was it a cameraman or something like that into Raw? Like there's so many great. The presentation of Bronson Reed has been. It's not your typical. He's the big man and you should fear him. Like they've made him so much more believable. Like he's not Great Khali. He's not Snitsky. He's not whatever name we want to fill into this gap. It feels very refreshing.
And the thing is, I think why it's working is they kind of gone back to the old ways of doing things as well. Like, and I think the storytelling of obviously when he does like the tsunami and all the kind of stuff around that has just been perfect. Like, I think the way the baby faces, basically fear that move. Like fear that move, and obviously show my age here. Though I wasn't alive to watch it live, but obviously I'm not that old.
Little asterisk.
When Earthquake, when he broke Hulk Hogan's ribs with the Earthquake splash, and that was one of those where, oh God, one of those little moments where you think, maybe is it just real? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I think Bronson Reed has that where he's finished, where people are like, like it's like we did it on our truth, like time and time again. Like
when they're trying to pull him back from doing it, Like...
So I do find it comical though, because they all like gather around the person trying to protect. They see him up the top row and they go, "Oh
nope." Well, I tried to save you, but I couldn't. I'm sorry, I'm gone now.
Especially
especially when he does like 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, but even that adds to it. Like you said, the genuine fear. It was like, I don't want to be near this. Like, it's so devastating. I have to try and help you out of it. But at some point, it's like in a horror movie or something like that. You know, something's coming down on something. You try and put them away, but if you can't do it, you're going to get chopped as well. So you best leave them there in the end if it's getting too close. So, man, I agree. I think the presentation of Bronson Reed's been fantastic.
And I think this is a good match to showcase him in. It is an interesting one where obviously this is the thing. Like, is this not a red herring? Because this is the problem with WarGames, actually. It makes you think everything's a red herring. But you know what I mean? Like, because obviously the Bloodline feud obviously is the kind of main selling point of this match, as is obviously CM Punk. Will he, won't he turn? And even Sami Zayn stuff is linked to the Bloodline anyway. But Bronson Reed obviously is like the kind of unknown entity in this. Like, is he be that demolition guy? You know, the thing is with WarGames matches, I guess what they have to bear in mind is that you need all the different kind of people to make it work. And obviously Bronson Reed's that big guy, so you have to imagine they're going to be setting up some sort of big spot that he would do, where he may put a couple people through a table, or they're going to do a cage breaking. Because again, a cage break could be good, because that way that's an easy way to get Rollins involved as well.
I just recently rewatched Rikishi jumping off the cage, and for a split second there, I thought, is Bronson Reed going to jump off the cage?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
A tsunami off the cage would be devastating. Like,
oh my god,
I'm scared.
I can see that happening to the Usos.
So can I. Yeah,
I can see that it being, you know, 1,000 super kicks they do as normal.
Yeah. And he won't go down. You know, like
he still won't go down off about 1,000.
Yeah.
Then they eventually do get him down. They go for the splash together. They miss. He then does the was it Death Bay Drive he does, isn't it? Whatever he does to get people down, that move.
Oh,
then he puts them up. He puts them on the table. He climbs up the cage.
Yeah.
Does a slam both of them through the table or something.
I mean, I like that. Yeah, I like the idea of them missing. Them even referring to Rikishi haven't done it. You know, him doing whatever, or even if it's not on a table, just imagine him dragging their limp bodies together next to each other, and then as he jumps off. Oh man, I'm fantasy booking this. Like,
to be fair, as much as obviously I'm not a massive fan of WarGames, I do think that the men's match this year probably could be one of the best ones they do. I think that it's got a lot of the correct ingredients needed, and it actually deserves the WarGames moniker.
Yeah,
the WarGames thing to it. I think that less of the women's match. I just feel particularly with the whole Jay Cargill thing. It is just showing that it could have just been a 4-on-4 really, because you don't have the fifth person really.
Yeah,
if you're willing to just whip that person, swap that person out like that, like it shows that it didn't really matter who was. And I do feel that having two, it's just a bit of overkill. And give me, I feel this also about the Chamber as well. Like, I think because the matches, there's very long matches, and unless they want to shorten the time or something, you know, like every 5 minutes or something, it's quite a long match to have to go through, and it's just very messy. But I think the men's one this year, they've done a very good job of it, and it's a case of now, and I do think it will deliver as a WarGames thing, and I'm 50-50 on this, because I'm thinking if it is just a very good match. This is where I'm probably going to show my kind of bias against the match. If it's just a very good match, don't we just leave it there? Just be like, okay, we did the WarGames thing for like 3 years.
The last one ever.
We ended on a good one, but or last one ever. Anyway, they decide, okay, it's good, but it's kind of needs to be its own thing, and let's just move it to another time.
Yeah.
And then we have a Survivor Series in November as normal. Because even if you want to turn that into the December pay-per-view, or I don't know. Yeah. It is kind of hard to think where to put it, though, I guess, is a problem.
No, look, I'm with you, man. I think, and not to go into it too much because I don't want to take away from your video. And again, if those haven't seen it already, go check it out on this channel. Lucas's hot take, talking about why he thinks WarGames does need to be detached from Survivor Series. And there are quite a few points he went into. And again, some I agree with, some I disagree with, or varying levels. But I am with you in the sense that it shouldn't be on Survivor Series. It should be separate. I get why they did it, and I get why the temptation comes from for him. But like you say, it's at the expense of something that was a good tradition anyway. But I also think that was crap at times. There were years ago when they were thinking about getting rid of Survivor Series, weren't they? And I was always against it, even though at the time I wasn't even enjoying Survivor Series, but I didn't want to get rid of it. My answer was, well, just fix it and it'll be okay. And that's what they can do.
I think they did for certain years. I think sometimes, I mean, we've seen this happen, I think, but since obviously the allegation came out regarding Vince, but I think there is that kind of brush that people have tarred all his stuff under, all the ideas basically since he actually have been rubbish. I mean, it's not true. It isn't true. Like, I'm sorry, like it isn't. Like, some of the best stuff that Vince has done has been like this side of the millennium, like clearly. Like the shit, like stuff, and stuff. Some stuff you could say, it wasn't fully him or other people, blah blah. But still, like the Shield, like
exactly. Yeah,
like,
I mean, I think it was even before the allegations, and even before he left, it was very easy for people to just go, "Ugh, Vince," and it's like you have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know if this is a Vince idea or not.
Look, for every Shield being formed, the Shield turn, there is the last.
Yes. There are some crazy stories about things he should have done or shouldn't have done in the past. Don't be wrong, but you're right. You can't pretend that he was irrelevant almost. He was a senile man who did nothing good creatively for the last X amount of years, because he did. And there were loads of good things there. I mean, Triple H has got a different approach, and that's why it feels so fresh at the moment. And we've got a great preview of that from his time running NXT, and he brought WarGames to NXT, and he made it its own PLE. I mean, I don't know if it should be its own PLE, because again, it gets us to that whole kind of TLC, Fatal 4-Way, Hell in a Cell, Elimination Chamber. I don't like that either. But why can't it just be every now and then go, this deserves a WarGames feud? Like it used to be with Hell in a Cell and those other big matches anyway. So
I mean, the thing is, like, if you look back, WCW, they did have it at the Full Brawl event, which I guess is why maybe Triple H is thinking put it then. But yeah, I don't know. I think they did fix it again. Halfway through watching the 2016 Men's Survivor Series. A little fun fact for people, actually. The 2016 Survivor Series has the longest and shortest matches in Survivor Series history, and they are back to back. The Men's Survivor Series match is a whopping 52 minutes long.
Of course, I thought the WarGames was long.
And of course, the main event being Brock Lesnar and Goldberg was 1 minute and 28 seconds. But 52. It's a brilliant match, though. It's the match where Shane.
Which one? The 1 minute match or the 52-minute match?
Both of them, to be fair. Both of them. But it must be funny, like, having to follow a 52-minute match and knowing you're only like a minute and a half.
Yeah.
I think they achieved more in that minute and a half, though, than a lot of people can in like 10 times that. That 1 minute and 30 seconds, that set up kind of everything we needed for both men for at least 5 years or so, really. And
1 minute 30.
Yeah, I mean, it all started with that, because that was what made us realise, oh, crap, like Lesnar can be defeated. He can be defeated. And there is like a bigger kind of boss than him. Then with Goldberg, it showed that, okay, we're actually going to book Goldberg proper this time. We're not going to have him do like 10-minute pay-per-view matches. We're going to have him to go, okay, this is the Goldberg we want. And then obviously, fair enough, they went that well far too many times, and Vince milked it dry a bit. But, there were some good times there, with Goldberg for a little bit. But yeah, no, I think, sorry. But in terms of this whole thing, though, I do think there was that fix there. But I think the problem with WWE, and this might come to fruition with Triple H if he's not careful, is that they see something works and they just do it over and over and over and over again until it doesn't work. And they wonder why it doesn't work. But it's like, because you're doing the same thing and you're not like willing to budge on it. Like, I personally think the Raw vs. SmackDown stuff, some of it was good. Like 2016, very, very good. Like, very, very good.
Yeah, look, I always had a massive issue with the Raw vs. SmackDown stuff because it was booked badly. Not because it was a bad idea, but because it was booked badly. And again, you kind of touched on it on your video as well about kind of having a draft be the issue because it was too close. They suddenly went, I like to wear red t-shirts and you are my friend. Like, shut up. Like, it was rubbish. But when it worked, it worked well, but even now, I think I had a feeling that Raw versus SmackDown could be a separate, remember they did bragging rights. That was that was separate to Survivor Series. And then also they did the same thing with Night of Champions / Clash of Champions and then throwing out on different PLEs as well. Like, there's still things that need to be refined. I mean, the PLE calendar is a lot better than it once was, and even the draft has been treated better this time around as well. But it's going to take a few more years, I think, for some of these things to be ironed out. And you know, it's kind of like when a new manager goes to a football team, and until he gets his own players in, he has a few transfer windows under his belt, and he starts to play his own formations to players that can play that. Then you really start to see what's going on. And Triple H is still only young in the job.
Case of like it is very much seems like it's very much Triple H's baby in WWE. Like I think a lot of people have spoken about that. Vince never touched it as it was like the WCW match. It was seen as a WCW wrestling match, and it was just such an anti-Vince thing to kind of bring in. And there's rumors about it's mental thing how rumors are so positively true and then they just faff into nothing. But remember when Sting was rumored to sign for Mania? I forget which one now.
Is this the 2/21/11? The returning when they thought he was coming back, it was Undertaker.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
How could I forget?
Around that time, talks about Sting coming into the company, and then but then also bringing in the WarGames concept to WWE around the same kind of time, and it was one of those locked in, definitely happening rumors. And as we know, neither of those came to fruition because it wouldn't be until 2018 when we got a WarGames match, and it wouldn't be obviously until 2014 when Sting made his debut at the company at
Survivor Series. There we go.
Both things didn't happen. So I think it was always that kind of match that it felt that Vince wouldn't book.
Yeah.
And I guess it has created the kind of thing where it's now associated with Triple H, which may be why he likes it.
Yeah.
On the flip side, though, I think that a very interesting concept, because obviously it was this is something that was taken away from the NXT brand. But I think in the thing, I think personally they came up with a blinder with Iron Survivor. I think Iron Survivor is really, really good.
You know what? I'm gonna really look bad for admitting this. I haven't watched any of them.
Oh, you need to.
And I've heard so many good things.
You need to.
I feel so embarrassed. I feel so ashamed. But yeah.
Obviously, NXT is on, I think, next week or the week after. Can't remember which one it is.
Yeah.
But I think, obviously, the good thing is with this, unlike trying to rewatch Survivor Series, it won't take you about a month.
Yeah, true.
Survivor matches, it would only take you maybe a couple of hours. But I think it's a very good concept. It's a very good way of getting the Iron Man in the kind of gauntlet. Eliminate. It's not got elimination to it, but it has in a way. You've got the penalty box, but it's very well done by NXT. I feel it's very well done and very well utilized. And NXT, I think, are always very good with doing this. They give you multiple chances to get title shots and stuff. And I think it creates a very open field. And I guess they can do that because obviously they've only got 5 belts, isn't it? Main US, women's US, and tag, or 4 then.
Oh, you mean North American?
Yeah, Sorry.
Yeah.
North American.
Well, it's close enough anyway.
It's weird though that the NXT belt is simply bigger than the US belt.
Yeah, geographically speaking, yeah.
But yeah, okay, they've only got 4 belts. But it creates, for me, I like these matches where it creates all these different options to win that aren't like default. And so it means that you can get different challenges without anyone having to look really bad, if that makes sense. Obviously, there are ways to make people to look bad in these things, don't get me wrong. Similar with Survivor Series matches, like again, going back to 2016 one, I only mentioned it because I watched it recently. Obviously, it was a case of Braun Strowman was able to look really good in it, but he got counted out. And it was always, again, it was a bit of a cop-out with some of the big guys throughout the years. They counted out or DQ'd. But it's a case of, well, that's better, though, than him getting stupidly pinned by someone, surely. Like, you're able to just have him in the match still, do his big spots, do big moments, then get counted out, because of his own kind of doing. And I think similarly with, like, Iron Survivor or with even, like, Gauntlet matches or whatever, like, you have all these different situations where you're creating anyone could win. I think that's, to me, when wrestling works really, and it makes it really fun. Obviously, when we do something, that's why I dislike things like tournaments, tournaments mainly the one I don't like, because you kind of always see the bracket and you go, well, we know this is most likely what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And most of these things are always like, we know what's going to happen. At least in the semi-finals, there's rarely a surprise where we're like, oh.
That's a good point, actually, because the whole reason why tournaments are fun in legitimate competition is because they are so random and surprises can happen.
Yeah.
You know, like the old FA Cup, you know, upsets, you know, like that is massive. You know, sticking with football, you know, in a World Cup, something, you know, anything could happen sort of thing. But yeah, in wrestling, because of the way you predict things anyway, the way you feel the company's going, tournaments are something that are pretty much dead in the water as soon as they begin. So they kind of, if they're going to do anything with tournaments, they need to really freshen them up. To be fair, lately they've done more of the kind of triple threat tournament matches, haven't they? So that's been the new way to do it, and that's been quite interesting, which does add that slightly more element of kind of,
I think it's,
you know, different possibilities.
People as well, isn't it? I think that's what it's about. I think obviously one of the main criticisms of Triple H, you know, that I think people have is that there are times where we're not seeing a lot of wrestlers. You know, obviously he stripped the pay-per-views back to 5 matches for the most part. You know, a lot of stuff is just singles matches or just you know, tags and 2-2 matches. We're not getting, you know, something which you do when you look back on the old pay-per-view cards, you do see, you know, again, love him or hate him, but Vince would book, you know, multiple matches, and there'd be pre-shows, there'd be everything. And again, a lot of it is because of how the era's changing. And I guess, you know, deeper diving into Netflix stuff is very integral here. But obviously what only thing I'd say is look how they before they were doing this for TV, people and for pay-per-view and for sponsors. And then when they had a network, they were doing it to get subscribers. So it's always a case of we need content. We need more content, more matches, more people to basically entice people to subscribe. And that's why they had the pre-show. The whole pre-show and the matches and stuff was obviously to get people to subscribe to the network to watch pay-per-view. Because I remember the whole hook point for a long time was first month free, wasn't it? So obviously they knew people watching the pay-per-view, watching the pre-show on YouTube. You know, if you signed up right then and there, you could watch the show you was about, you know,
the full show,
10, 50, or more than that, you're paying for, you know, paying for it on traditional pay-per-view. You can watch it for free right then and there. And that was it was about setting it that way. And so they knew they needed to have was matches, and particularly once it got to 2018, 2019, when Vince really started hoarding all the wrestlers. So it's bonkers that was a thing that happened. You know, Vince literally just saw someone about to maybe do something anywhere in the world and went, "Yeah, we've got to sign him."
Yeah.
Why do you need it, Vince? Don't know.
I mean, to be fair, they did that to the entire UK indie scene as well. Oh, is it kind of re-established itself after massively being killed in the 1980s? Oh yeah, we'll nickel them.
Yeah, it's bonkers. I mean, there's episode of Raw you can watch, like if you're into tag wrestling, where literally you've got like FTR, you've got the Usos, you've got Gallows and Anderson, you've got what do you call it? The Major Brothers, Zack Ryder and thing. You've got literally some of the best tag teams to ever do it. Just
all there at once.
Some tags on Raw for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, and then he brings in like Ricochet, and he brings in all these people, and you're just like you can't digest anything because there's so many people. And obviously, Triple H is kind of. Vince as well, when he released people during the pandemic, has kind of addressed that problem a bit. But it got to the point where, it's bonkers. But now we've gone to this 5-match format. So I think it's very good that people do get other times to spotlight what they do, because it does seem that on the pay-per-view, at least, it's not going to happen for a lot of these people, which... It'll be interesting now. Again, this is a thing. Again, we probably need to do a whole video about the Netflix thing. I just think it's going to change a lot of how they do things, because they are going from subscribe to us and our thing that only we answer to, essentially. Like, obviously, the network didn't get enough subscriptions because of them. They haven't got a boss over them going, get subscriptions. It's them saying subscribe to us. But now they've got a boss above them paying a lot of money. And we've seen them fumble deals before. And never forget the WGN network and Superstars, the whole debacle they had with them, because they did the debut show and had John Cena and Undertaker on, and then 2 weeks later it was Vladimir Kozlov and Santino Marella. Like you can't, you can't promise and then take away, and then it goes to basically the highlight show, and then obviously that show got cancelled. But Netflix, you have to imagine they're going to be expecting like a lot of stuff. And although we're not going to have the TV networks, obviously recently, it's come out about, these censored chants, and obviously NXT has suffered a little bit from. NXT used to really use the overrun quite creatively throughout the years. Like it, and obviously now it's on network television. It can't, it has to finish in 2 hours, and it's led to some awkward finishes of the shows. Because as it's been like, there was one a couple of weeks ago where it was the main event. Legitimately, the finish was like 1, 2, 3. It was like goodbye. That's it. Not even like here's your winner. It's like
it's almost WCW levels, that isn't it?
Yeah.
They used to get caught out with that a lot.
But yeah, it'd be interesting seeing, because I do. My bold prediction is I think Netflix will get in and say, look, we want more matches than just 5, mate. Like, because obviously, but if you've got to think about, they have to deal with obviously having chapters, having maybe playlists for certain wrestlers. There's loads of stuff to maybe consider here.
I mean, to be honest, there is a bit of a blueprint, like I say, with Peacock. They've kind of had that already with the whole kind of someone to answer to in that way, because it's a similar service. It's not the same. Netflix is a completely different beast, in like you say, it's the biggest streaming network out there, surely. But they've kind of had that. And if you remember when they first went to Peacock, as they do with to WWE's credit, whenever they go somewhere, they go hard on it, right? The only reason why I knew as a teenager what as a kid what things like TNN and Spike and USA were, is because they were like Raw Homecoming. It was Homecoming, but not for us. We didn't have the USA Network, but we still watched it, and I was hyped about it, even though I didn't have the USA Network. Nothing was changing for me. It was still on Sky Sports. But so to their credit, they've always been good at that. And I think if you look back to when they first went to Peacock, it was mad how much Peacock was features on the show, and how much this for our Peacock's exclusives and all that kind of stuff.
Well, don't they having like a Netflix conference call or something, or there's something coming up on December 3rd? I read about it earlier. I think they're having like a kind of press day or something.
Right.
They're obviously several WWE superstars being in attendance for it. So I think that's something, again, it's very much up their street. And a lot of it is, again, because they went public, and people forget this, they went public, and so they do have shareholders to answer to. They have obviously board members who expect results and stuff. So it is a case of and they want people to be those kind of spokespersons, for the brand, and obviously trying to get that new fan base, because it's a mix. Netflix is, like I said, it's everyone. Netflix is like some people even have it without realizing they have it, probably.
Yeah, sure.
It's one of those. Over here it gets bundled into phone contracts and all sorts of stuff. All sorts of people get it. It's bundled in with stuff. Sky TV has access to it. Via thing. So there's so many people that they won't even know they could get to watch WWE.
Yeah,
I think it's quite fun. And there's so much more we can do on this. Obviously,
definitely,
and all that kind of stuff close to the time.
Yeah.
Obviously, bear in mind over here it will be obviously around Christmas and New Year's time, but we will obviously try and give that content because we feel it's going to be a very, very exciting period. Especially because we have announced that over here the network is closing on New Year's Day.
Oh yeah, so what? Do we get on New Year's Day then? Like the old content, would that start going on there straight away? Or?
Yeah, they're essentially saying from 1st of January it will be on Netflix.
Okay,
network's closing, but we don't know. There's going to be like an overlap, and obviously bear in mind, it's going to be in American time zones, then that will obviously change how it's going to be for us. So yeah, maybe don't drink too much on New Year's Eve, Scott.
I think it's only, but the Americans are only getting Raw, aren't they? Like everything's staying on Peacock for them, so it's only us, not only us, but other countries as well. I think maybe Australia as well.
Fair few countries
getting everything. You'd imagine it would go that way in the States as well eventually. But it's a huge deal, and like you say, there's a lot to kind of dive into it, and hopefully we will manage to do that before a few weeks before the show. But we definitely looked at least cover the show itself anyway. We'll probably be hitting you with a build up into it. We'll treat it like a bit like a PLE as much as we can, really.
They said it is a pay-per-view level show.
If they're treating it like a pay-per-view, we'll treat it like a pay-per-view. And again,
on the Monday,
Saturday night main event
which
as
would
well.
be interesting because the last time I think we did have to deal with something or not on a thing was obviously when they had Taboo Tuesday. But obviously this is an episode of Raw. We get that, but obviously it feels pay-per-view level worthy, which I think is very good. And it'd be interesting to obviously seeing if that maintains as well. And obviously we're in a very exciting period by then, because obviously one has to imagine we're going to get confirmation of multiple Royal Rumble entrants on that episode as well.
Oh, yeah.
And we know the direction we're heading in. They may even jump the gun and even announce maybe the first bloody entrant for the Chamber. We never know. Or there'll be a big kind of WrestleMania maybe implication happening. So I think it's going to be a very, very important one to be watching.
Again, we compare it to last year. Day one Raw, The Rock came back, and that changes everything. So definitely seeing it be a big show. As I say, we will be hitting you with as much content around that and Saturday night main event as we are, of course, here for the Survivor Series kickoff show. Of course, as we mentioned earlier on when we came on the air, WWE haven't done a kickoff show. That's why we've done one instead. Of course, we've been doing our kickoff shows alongside theirs anyway. We've been doing these watch-alongs of the kickoff because I've really enjoyed these fan events they've been doing. They're quite fun. But sadly, didn't do one this time around because, again, they gave the wrestlers Thanksgiving off, that's a nice little note, isn't it? But we've been covering of course, the card in depth, and we're going to continue to do so as we head into Survivor Series with the build-up show. Of course, you are watching, if you're watching live, you're watching us on Friday night, but this is going to play as a repeat on the build-up show before we again jump in live on Saturday before the PLE. The idea is to kind of get us and you guys in the mood for the PLE, and as Lucas said earlier on, it's a bit strange doing it the night before sort of as well here with the kickoff show in our timeline at least. But yeah, it's been real fun to do so. Before we do get out of here, Lucas, just want to ask you kind of quick fire really, thing you're most looking forward to about each of these matches, and then at the end of it, ultimately which one you're just most looking forward to, right? So we'll start with one we touched on quite a bit earlier on, LA Knight Nakamura. Quick fire, what you're most looking forward to about this as far as potential kind of finishes and where it leads to.
I'm hopefully looking forward to Shinsuke Nakamura raising that belt. After a very good match, but after best of Logan Paul, after LA Knight has been beaten up basically. Sorry, I'm trying to keep it short, but yeah.
Gotcha. And IC title, I know we're both really, really, really hopeful Sheamus wins it eventually, but ultimately, what are you most looking forward to, I guess, in this one?
It's going to be Braun, really. Like, he's going to do something crazy. We know he is. He's a freak. he's ridiculous. They've got all these people that are just bloody ridiculous. Like, I can't, in one of those where he does something so freaky, I can't even think what it's going to be. But it's just the fact that he's one of those guys just goes, oh yeah, the guy's at 20 foot. Well, I'll just jump. And
there will be like you say. You don't know what it is, but there's always a big talking point coming out of a Braun Breaker match. He is one of those really.
There's generally nothing he can't do. I genuinely believe that he could be blindfolded and put in the ring with someone he'd never seen before, and still just do what he does. Because he's just ridiculously good at what he does.
Yeah, he's great.
I think the big talking point of that will be something that Braun Breaker does, and it should be.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. I think even if he doesn't win the match and keep the title, I think he will be a highlight of the match for sure. And just looking at the three of them on that graphic, really can't wait to see what they pull off together. I think it'll be really good. Again, men's WarGames, we touched on this quite a lot. You're not in the camp of believing there will be a Sami turn, a Punk turn, or a Heyman turn, or anything like that. So with that in mind, what do you think the big talking point coming out of this should be? Or because we kind of touched on it already, but what would you like it to be at least for this?
I'd like it to be Brock's return, but in the absence of that, I would just like to be seeing what Bronson Reed does. I think, giving the big spots to the don't like using this term, but lower card members would be the right call.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we talked ourselves into a bit of fantasy booking earlier, didn't we, with that bloody mega splash from the top onto the Usos. So let's hope we see something like that. Gunther versus Damian Priest. Now, this isn't even a match we've touched on, really. But we've got our predictions as well. Again, if people haven't seen them already, go back and check those out if you want to hear our thoughts in a bit more detail on these matches as well. And, of course, as I mentioned, on the build-up show, which, depending on whether you're watching live or on demand, this will be coming up essentially on Saturday before the PLE itself. But once again, Gunther versus Damian Priest. what are your thoughts on this one, mate? What you're most looking forward to seeing as a potential outcome?
It's always weird when they go back to something they've already been to. If there's been a gap. I think it should be a decent match.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those where it feels harsh saying this, but it is just, I think, because obviously at least the US title match has chink of return, kind of has a buzzing.
Something's different.
Then you have the IC title, which is triple threat, and it does seem on paper that's going to be a bang of a match. It just seems that has the potential to be a show stealer. But this just feels a bit mid.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I feel bad saying it. I feel like I've been almost bashing this match, but I love both guys. I think they're great in ring, and yeah, thing is, I feel awkward feeling this way, but we've seen this already, and I don't think we're going to see a shock here. So why are we doing it?
I just want Gunther versus Goldberg. Like,
yeah. I mean, maybe something happens at the end of this that leads to that. Maybe that's what this is all about. Like, you can't have too much of a distracting match because, I mean, I said this in my prediction. If Damian wins, don't get me wrong, I'll be massively shocked, and it will be a talking point coming out of it. And I do believe they can have a great match. It's just that I don't believe that will happen. Therefore, it feels like there's no jeopardy in this match. But anyway, let's try and be a bit more positive. Let's move into the women's WarGames match. We touched on it a little bit earlier on, and you did, of course, with your WarGames hot take video as well, how the women don't usually have much going for it as far as factions go. So it feels a little bit more thrown together. And, you know, you look at this graphic, and I think you do see it that way as well. But as I said, just before you came on the air, Lucas, we are looking at various world champions here and future Hall of Famers. So it's not saying this match cannot deliver as a match itself. I just think storyline, it doesn't have as much going for it. Other than the Jade Cargill situation, but none of us know where that's going. So with all that on its plate, what do you think as far as the women's WarGames match goes?
Yeah, see, this is the thing. This would be perfect if it was just a normal Survivor Series match, personally. I have no gripes with it. I think it'd be perfect. Nice opener, nice way to open the show with 5 women versus five women. The elimination rules, they could still do some storyline elements where if obviously the Jade Cargill thing is a work, they obviously have the typical Jade Cargill music plays while Bianca's in the ring or Naomi's in the ring, and no one comes out, and they get rolled up, and the Jade Cargill fire just come out, kind of thing, something like that. But there'll be several different ways to get that same reaction, that same thing, without having to, you know, put people's lives at risk. To be fair, like, it's a very dangerous match. You're forcing people to do the stuff where you don't need to. You just have them do a normal match. But looking at the match graphic, it does seem odd that you got Bayley and Io Sky on the same team. Obviously, the whole thing.
Forgot about the whole damage control, haven't they? Yeah.
You've got the Judgment Day, who are no longer the original members at all. Candice LeRae just clinging on to a job. At this point, that's possible way.
She's done well lately, though. I mean, I think she's been performing well. So
it's hard. It's hard for me because I've always found her like she needs someone with her. Like, I think either a tag team or she had the thing with India Hartwell and
India.
So yeah, it'd be interesting what she does in this one. I mean, Triple H is obviously he's a fan of Johnny Gargano, so I think it's one of those where it's just, you know, Candice comes with the package, I guess. But yeah, I mean, in terms of this match, though, I think the main talking point will probably be something Bianca Belair does. She's obviously just insanely talented, and usually is one of those kind of MVPs of this kind of match. Like, she can do it all. Io Sky as well, I guess. And I guess maybe they have some sort of tease or friction with her and Bayley potentially. Which I don't know if they've mentioned it enough at all, really. I don't know.
I guess because of the focus.
WrestleMania, feud, and now it's just a case of they on the same team. They're happy.
Yeah, I mean, because Io's baby, you know, damage control babyface again now, you know, so it is strange. Then
obviously on the other side, you got the Nia and Tiffany thing, which obviously I mean, obviously, I know. She's got the briefcase, and
I mean, that's possible, you know. I mean, what better way than to cash in on someone that's been battered in a WarGames match, you know, like Nia. I mean, as you said earlier, though, both champs are in this. I think it'd make more sense to be Nia, but
I think it has been Nia, doesn't it? Isn't it the contract for that brand's? I think it was, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
I think the contract was for that brand's belt.
But why would it be that though? Why would it not be?
Well, they changed it this year or last year.
Oh,
okay. To be the same brand.
Oh, fair enough. Well, we'll see where they go. I mean, that would be a cool way to throw a surprise in the show. But hey, pretty much all of the matches have potential for some sort of surprise
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
kind of big twist and turn. So it'd be interesting to see how it does go. Again, we've been kicking off Survivor Series weekend here with our weekend kickoff stream. But if you are watching live, then we'll be back before the PLE kicks off on Saturday. If you're watching on the build-up show, hey, stay tuned. This recorded section is ending. You are about to go live with us once again as we dive into Survivor Series much further. I've held back on some of my thoughts there because Lucas isn't going to be with us on that stream, sadly. So really wanted to just kind of get his thoughts on it, and I'll dive a little bit deeper myself and hopefully have some guests with us on the build-up show as well. But really appreciate you coming on, man. I also want to say I appreciate you wearing a Christmas top, and I want you to show it off because I haven't seen it properly yet. So what's going on there?
I don't want to get thing for copyright. This has Chedington.
Oh, look at that!
Yeah, that's my hand. There we go. It's a Chesington Winter's Tale.
Nice.
Yeah.
You're fully in
loads
the
of Christmas stuff though. There'll be lots of Christmas stuff, and we're doing stuff in December. Lots of Christmas shirts, hoodies, all that kind of stuff.
Nice one. Before you know what, that reminds me. We could go half hour talking about this alone, but quick thoughts because we should get out of it. Quick thoughts on what Charlotte Flair posted.
What'd she post?
The video the other day of Mariah Carey in it, defrosting for Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, I love Charlotte Flair, and I just wanted to win the title every time she comes back. So,
do you think we could see her at Survivor Series? I don't know what her status is. I don't know if she's like fit or what.
It's hard to say now because obviously they do over the top predict people's injuries, don't they now? Like they seem they fucking bullfight. They slip over in the kitchen or something, and it's like, oh, they're out for like 10 years now.
Yeah.
I don't see where she fits in Survivor Series, but I guess this is the same answer for anyone who's gone for so long, though. I guess she's been gone for a long time.
Yeah, you need a brand new reset anyway. No one remembers what you were doing last anyway. Yeah, I don't remember what she was doing. So it's not like I'm like, oh, she obviously goes after this person. Like you say, she could just do anything.
And I guess that could again, we've spoken a lot about the men's match and the returns and turns or whatever, but we haven't spoken about this. And obviously, we have got Charlotte Flair out from injury. We've got Becky Lynch as well. Obviously, she's let her contract expire. But could she be on her way back?
Yeah, they've got to be. And again, when you think about Netflix WrestleMania season and all that, surely they're going to factor in if they're healthy enough to do so. You'd imagine that's the case. I actually would love.
Without even mentioning, Hall of Famers, like Trish Stratus and Lita, who were a big part of the product at one point. Like, Trish
decent runs.
Probably some of her best work she's done.
Yeah.
Obviously, I went to the Inside the Ropes thing that she did earlier this year. And, she spoke very highly of the time that she had. And it did speak also very highly about coming back. If obviously she was offered it, the answer, she made it very clear to everyone in that room. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
If she wanted to come back, and there is something, but I think her whole thing was it has to be something more than what she's done before, which I really admire and respect. I think it's something where she could take the nostalgia money. There's nostalgia money going from any company in the world would book the Trish Stratus with the Trish Stratus from 2002, 2003. Yeah. Any company in the world would still book that nowadays. She'll make a lot of money. But she wants something new, something challenging. So she said, she was even talking about she wants to do WarGames matches. She wants to do it was really good. I mean, they put the full thing up, but it was actually a really good night. But yeah, she said she's up for all. She wants to do WarGames matches. She wants to do more hardcore matches. She wants to do all of the stuff. And it's she's got the talent to do it. She's got she clearly can still do it. I thought her versus Becky the Steel Cage was phenomenal.
I love that whole heel run. I thought it was great.
But that's the thing. We're talking about something for the men's match, but the women's, they do have those kind of surprises that could happen. And again, they've got two Rumble matches to set up. And could we start seeing the early players for that match, the women's match, start coming to fruition?
Even that, return Charlotte Flair's music hitting, even though it's annoyingly not her old one, at the Rumble would be a great moment as well. But look, I'd love to see Charlotte Flair come back and put herself into the mid-card tournaments, where I guess the US one started, but the IC one, and everyone's like, oh no, they're going to give her another belt and she don't win it. I just want it to be that swerve. I'd love that. But hey, we'll see if something like that happens. Once again, Luke, it's been great chatting with you, man. Really hope you've enjoyed it as well. And hopefully we'll be back on the channel very soon, talking in more detail about those shows coming up. As we say, Saturday night's main event in December, Raw going to Netflix in November. But before all that, of course, we have got Survivor Series. So again, you've been watching the weekend kickoff. Stay tuned to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel for the live portion of the build-up show, and subscribe if you haven't already. I have been Scott. This one over here has been Lucas, and thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
All right, so there we have it. That was the kickoff stream from last night, but we are back live in person and getting hyped up continually, really, for Survivor Series. As build-up tradition, we're getting loose with it. I mean, I'm ready. I hope you're ready, and if you're not, again, that's what this stream's all about, guys, getting you guys hyped up for tonight's show. Now, the countdown from WWE has began. Appreciate those that tune in and allow us to be that kind of watch-along experience for that as well. That stream is underway on the WWE's official YouTube page, of course. Don't get me wrong, we're not going to see any matches or anything like that. I'd be very, very shocked if we did. But we are getting those fun, more sports presentation type shots, right? Where the wrestlers show up backstage and they're kind of arriving to the arena. I always enjoy that sort of stuff. I think the presentation and this stuff's been great lately, and of course it's been praised for quite some time now, since Triple H took over and certain backstage personnel got shaken up as well. But yeah, I've really enjoyed the legitimate side of things that they've kind of produced lately, and they're kind of doing the same here with the countdown show showing at the moment. Peter Rosenberg within the venue itself. We also had a shot outside of all the fans with the panel, and I love that kind of thing as well. It's a shame, like I said, that we didn't get a kickoff show last night, but still great to kind of be able to talk that kind of stuff for you instead. You know, we still did our kickoff stream anyway. Notice that we've had a few comments since we had the replay playing. An interesting topic that's been brought up here by one of our commenters. Sludge Sports is just back in the house. You've come back just as I've come back, buddy. Don't you worry. I know you were with us on the weekend's kickoff show last night, so you would have seen myself and Lucas already chatting. But hopefully for those that didn't join us last night, that was entertaining for you as well. I did notice again, we had some comments coming in. I'm going to get to those now. Pratic says, why is it now always only white ring ropes for every PLE event? They avoid using white color ring rope every PLE. WWE found miserably in the PLE presentation. They say of its shows. By presentation, we mean each show stage set and ring rope looking back at the older pay-per-views. Why doesn't WWE use red, blue, or black ring ropes anymore? Why is it now always only white ropes for every PLE event? And look, I got to be honest with you, I agree. I miss when it was different presentation for each show. Let's start with the ring ropes, right? Raw, for me, Child of the Attitude Era, loved that when it was red. But then you had that period where SmackDown had blue, but they also had black, and I quite liked that as well, when they had the silver kind of ring apron as well. And then, like you say, a lot of the past few years, they've had white. I think white's been the ring ropes for Raw for a long time now. Most people would probably assume or kind of see it that way, you know, that if you say to someone, oh, what are the ring ropes on Raw? They would say white, because it was that for so long. Now, moving away from the ropes themselves, as you mentioned, the stage and the kind of setup and stuff like that, I agree. I love, again, the Child of the Attitude Era. I love those individual stages and Titantron setups. Everybody always talks about the Backlash one where Jeff Hardy swung off of those claws that were coming in. And I loved all of them. I was never really a fan of the HD stage. Because it did feel like copy and paste all the time. But even then, to be fair, they had, you know, the hanging chairs for TLC, which John Cena annoyingly pulled down to land on Wade Barrett, who is ironically on our screen on the countdown at the moment, who was ridiculously protected. Don't get me wrong, I didn't expect them all to fall on him and kill the man. But at the same time, it was a weird-looking spot, wasn't it? But yeah, even that era had some definitive stages, but at the moment it tends to be the same look and feel all the time. It's a good look. I think their main stage and setup is a good one, and the argument has always kind of gone back to that era of the HD era where they were basically saying, look, well, it seemed anyway, it's a cost thing, and I understand that, you know, but it does feel more special when you have something different. We all look at WrestleMania, right? WrestleMania is the one that they still, to their credit, shake up every now and then. But even when we have like those baseball venues where they get 40,000 in and it's not quite your 20,000, it's not quite your 70,000, so it's in the middle, of course, and they end up twisting the entrance. You know, you have to kind of diagonal entryway, and even if it's a small entrance with not much of a screen, even that I think fans enjoy because it is something different and it makes the show feel different. I think the look and presentation of the show is something that is quite important to wrestling fans. And it does kind of add to everything from the nostalgia and the way you look back on it to the way you perceive the show in that moment. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. I do think it would be better if they kind of made shows feel different. But again, there's something in branding and kind of being consistent as well. So it's a tough one in that sense. I do, again, really enjoy the older stages, and the WrestleMania stage is always something that gets a lot of talk, of course. Speaking of which, the build-up show, a big part of what we do here is getting us, again, hyped up for this by talking about the latest rumors, of course, predicting the matches, but looking at, you know, what the stage could be. It's been fun with the Saudi shows in the past few years. I mean, they've become the same sort of thing these days, but in the first few years, it was hard to tell what their setup was going to be like. WrestleMania always has that, and we always get to do on the build-up show as well. Ironically, WWE have done a stream tonight called Build, which I thought, whoa, hold on a minute, what's going on? But they actually meant build because they were building not building you up to and the build towards the event like we're doing, but the building of the WarGame structure. And I think they did the same thing last year, if I remember correctly. They may have even done it for the Chamber as well. I'm not sure. But they showed them putting it together. So there is that element. Again, they know fans love this kind of stuff. So, yeah, cool to see that. And I do think they should make more of it. They do. I do think that the stage and the setup and the look and the feel is something that the fans really do miss being different. You know, looking at all the clips now from WarGames over the past, and even that, looking at a WCW ring. I'm not saying bring back a WCW ring, but like it gives these shows a different look and feel if you have different presentation. They shouldn't all look the same. So yeah, great comments there from you, Pratik. Really appreciate that as well. Speaking of the countdown, we are, as I say, looking at this kind of history of the WarGames concept now. We're seeing an interview from back in the day where Dusty Rhodes was talking about coming up with the idea as well. Great. Of course, last year we saw Cody Rhodes within this match. A little bit odd that he's not even on the card, right? I mean, it isn't necessary. You know, he shouldn't be shoehorned into any of these matches. And the feud he's kind of building at the moment is with Kevin Owens, which is a great feud. And it looks like, well, it definitely is going to be something that we see on Saturday night's main event. And it sort of feels a bit like when Raw and SmackDown used to have their own PLEs or pay-per-views as they would have been at the time. You know, you had half the roster on one, half the roster on another, even though that storyline was building up in the background. And it'd be interesting to see what the card for Saturday night's main event will be, because it isn't a PLE, but it will be kind of like a PLE. And already we've got an example of two guys that are prominent figures in WWE, not on this show, but that will be on that show. So who from this show, is what I'm saying, won't be on Saturday night's main event, or are they just going to super stack it because it is a different kind of show, as I feel like they will do, of course, with the Netflix debut for Raw as well. But like I say, stay tuned on this channel, guys. If you're new here, thank you so much for tuning in. If you've been here before, thank you so much for coming back. Subscribe if you haven't already, either way, because we will be going in deep on not only Survivor Series this evening, But as I say, content around the Saturday night's main event and Raw's debut on Netflix. Right, now, as I take a swig of my ale, I think it's time we start getting into a few more Survivor Series predictions, right? You've been watching the predictions that myself and Lucas did last night. Again, great fun. So good to get Lucas's insight as always. And as we said there are just so many big matches and potential twists and turns and also returns here as well with a stacked card. Now, will it live up to last year's Survivor Series? I'll be honest with you guys. I'm looking forward to this show. I don't know how it could. Last year's Survivor Series, we all know, ended with not only an incredible WarGames match with so many moments itself, but the return of CM Punk, one of the most controversial and polarizing figures in wrestling history, coming back after, well, we all know the story, right? You know, nearly 10 years away, all that went down in that opposite, you know, that rival promotion as well. It was unbelievable to see what we saw last year. Now, this year, part of me thinks that they might have to try and not outdo themselves, because I don't think they can, but do something that lives up to it in some way. But then there's that danger of, if they do, then what happens next year? All right, let's say this time around there's a big turn or the Rocks of returns or something like that. Part of me thinks that maybe they will downplay some of what we see here, because they know they can't get this, I guess, perspective from fans that Survivor Series always has to have something massive. You know, it is up there with, you know, it's in the big four, but it can't be seen as a WrestleMania, can it? I do think, speaking of WrestleMania, I do think the top four, the big four PLEs will all end up going 2 nights. I think it's inevitable. You know, the Royal Rumble, SummerSlam, and Survivor Series. And when you've got 2 WarGames matches, I think it makes sense as well. As Lucas was saying in the clip we saw earlier on in this stream, but also if you haven't already, go back and check it on the channel when you get a chance. He went in great detail as to why he thinks the WarGames should be separated from Survivor Series and bring back the traditional 5-on-5, 4-on-4, or heck, even the 10-on-10s you used to get back in the day. Now, I agree with some of his comments within that video, and some of them I disagree with. Again, go back and check it out if you haven't already. But a big part of what I do agree with is how not everything needs to be a WarGames match. And it's the same issue they face with the Chamber. It's the same issues they faced with Hell in a Cell and those other stipulation-based PLEs, where it's a little bit messy. But I think it'd be more palatable if they weren't on the same show. Like 2 Rumble matches at the Rumble, it feels like a lot as well. Even though I enjoy them, like, I think it's justifiable to make the Royal Rumble a two-night event, you know? SummerSlam isn't based around a what do you call it? A match type. But still, of course, it is the summer version of WrestleMania, right? That is the one where you could say that. Still not on the same level as WrestleMania, but certainly being promoted as the big number 2, like it always has, to be fair. But these days, getting the big venues and stuff like that as well. And yeah, eventually going to be going 2 nights. Michael Cole's looking a bit suave, isn't he? In his lovely coat there. Must be quite chilly over there in Vancouver at the moment. Now, great to see Big E, of course, on the panel of the Countdown show. Again, alongside Wade Barrett, a man that most are hoping we'll see come back. Not just Big E, but Wade Barrett as well, of course. And that reminds me, Wade Barrett, if he's going to be doing anything anytime soon, it's going to be a Drew McIntyre, right? That's someone that we haven't even talked about on this stream. We haven't talked about on last night's show either. Could we see the return of Drew McIntyre tonight? Of course, the most likely place for him to pop up, you would imagine, is the men's WarGames match. And I got to be honest, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't muddy the waters with CM Punk or whatever's going on there, because that was such a great feud, but it already is run its course, right? So where else would he fit in? Maybe he's the kind of surprise to make this feel a little bit different, this World Heavyweight Championship match, different from the one we saw a while ago. We talked earlier on tonight about it possibly being Goldberg here as well. We had the great comment earlier on from, I believe it was You Know the Deal. Let me see if I can find it. Let's have a look. Where was it? But we had some comments from I know about Rock returning, possibly being taken out by Cody Rhodes. There it was. My nightmare scenario says Goldberg attacks the ring general and giving Priest a cheap win. And I think that is the main issue for me. That last bit, again, is Priest winning cheaply when I think he is someone that really has fought to kind of build his reputation, not just throughout his career, but throughout his kind of time on top of the card as well, a few naysays. And I think he did a good job at that. He had some amazing matches in and around his title reign. Yeah, he stepped back a little bit lately, and I don't know what's next for him. Splitting up the Judgment Day was inevitable, but at the same time, it feels like, but now what for him, and for Rhea? Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, maybe we'll see Drew McIntyre here. Maybe it will be that Drew in a Gunther feud, or this becomes a triple threat. I mean, Drew versus Gunther is a match I'd like to see, but Drew is, well, he's not a babyface, is he? So, like, the only way to really do that at the moment is to maybe keep the babyface in a scenario with Damian Priest, and that will freshen up this storyline a little bit. Maybe Drew gets the title, would be against Drew being a world champion again, that's for sure. So, yeah, guys, let me know in the comments what you think is going to happen tonight, by the way. I'd love to know what you're most looking forward to, what match you're excited about, what match maybe you think could be the dark horse. Could it be this one here? There doesn't seem to be a lot riding on it, but is it a match that you think could over-deliver as far as what people expect? And do we get any surprises with it as well? Like I say, loads of possible surprises, of course, in the men's Money in the Bank WarGames match, but also what could we see here in the women's? Is the Jade Cargill situation what it seems, or is she going to be out for a long time, or maybe she even comes back? Maybe she comes back and says, "You did this to me," and kind of calls out. It feels like maybe Naomi, right? If I had to bet at the moment who is responsible, it's either going to be Naomi or it's going to be someone that has been put up to it by Bianca Belair. I do think that storyline is coming soon. Now, on the WWE Countdown, we are now watching clips of the first ever Elimination Chamber match, which I remember was very exciting at the time. It's something that, again, Lucas touched on in his Survivor Series hot take video from the other day, Hot Dag Hot Take, and talked about how at least this for Survivor Series had that element of surviving and an elimination, which you don't really get with the WarGames. As much as I do enjoy WarGames matches, I'm in that camp of maybe separating it from the Survivor Series PLE. Don't get me wrong, I think it's breathed a new, fresh kind of bit of life, essentially, into Survivor Series. As I mentioned on the stream from last night, there was a time where there were rumors going around about canceling Survivor Series, and I always would get frustrated at that because I always felt like it's not Survivor Series that was the issue, or the format, or even the Raw versus SmackDown format that they were using. It was poorly booked, as Lucas said in that video. They'd have the draft, and then like a week or 2 or 2 months later, if you're lucky, they were basically having to pretend they were best buds with someone that they really cared about being on SmackDown. Like, no, I never bought it. It always frustrated me. But that doesn't mean it couldn't be done well. But yeah, that's not what we're doing at the moment. We are not doing traditional matches. We are doing 2 WarGames, and it does feel like potential overkill for such a match that kind of has a lot of overkill within it as well. We're looking at highlights now from last year's one, which again was such a fantastic men's match. Don't get me wrong, and I enjoyed the women's as well. It can feel a little bit much. So maybe you do go back to having one as a traditional Survivor Series match and one as the WarGames. But then would it feel like the traditional match is the lesser of the two? But as Lucas said, there's a lot of drama. There's a lot of things you can build off of when it comes to the original match type, the elimination kind of element to it. We all remember, right? Dolph Ziggler hanging on until the very end, and Sting comes out and tries to prevent the Authority from taking over, essentially. There've been a lot of great moments in those 5-on-5, 4-on-4s, and however you want to count them, essentially, that we are missing. And I do agree with that, but I do love the WarGames as well. I just think that maybe it should be separate, and they should, now that they've had this new life kind of pumped into Survivor Series, it could be all right without the War Games. You know, maybe it was just a way to boost Survivor Series and make it a credible, or not, I guess, more exciting event again. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Now, even if we move away from the War Games, there are some big matches on this card again. Sheamus potentially becoming the IC champ for the first time would be a big story and a big talking point, as would Ludwig Kaiser moving it into that kind of position on the card as well. Bron Breakker, of course, is somebody that is very impressive. We talked about that again last night, and somebody that I wouldn't mind seeing, you know, in this position for longer, especially considering now, if you do take it off him now, it would be a bit of a hot potato mess. And I'm not a big fan of that. I'm a fan of eating hot potatoes, but I don't want that to be the situation with our titles. Speaking of title changes that I wouldn't be a fan of, Nakamura taking the belt of LA Knight is not something I'm overly enthused about. And it's not because he is someone that I don't enjoy. It's because I want him to be the world champion. And that's not going to be happening anytime soon. But what we're going to do now, we are going to bring in a friend of the channel, Mr. Andrew Spores, everyone. How you doing, Andy?
I'm good, thanks. Oh, this is a strange, like, very squared.
I know, we're zoomed in now.
Like,
we're trying something different.
Jeez, you're gonna lose any views you've got, pal.
No, mate, we'll get all the ladies flocking now.
I very much doubt that. I'm gonna have to just kind of move backwards, so I'm like, don't feel like I'm like in the camera. I'm good. How are you? How's it going?
Yeah, good, man. Really excited for this show. I was saying I don't know if it's going to live up to last year. Don't know if you ever could be a boring show. You know, I think there's still a lot of things that come tomorrow night we are looking back on and saying, man, that was a big show.
I hope so. Yeah. It was interesting. I was just listening to your comments about like the kind of traditional Survivor Series versus the this kind of like new War Games era. And I had a bit of a chat with Dan Hargreaves from Gimme Hill, on Thursday night about it. And I've got to say, like, I'm kind of not really a big fan of the War Games side of things, because I feel like it's turned into a bit of what Hell in a Cell turned into, where it was a bit shoehorned in. And I think it needs to have a bit more gravitas about it and kind of just be pulled when needed, rather than shoehorned in because you want to have a women's and a man, or, you know, the men's and that side of things. Because, as I said on Thursday, I actually felt War Games wise, it would have made more sense for like the Wyatt 6 versus Final Testament to maybe be that, or at the very least have that particular match on the card and have it as a traditional Survivor Series elimination match, because you've got multiple people within a faction. You've started to grow factions out, yet you won't steer into what Survivor Series traditionally was. So I think that's like a bit of a misstep for me. I would have loved to have seen. I mean, I'm a big fan of the elimination tag matches. I thought, you know, it was always a good thing. Whether the brand split maybe muddied the waters a little bit too much for people, I think you were right there. But I also just feel like they could have easily changed that and have some jeopardy on the line, where if it's a brand split, whichever brand is successful in winning gets the number 30 slot for the Royal Rumble, and then you can have a sort of tournament to see who gets that 30 slot out of who was on the team, or if there's a sole survivor, do they get it, that sort of thing, because then you get some sort of like storylines coming out of it. So I feel like they're missing a trick with that side of things and the kind of traditional side of Survivor Series. But I'm not mad at like the War Games ones tonight. The women's match in particular, they've thrown like pretty much all the main event talent onto the there you go. It's a veritable who's who of the women's roster on the up on Raw and SmackDown. And there's been a lot of talk about NXT and how deep and amazing the roster is for the women in NXT. I think this is their chance to go, Raw and SmackDown's banging as well. So like they're going to put on a show. So I expect some like big things. And I also really hope to cash in for Tiffany during that match as well.
You know what? That's a great point. We haven't really touched on that too much on either stream today or our last night's stream where we did our kickoff. But it is something I do find quite interesting, right? Because I think it's because there is so much going on with this card about potential returns and turns and stuff like that, that the Money in the Bank briefcase is kind of being forgotten about, which is a good thing because you want it to be a surprise and a shock. But traditionally speaking, like, or let's say you're as a character, when better to turn on someone than if they've been battered in the war games, right? Nia Jax is laying there on the floor and she's the reason the team's lost in the first place. Or she maybe even won, you know, maybe but it's took her a lot to get through it. And then all of a sudden goes, like Tiffany takes advantage of it, you know, and you've got the cage to work around that as well. Everybody's getting out of the ring. The rest of the team get out. They can't get back in to stop it because Tiffany shuts the door quickly, or there's so many things you could do here. So it's surprising, as I say, that it's not been talked about that much.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to Dan, just imagine the carnage if Tiffy is the last one in from the, you know, the shark cage that they have on the outside, and she brings the briefcase in with her as a sort of weapon, as they do. They kind of bring the chairs or the tables, etc. But she brings that in, and then in the middle of the match, she then cashes in, and you have that moment where she's like, "Oh, what?" Yeah, because they have that stipulation in WarGames where they've never really played into it, where if you escape the cage, the match is over, it's finished. So I was like, okay, how about Tiffy cashes in, gets the belt, and then just legs it over the top,
ruins the match.
Nia Jax is like looking, going like, what has this happened? And she can't go get her. So there's that kind of like real, like they could really do something here for Tiffany Stratton and for the Money in the Bank contract, because again, Money in the Bank contract's probably lost a little bit of its significance because, you know, Drew failed his cash in, and like I think people have been a bit bored of like who has it as a real kind of contentious point. But having an amazing big cash in something like this would really kind of inject some new life into it. And I also think it would play really nicely into Tiffany Stratton's character as well. So whether it's halfway through the match or at the end of the match, I think it'd be a really smart move for them to pull the trigger tonight.
Yeah, 100%. And there's that kind of shock that, again, there are so many twists and turns that you could possibly do. And I'm sure we'll dive into a few more whatevs as well. But this being one that people aren't really thinking about, I think would be a good way to make things kind of memorable. And as you say, kind of using the war games in a different way, but also highlighting the Money in the Bank as well, and kind of reminding us about why that's so exciting within the war games would be quite cool. I mean, I'm with you and with Lucas. As I say, Lucas did a great video on it earlier on this week about how, you know, the war games can be a little messy and how we really, you know, do miss those traditional matches, as you kind of alluded to as well. And I think the women's tends to be, again, not to steal too many of these points in that video, go back and check it, guys, if you haven't already, but the women's tends to suffer the most from this storyline wise. They have some great matches in the war games kind of environment, but they do suffer more in the sense that they don't have the stables. Now we're starting to get some more alignment, you know, kind of teams within the women's division these days, but they've still only got about 3 members usually. You know, you've got Jade, who knows, Jade, Bianca, Naomi. Let's see how that goes. You've got Deville's new crew as well. You had Damage Control before as well. But generally speaking, they don't tend to have stables or stables big enough to fill a war games, or even like with the men, they're just adding one in. So you tend to just get people going, oh yeah, we'll be mates for a bit, which was kind of the problem with Survivor Series sometimes, don't get me wrong. But to be in this brutal match kind of feels a bit of a shame to waste. And it feels like maybe, as you say, that could be the 5-on-5 match or the 4-on-4, whatever it may be, traditional Survivor Series match. But the risk is always then, again, does that downgrade their match because they don't get to be the special stipulation? But not really, when there is still so much, as you say, that you can do in this elimination format.
I mean, that's the big thing as well, is we've got to remember in this match, well, I mean, originally, obviously, all of the champions were going to be in it. You've got the women's tag team champions. You've got both Raw and SmackDown's women's champion. There's quite a bit on the line here, because I kind of feel like in a lot of respects the heels have to go over in this match, because having 2 champions on one side, if they lose, it's not the best booking for me. And there's a lot of chatter on social media as to the booking behind Rhea Ripley and how actually maybe she's been detrimental the way that she's been booked. It's like way too strong, Super Cena-esque or Roman Reigns under Vince McMahon, where like who's going to beat her? Who's believable out of all the people that they've put on this? Is Candice LeRae going to beat her? Would she beat her clean? Would Bayley? Would Jade at this point? Like she's gone through like everyone, so it's kind of like a case of you can't deny she's a star, But at the same time, is you've got to protect the roster and make it believable as to who's there. So you've got to kind of take this. I think Dan looked it through, and over the last like 70 odd matches she's had, she's only lost 5. And the majority of those are tag team matches, like with Dominic Mysterio, where I think he ate the pin. So it's one of those ones where you've got to kind of like build other people as well as her. But at the same time, you don't want to diminish her star because she's so popular. So you got to be careful who and what happens in this. And I think it's obvious if you go, well, the heels are going to lose and Candice LeRae can eat the pin because no one really probably cares about her compared to other people. Or do you have Bayley because she was thrown in, not really care, and she's the one who takes the pin? You know, so I'm more intrigued as to see who's involved in the finish and how.
Yeah, how they protect certain people and how they, what they're willing to do. Because, that's a great point. I didn't realize she'd won that much, but it certainly feels that way. And that is, to be fair, what made her feel like this credible star. But as you say, she can't continue being that star if she's Super Cena, because it will get boring. And I mean, don't get me wrong, she's front and center of them in the promo on SmackDown, and her new protective mask is pretty cool and whatever else. But if Nia can't pin her, right, then what? And the way she is losing, if anything, even in this, I reckon it's going to be a kind of, 5 people have to jump on her or something like that, or there's a dodgy finish because, Liv's a sneaky heel, which kind of, again, plays into that character and who Judgment Day are. But it does create a risk of, like, she's overly protected. Now, you touched on it a little bit there as well, as far as, Bayley being in this match. Of course, she's taken over, if we look at the old graphic here, from Jade Cargill. And there's been a lot of talk about why that is. Of course, she was flattened out on the top of a car, and WWE gave off this ridiculously long list of injuries, which implied she's going to be gone for a while. Guys, get used to it. We all know that these things are sometimes used to, and it's happened with Rhea twice lately, to cover up a real injury. But we've heard conflicting reports in the past few days about, it's a legit injury and it's a long time post WrestleMania. Then started to hear legit injury, but not that long. And then started to hear, no, not legit. And now started to hear, no one really knows. With all those possible kind of scenarios, what do you think they're actually doing here with Jade Cargill? Because my personal belief is, no matter the time frame, I think they're putting the whole Bayley kind of, it's obviously Bayley and she has to prove herself, which is kind of why I feel like that team might win, because it'd be obvious if it was like, it was me, sorry guys. But at the same time, it could be, again, whether it's a legit injury or not, moving towards Bianca Belair. I personally think, and I was saying this on last night's stream as well, it reminds me a lot of, in its early days, Stone Cold in late 99 getting run over, because it feels like if it is a long-term thing, then 6 or 9 months' time when she comes back, or 2 weeks, whenever it might be, but if it is the longer one, they suddenly then go, this is how we decide who that was. And I think it's, at the moment, it feels like it could be Naomi, or Bianca was in on it and she kind of pretends she's scared, upset in the ring. Very much like Triple H being in on it, because he was in on the scene. So how could he do it? And 9 months later, or 2 years, or however long it was now, I forget, Rikishi, I did it for The Rock. And then none of us bought it because he wasn't a big player late 99. That was definitely not what they decided to do late 99. They were clearly like, we'll decide in the future. So I've kind of gone on quite a bit there, but because there are so many different scenarios. But what are your general thoughts around the Jade Cargill situation and where it might lead to storyline-wise?
This might be a bit controversial, but I kind of feel like it's the best thing that could have happened in terms of getting a little bit of a bit more of a talking point around Jade and that kind of tag, and who, to me personally, I think it'll end up being that it was Bianca Belair who did it probably before the match or something like that, and it's their way of splitting the tag team up. Maybe some sort of jealousy, and she kind of just picked her moment, and maybe she was in cahoots with someone else. But as I say, I think it's good timing in the sense of they need a talking point, and they've now got it. And depending on how serious it actually is, then they can kind of steer into, as you say, maybe it's something down the line. Maybe it's more of a Triple H Shawn Michaels thing when he did the sort of like unblur in the camera, and then it was.
Mate, that technology barely exists today, let alone in 2002 when they did that. That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
That's like Batman supercomputer. It's like, just clean that image up, keep going, do it again. Oh, look, it's Triple H in his obvious t-shirt.
What do you know?
Yeah. So I wouldn't be mad if they kind of went down that route. We've seen it in
Mm.
NXT. Like Shawn Michaels likes to play a lot in terms of his old storylines and kind of reproduce them now in a slightly different way. There's no reason why Triple H wouldn't do something like that as well. And I think we've seen that a couple of times. I think that's the more interesting one, because then it leads into a case of, right, we're finally going to get Jade versus Bianca, which we've been waiting for a little while. Jade's got to be the heel, because I want to see NXT really annoying Bianca Belair again, because I think she was really good at it. And I think, again, she probably was the same as Rhea, where she had some pretty bad booking for about a year or so. And people really were starting to rally against her. She got lucky in the sense she went away for a little while. And I think, unlike Cena or Roman Reigns, she wasn't around to kind of see more of the hate that was kind of coming and building up. I think she kind of got out at the right time. But now I think is, again, sneaking in. All right, you got the tag team championships again, but really, what do they matter at this point? They're kind of diminished by the fact they brought in the IC and the US title for the women as well. So I think I'd like to see a little bit more shine on those. And I don't think there's enough legitimate tag teams, like women tag teams, to kind of justify having those belts. They would be the first ones on the chopping block for me personally. But yeah, I think that's the way you'd go. I don't see why you would want to turn Bayley back to being a heel so soon after getting her back to being a face. And I just think, like, what's the point of having it Naomi? Does anyone really care about Naomi versus Jade Cargill?
I think Naomi would be good if it eventually still led to it being Bianca. You know, I think I'd like it if it turned out to be Naomi and Bianca is appears to be heartbroken and appears to want to defend Jade, and then kind of either she reveals it herself or Naomi reveals it and then Bianca in some sort of segment, you know. So I do think that'd be a good way to stretch it out further. Again, not knowing whether or not this is going to be something we see in 9 months' time or in bloody 9 hours' time, we'll know the answer, because it could be something that's somewhat resolved tonight. We've just been seeing on the Countdown show some more footage of the wrestlers arriving. Sheamus basically saying tonight's going to be a banger. Bron Breakker interviewed in a Scottish, actually. A big match here. I think a match that is going to be very entertaining. I'm looking forward to it either way. And a match where the result, I don't think will annoy me either way. I think the one that would ironically annoy me, you know what, even this I'm flip-flopping over, because sometimes I'm saying, oh, you know, Bron keeping it would annoy me because, oh, it's just the same situation. But also Bron keeping it, losing it would be kind of problematic because he's hot potatoed that title a bit, and I'm not a big fan of that. But of course, the two other options are Sheamus, as we all know, well documented about a year or two ago now when he was going after this belt last time around, that he's never won it before, and I think all of us want him to win it eventually, right? Whether or not now's the time, I don't know, because another guy who, as I keep saying, would look good with it around his shoulder, around his waist, is Ludwig Kaiser. Not just because he fits that style of wrestler and the kind of workhorse kind of thing, but also because he is in that position in the card at the moment. He's about to break into that next level. It could do wonders for his storyline for Gunther, wherever we're going to go with that one as well, whether it ends up being a jealousy situation or a mentoring situation, we don't know. But then also because he just kind of, I think he deserves that for the kind of wrestler he's been and the performance he's putting in as well. So there are, if I had to pick one at the moment, I'd say I want it to be Ludwig, even if it means Sheamus still gets to do it before he he hangs up his boots. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think what you said right at the beginning of that there is probably how I feel. Is I don't know if I've ever seen a triple threat where, for the best of reasons, I don't really care who wins, because there's not a bad option. Like, all three of them could, for different reasons, be a good IC title holder. Again, I was saying on Thursday, I kind of feel like Ludwig Kaiser's, like, if you transported him into the Attitude Era, he would be the kind of guy that you would put the IC belt on, because yes, he'd be a bit more cartoonish, but if you think, oh, he's the kind of guy who you would believably beat a Val Venus when he used to hold the title, or like a Steve Blackman or something, and kind of be like the mid to upper mid card guy. And yes, I think he would kind of suit it, and I think he's going to keep improving. And I think the only way you're going to be able to improve him and kind of move him on to the next level is to put some sort of gold around his waist, and the IC title makes a lot of sense. my gut would say Bron's probably going to win it because there is that hesitation, and it seems like Triple H likes the longer title holds unless there's a legitimate reason to kind of change them. It would make him a bit of a transitional champ back and forward. Obviously, Jey Uso kind of punctuated his title reign, but again, you can kind of explain that away by he's still fairly new, especially to the main roster. So, it would be believable that he would drop it and pick it up because he kind of gets spurred on. The biggest point for me is for Sheamus. Like, I don't think this is a big enough stage for this to happen at, because I would personally like to see it become an obsession for Sheamus to go after the belt. Like, this is everything he means. And like, it would also give so much more weight to the IC title if, say, we get round to WrestleMania season and he goes, I don't know how much more I've got left in me, but I have to have that title. I'm going to put my career on the line to get one more shot at it. And then he puts career versus title. And then it's just him with the belt. Hopefully he gets that moment, because I think a lot of people, when they see career mentioned, they think, oh, that's it. But like, to have him have that moment on such a big stage, like, he's the kind of guy where absolute bona fides Hall of Famer or future Hall of Famer. But just to put that like final like pin on his career to get that IC title, I think it's got to be a big moment. If you're not going to do it in the UK when he had his title shot at Cardiff, and you're not going to do it at WrestleMania in a triple threat, I think you've got one last chance to really push it to be a big thing and have a storyline outside of the main events. So to me, save it, have it in your back pocket, but make Sheamus keep coming really close, and then finally just put it all on the line one last time.
Mate, I couldn't agree more. I think the two examples you gave there were exactly that as well. They were great storylines outside the main events, as you say. I mean, you got that. It was all, and this is why I kind of agree with you as far as it's not tonight for Sheamus, because it was all about that the last two times, right? It was all about, that was mentioned so many times, and now it's more mentioned because we all know, because it used to get mentioned a lot more, not so much that it's part of the storyline now. So it would always be there bubbling under the surface, but as you say, if it becomes part of the main part of the storyline and in the forefront of that story, then I think it'd be more likely. So I actually think this could be the start of something quite beautiful, man. Whether or not Breaker keeps it or Ludwig gets it, I think the best case scenario, if we're going long term with it, is Breaker keeps it for a bit longer, so he doesn't look like, as you say, it was just hot potato in. And as you said, that first loss was kind of because he's young and whatever else he's learned from that, so he's not going to do that again. So let's say he keeps it to Royal Rumble, Ludwig wins it at the Royal Rumble, and Sheamus takes it off of him at WrestleMania. I think that would be an ideal scenario that would protect each of these men, massively elevate that title even further, as you say, which, to be fair, they've done a great job of doing in the past few years with Gunther's reign and with, so much around this title already. And even, to be fair, as much as we say, oh, hot potato in with Jey Uso, I enjoyed that as well. It was exactly what Jey Uso needed, and it actually served the purpose in the short term as far as getting over part of that Bloodline storyline as well. So as much as we could say, oh, it's not like your old hot potato in where it just kind of, it was a quick fix. It kind of was, but it also wasn't. It did serve a purpose for quite a few layers there. So bring it back to Bron, as long as he doesn't lose it quickly, which sadly does mean we don't get a big moment tonight if that is the case. But as long as we get something in the future with the three of these, as far as all getting their moment to shine, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, and I think they will. I think it'll be a good match. Like the spot on Raw where Bron just ran like gut first or like sternum first into the announce desk. Like, that was pretty nasty. So like, you can see how much he's willing to put his body on the line. And I think all three of these, this has the potential to be the best wrestling match of the night, like by far. But I really hope it is, because then I really don't care who wins, and it's just, we're entertained. That's all you want to see.
I mean, if you look back to the other one, the triple threat you mentioned earlier at WrestleMania, like Sheamus, Drew, and Gunther. I mean, that was genuinely one of my favorite matches in the past few years. So, if we get anything similar to that, and I do fully believe that these other two dance partners with Sheamus tonight could pull off a similar kind of, scenario as well. Now, we mentioned a moment ago how the IC has been built really well in recent years, and I think they are on their way to doing that for the US, but they are slightly behind, of course. LA Knight being the champion at the moment. Just before you jumped in here, mate, I, of course, was mentioning how, ironically, as much as I love Nakamura, I've been saying all week I don't want him to win because of how much I do love him. I don't want him to be given the same prize he's had before because it means nothing. I'll be honest, in the past 24 hours, my stance has slowly started to change. My argument has always been, and it was the same after WrestleMania, Sami Zayn should not be winning the IC title and pretending it means a lot to him because he's held it already. He should be winning the world title. That's the real prize he deserves. And I feel the same with Nakamura. More so a few months ago when I think he could have and should have beaten Seth for it. All right, we had other stories to tell, it turns out, with Seth and that title maybe, but it frustrated me. And I think him never winning the title will be frustrating as a big Nakamura fan. But in the last 24 hours, I've started to just be at peace with the fact that he's probably never going to win a world title. So why not give him something? And he has reinvented himself. That entrance to SmackDown alone deserves a belt around his waist, in my opinion. I've really enjoyed the new presentation. And credit to the guy. Again, it's because I like him so much that I actually don't want him to win this title because I'm like, you've had it before and it didn't mean much. But I have to take a step back and say this isn't 6 years ago. It isn't 2 years ago. It is a different era we're talking about now, but the US can mean more. And as much as I want him to win a world title, sadly, I don't think he will. So why not give him his flowers in another way? So I've slowly started to come around on this one. But what are your thoughts, mate? Do you want to see Nakamura take away the US title? And do you think it's possible tonight?
I know we have like a little bit of time, but Jesus, we could do a whole show on Nakamura and I guess the sort of rise and fall of Nakamura and WWE programming.
Yeah.
I loved Nakamura's NXT run, and I always felt like, yes, I think it sounds really pretentious when someone says that. Like, oh, like I was there when he was like first in. It's not about that. It's because I legitimately think in NXT they got his character right. They didn't have to kind of go spooky, gimmicky, or anything like that, or really kind of make any deal about him being a foreigner in America. Like that was never a thing. Whereas I don't mind the stuff, with the Cody when they had the really cool promos and vignettes where he was doing almost like, I think they were doing like a sort of overlay comic book and story and whatever. The problem that they've had with Nakamura is he slowly morphed into what Dolph Ziggler was, where he's the gatekeeper for people because he's a steady pair of hands in the ring, where he still has some semblance of a reputation. But again, like we spoke about with other people as well, is what happens when this person keeps losing, and you can no longer stand up against and say like, oh, we'll put him against Nakamura because Nakamura's believable that he beat them. At some point, you've got to give him a win. So it kind of feels like they only have two options tonight. He either wins the belt and then LA Knight feels like he's fallen down a little bit, but then maybe it's not a bad thing because LA Knight, he's had the belt. He's changed it in a direction away from what Logan Paul was doing, but then you can kind of put him up into the next level, the main event after the sort of Kevin Owens stuff, maybe. And you kind of have him pushing for that side of things. Or you have Nakamura take a DQ finish and you realize that he's very dangerous and you kind of spread this out a little bit further and go, actually, let's make him champion, but not tonight because he's only had a 2-week build since he's been back. He did the mist again last night, which actually looked like a lot cooler. He's got his new kind of makeup that he's wearing. Yeah. Let us know why we should care that Nakamura could be the US champion again. He's not really done that much speaking in the sense of like, this is why I was away for so long. And this is why I've come back after LA Knight. It's like, it's very like, oh, I'll say the similar things I said to Cody. And like, you'll just believe that I'm an evil Japanese guy. And that's why I am who I am. Give us a little bit more because since he was last on in a major run, I would hazard a guess there's a lot of new eyes on the product. So why should they really care who Nakamura is? The same reason why should people ever care what he did in NXT? Because that's not who he's been in the main roster. But I'd also argue, again, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's won the Royal Rumble. He's won the mid-card belts. He's been an NXT champion for ages. He's like, a lot of accolades that the vast majority of people who go into WWE will never get. He's had, but it's just that always going to be at this point of, I wanted to see him with a big gold belt around him. He didn't have to be a mid-card guy. And I think, unfortunately, this one, I don't like putting him on it. This is Vince's fault.
Yeah, it's too many years in that kind of awkward position of nearly getting it. And that, again, that's why I find these things hard to predict, because I'm predicting it in the kind of mindset of the past, you know, and what we've seen already, where the US wins and the IC wins didn't really amount to much. And he always seemed like he deserved that big gold one, as you say. I think it would be different this time. Like, again, in the last 24 hours, I've kind of changed my mind on it a bit. And maybe you're right as well. Maybe it's not tonight, but is coming. You know, could be Saturday night's main event, could be Royal Rumble, could be Raw, Netflix, who knows? But I do feel like it would mean something different this time round. And as you say, LA Knight can move on to bigger and better things anyway. That's the idea of these mid-card titles, right? They take you to that next level. It's just a shame, as you say, that Nakamura sadly has never really been given a fair shot, it feels like, at that next level himself. And it's, you know, wrestling's always a thing about timing, right? You know, again, it felt like to me he should have beat Seth Rollins, but at the moment, there's no world title I'd give to him, if I'm honest. I wouldn't want him to beat Cody at the moment. I don't think it would make sense, and I wouldn't want him to take it off Gunther either. So it's such a tricky situation where you need to pull the trigger when you have to. And as you say, when you had, you know, Vince McMahon booking, and, you know, me and Lucas Hutchinson a bit last night, I'm not saying everything Vince ever did was bad, because he did a lot of incredible things in, you know, recent years as far as booking as well. It's easy to have a cop out of like typical Vince when he probably booked a lot of your favorite storylines you don't realize, sort of thing. But when it comes to certain acts, it does feel like, well, it was on his watch, and he never allowed him to become the top guy on his watch. And there were plenty of opportunities in Nakamura where they really could have pulled the trigger, and they didn't.
Was the AJ Styles one at WrestleMania in New Orleans would always be the big like moment they should have pulled the trigger if they were going to do it. And I just feel like Nakamura is probably, unfortunately, stuck in that school that came through from NXT at the time where it was red hot, and it always came across that Vince was a little bit spiteful towards that class of NXT. And certain ones managed to scrape through. Kevin Owens has always been relevant, but there's a lot of people who were very strongly booked in NXT, like Baron Corbin, who just fell by the wayside on the main roster because Vince didn't understand the character or didn't understand the appeal. And as you say, there's a lot to go, well done, Vince. Like, some of my fondest memories of wrestling were booked under your pen, and I get that. But there's also, I will always love the black and gold NXT and realize that the vast majority of people who were on that, like Nakamura, never got a fair shake. Bobby Roode, another one, could have been a great heel on the main roster, never got a chance to do that.
I was just going to say Bobby Roode as well. Yeah.
So I think the other shout I would have added, I wouldn't have been mad at Nakamura going back to NXT and winning the title.
Yeah, we did have a comment on last night's stream actually that said the same thing, that he should go back there and go do exactly that. The issue always comes with is that a downgrade, and you know, because there's an argument that when he won the NXT title, it was a big deal. It was almost a third world title in some ways, you know. So there is that. So, but I think I've started to feel like maybe we've just got to kind of accept that if the opportunity comes up again and it makes sense that they might do it with him. But at the moment, let's give him something at least. Coming here from Sub-Zero. Hi there. Hi, Sub-Zero. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Hope you're looking forward to Survivor Series as much as we are. Love to know your thoughts on the card and what match you are most excited to see. We've been breaking them down throughout the weekend, really. So appreciate those that been with us, dipping in and out live, and those that watch on demand, of course, as well. At the moment, I'm joined by Mr. Andy Spores of Wrestling Royalty. Make sure you go and follow him on X at Sporesy19, as you can see below. Great work over there for Wrestling Royalty, but also for WrestleSphere as well. Andy, what do you think is the most likely scenario when it comes to the big story coming out of the men's WarGames match? There is so many possible routes they can take here. I'll fly through a few of them here, and you can tell me what you think is likely, what you think isn't, or if we're going to get none of the above, right? So the first one you could possibly get, the big one people are talking about at the moment, is the CM Punk / Paul Heyman turn. Personally speaking, SmackDown changed that for me, because Roman Reigns is still a bad boy heel, if we're honest. So Punk doing something against him doesn't seem as shocking as it once did 24 hours ago before I saw that promo. But The other one that things have kind of cooled on lately is the Sami Zayn scenario. A lot of people think that Sami Zayn could have changed the phone number in Roman Reigns' phone for Paul Heyman. Sami Zayn, 2 years after WarGames, where he had to desperately prove himself, is now in a position to say, you know what, screw you. You never wanted me anyway, or something like that. And that I was really against before they got back together, because I was like, I need it. I need the reunion. But now we've had it, man. I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Big shocking turn from Sami Zayn. The next one, of course, is a possible link between Bronson and Reed, but this also plays into CM Punk. Do we get a Seth Rollins return? Which side of the fence is he on? We don't see him on this card. It would be interesting there. And then the big name always linked to the Bloodline, of course, is The Rock. And what the heck is The Rock going to do if he comes back? So out of all of those, or any others you've got to throw in the hat, mate, what do you think is the most likely? And what would you most like to see?
I think surely it's that we've got to see a Seth Rollins, Bronson Reed backstage, and I think there's a couple of like theories where it's like, does Seth Rollins take out Bronson Reed, and then The Rock is the next guy into the new Bloodline or something along those lines? And I don't know. It's a strange one, because you kind of feel like him turning up at the end of Bad Blood, like, it stands to reason he should be at Survivor Series, because that's where he started his career, wasn't it? Survivor Series was his first pay-per-view. But then again, like the pictures recently that come out is in him in full like live action Maui garb that he's filming at the moment. So I don't know when that's filmed or where that's filmed, because if that's Hawaii, I don't think it's an easy. Hawaii to Vancouver is probably not the easiest journey to do there and back if you're in the middle of filming. Plus, like, he can't get physical if he's in the middle of a shoot, because that would be hellish for Disney. Disney's not going to allow that. Basically, it's just not happening. So, if he's in the middle of a shoot and that is a recent photo, then I would imagine he's more likely to do some sort of like appearance and nothing else. I still like the idea that he's the guy who's been calling the shots, like pulling the strings for Solo Sikoa, and he's the kind of like the big guy, the actual like tribal chief, and that's where we get to Rock versus Roman. But it does feel like we're kind of stuck in this weird holding pattern of like, oh, we'll trade victories for a little while, but we're just kicking it until the Rock schedule clears a little bit, and then we can get Roman versus Rock properly going. So they've got to be careful that they can't not do anything tonight. There has to be something, otherwise, what's the point? But I think, you're right. Last night changed things a little bit with CM Punk, and I think they're more going to tie into this mystery of CM Punk now is owed a favor by Paul Heyman. What's that favor going to be? I don't think that's something that plays in much tonight. I think that's just let's keep that in our back pocket again for another rainy day. And how do we get somewhere? Like, what could CM Punk possibly get Paul Heyman to do for him? And I think they've been clever in dropping some red herrings, like the red t-shirt, black blazer or sports coat that Paul Heyman wore last week was like, I think just to kind of get people talking. But I think this would be a fairly routine win, other than like a good showing for Jacob Fatu. I think that would be about the only thing that goes wrong for the old Bloodline, let's call them. I think Jacob Fatu's got to have a really strong showing and not be involved in the finish. And luckily, they've got a tag team on that side where no one really gives a monkeys about them.
Look, I really think the new Bloodline, or as Sludge Sports called them earlier, the Crud line, need to win. I think they need a victory here, because they are, let's be honest, they're not the most important part of this story. They are just who the Bloodline, the OG Bloodline, are against in some ways. So I think they need to win, and I'm with you in that kind of Rock pulling the strings makes the most sense. But then it does bring you back to Bad Blood, where they've kind of done this spot already, right? Where he comes out on the top of the ramp and doesn't do anything, because, as you say, I didn't even think about the fact he's shooting. That's why I love you coming on, man. You're bringing me points that I haven't even managed to kind of dive into. I'm fantasy booking wrestling stuff, and you're giving me real life stuff there, which is great, because that's a good point. Why would he come back and risk things like that? So him being a fifth member or something like that would be massively shocking, but still quite entertaining. Maybe it's more like what we did see at Bad Blood, where he does come out and kind of clearly align himself with, which side of the Bloodline coin he wants to fall on. But I'm not sure where they go with any of this really, and that's why it's exciting. Don't get me wrong, because there are still several, even within this match, several surprises they could kind of pull on us. But at the moment, it's confusing if you don't know that, right? Because it's like, what did the new Bloodline do if this feud moves away from either of them because it becomes a Roman Punk thing or becomes a Sami old Bloodline thing? Then what does the new Bloodline do anyway if they're not feuding with the old Bloodline? So it can't go on forever like that, just the two of them together. There has to be some sort of crossover, which, you know, you could argue might be a bad thing, because we saw enough of that when it comes to the old Bloodline, whereas, you know, one person hated Sami, then they loved him, and it turns out the other person was the one that didn't like Sami after all, and it was a bit confusing after a while. As much as we say how great that Bloodline storyline was, there were times where it was a bit, what? You know, so tough when it comes to that. But I mean, there are so many things as far as tonight goes that could be exciting to kind of, again, come at, you know, 24 hours removed from it, be looking at going, man, what a twist that was, what a turn that was. And I think the big part, the big thing again for me is that Sami Zayn thing, and is that Paul Heyman thing of, you know, like you say, the blazer and the phone, and also that clip of, and we know that WWE do this stuff on purpose sometimes, where Sami Zayn threw the phone on the sofa. I don't know if you saw that a few weeks back as well, which made people think, oh, whose phone was that? Was that Roman's phone? And you know, they were watching the screen off to the side, and you know, there's all that kind of stuff as well. Yeah, so there's a clip where they must be watching Solo on the screen, and like Sami just randomly goes like this and throws it on the sofa. Like, which could very much be like, the camera's on, I forgot that's in my hand, let me get rid of it, and it was a legit thing. Or it was placed because it was that same show, I think, at the end where Roman had the unrecognized number. So right, you know, and they've done stuff like this before, man. You know, they've toyed around with us like this before, and it has meant something, or sometimes it's just a kind of little tease that they give that doesn't amount to anything. So it could be a red herring. But I've started to feel like lately that CM Punk is the red herring. Like, him being the potential twist and turn with Paul Heyman is the red herring, so that we've all forgotten about Sami Zayn. So, and again, a few weeks ago, when Sami was in the ring with the old Bloodline, I was pretty much shouting at the TV saying, don't mess this up. Give me the reunion. I want the reunion. And I was so pleased I got it. But now I've had it, man. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine if he turns on the Bloodline.
Yeah. I mean, the phone thing, I don't know how I've missed it, but I thought the phone thing was actually back when Paul Heyman was attacked by Solo and the rest of the new Bloodline. He stamped on his phone and broke his phone, and I just presumed that was the whole, like, could be, oh, his number's disconnected, or you haven't got his new number because you've not bothered to reach out to Paul Heyman. Yeah, and that kind of that does lead into, well, if there's a cross by Heyman with someone, he can cut a promo going, you just disappeared. You left me to get beaten up, and like, you couldn't even be bothered to get my new number. Yeah. Like, you could have reached out at any point, and you didn't. So you didn't check on me. Yet you expect me to come running, and I got you, you know, another guy, and got you the win. But like, it gives him a lot of kind of ammunition in the future for when he eventually does, because as someone's pointed out, Paul Heyman is always the manager of a heel. He's very, very rarely been the face manager. So, hey, I wouldn't be.
And he loves to double cross his own clients for a new client.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the whole point of Paul Heyman is he's supposed to know when the grass is greener, and he can play that out, and he knows the next big thing, and he's always kind of done it. Whether he did it to Brock and he went on to Big Show and Kurt Angle or whoever, like, he's never been afraid to kind of go after like someone else, and if he thinks it's not working. So yeah, really interesting stuff. I think I'm more interested in the Paul Heyman side of things. Sami Zayn, I think, was there to give that pop that obviously you said there, that you got it. Like, you know, you wanted to see the original Bloodline back together. It's not even been that long, but that was how popular that has been, is that it's been, 18 months, and you're like, yeah, give me it again. I'll happily take more of it. I think the Bloodline, like, this whole storyline has got like tentacles that will reach through for a long time, whether they're directly against each other or not, similar to how like the Shield, like, those guys were always intertwined. They forever will be. The guys who were in the Bloodline storyline, they'll always have a tie and a link to each other, but I think it's time to move away. And part of the problem I think I've got with this match in particular, or this kind of like where we are, is they've made it so clear that we're going to get Roman versus Rock that it kind of feels like we're kicking our heels until we find out how we get there.
Waiting.
And it kind of just feels like a bit of treading water. And it's like, all right, we know that's what you want. How are you going to give it to us? Because anything else you give us is just a way to get there. And it's kind of like a get there faster. And it's not about being impatient. It's the case of like, don't tell me for the last 2 years and shoot documentaries about how Rock versus Roman was the original thing. And we're going to give you this, but then we went in this direction instead. Cody saying, you'll never believe what's going to happen in Vegas. Like, it's going to be amazing. All right, cool. We know where you're going. Come on, show us a little bit. Keep us on the hook. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, even that, you had the Cody scenario to it with The Rock saying he wants to go after him. It's like, how do you fit them both in and when do you do it? And it does create this kind of awkwardness, like say, waiting around and kicking your heels. And a great point you touched on there is how the bloodline is similar to the Shield in the sense that they are always intertwined. And that kind of double intertwines here because you've got the whole CM Punk situation where Seth could come back and be annoyed at Roman for, even though he doesn't like Roman at the moment, he could be annoyed at Roman and say, you know what he did to us with the Shield. We dropped him as quick as we could. He tried to be our leader. We didn't want that. You know, he could do that. They allude to Dean Ambrose sometimes as well, don't they? So there is that. Seth came out as Shield Seth at WrestleMania, to kind of tie up this whole kind of, thing with Roman Reigns as well. So there are so many layers to it, like you say, when it comes to these kind of characters that are always intertwined. And for better or for worse, sometimes it can be a bit, come on, as you say, you're dragging your heels, waiting for something else. But sometimes it's like, it gives you all these different scenarios. Like if Seth come out tonight, there is a possibility that he hates on Roman and turns heel himself because of the CM Punk alignment, attacks Bronson Reed completely separate to a different storyline, and then you've got as you say, the Paul Heyman scenario where he's annoyed that, Roman left him and all this stuff. So ironically, maybe goes back to Solo, or he doesn't, or he just sticks to Punk, or Punk
Jacob.
is,
Jacob.
that would be cool.
That's the combination, surely, because Jacob Fatu, to me, doesn't need to be on a microphone. So CM Punk,
other than I love you Solo, all right?
Yeah.
Let's keep that one going.
That's fine, yeah. But like CM Punk doesn't need a Paul Heyman at this stage in his career.
Yeah.
Roman Reigns, I get it, because they've got that whatever. But like Jacob Fatu doesn't, like, strong silent type, just destroys people. Paul Heyman can send him out and to do his bidding and stuff and then get him like high on the card. Love it. It's a proper going back to like an Umaga sort of feel when he had, what was his name, Estrada.
Alejandro Estrada, yeah. And what do you think the CM Punk favor is? Is it something, is a red herring? Is it something that they're going to decide themselves whenever they decide to use it? Is it the kind of Mr. McMahon lockbox that Shane and Stephanie were talking about? Like, what is this for CM Punk? Because if Roman was the champ, it would feel like, oh, he wants a title match. But what could Punk possibly want? Like, what could Heyman and Punk possibly need to get back from Roman at this point? There is nothing, honestly, that Roman could give them.
I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those ones where they're keeping it for a future storyline, and that they maybe have a vague idea of how to get there, but it's more of a case of if something more appealing comes up in the meantime, fine. It might be a case of CM Punk at some point has a really important match and he calls in his favor to say, you are going to be in my corner. Maybe it's a case of Roman versus CM Punk in the future, and CM Punk goes, actually, the favor is Paul's my guy because like he's my wise guy that he always was, sort of thing. But a lot of people have been posting that clip where, he said, take me with you, when he was kind of trying to get away from Solo and stuff. But
I forgot about that, yeah.
I don't 100% understand where that feeds into this, because he was saying, if I do you this favor, which was, like what you asking me to do, like what do you need from me? And he says, take me with you. But that doesn't feed into why he now gets a favor as well, because he didn't really save him then. Like he kind of ended up getting beaten up a week later, so it wasn't exactly the best of saves. So honest answer, I really don't know, but like I think it's cool they managed to add some sort of intrigue into it, and it's like what could he possibly want or get from Paul Heyman / Roman Reigns? So they've done a good job.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, it could be something that they know Roman will be a champ in 5 months' time, and they want to do Roman Punk or something like that, you know. And I did really enjoy this kind of. It honestly felt like you were watching someone battle over like a relationship, you know, like when you have like Roman. He said something that made me think it's like you've lost a girlfriend, mate. Like you. like you're talking about an ex or something like that, and then you know, and even CM Punk being like, you know, as he did in that clip that you mentioned just a moment ago, a few months back, you know, being like he's my guy as well, and I like that. I like that Punk has really been like, look, I'm back here for my friend. I'm here to avenge my friend. And that's why I'm angry, taping up my fists, going towards Solo. Because when he came back, I did think, why is he so angry at the Bloodline? And then I'm like, oh yeah, like he loves Paul Heyman, you know. And a lot of people even talked about maybe Hall of Fame speech being planting these seeds because Heyman hyped up Punk a lot in that. And don't get me wrong, I buy their relationship in real life, but he really hyped him up in that. So maybe they've been waiting for this all along, and maybe it's going in a completely different direction. Maybe it will be something like CM Punk Roman Reigns at WrestleMania, which would be bizarre, but there are legs in it as well. Now I appreciate you joining me, Andy, but I know you do have to get off because you've got some important work going on tomorrow as well. Before we get out of here, I want to give you the opportunity to kind of plug yourself, all your work, and anything else you may have wanted to bring up that I haven't kind of led you into so far. So go ahead, mate.
No, you've missed a world title match off while I've been on in terms of not talking about.
It doesn't matter. You can talk about it if you want, mate, but nothing's happening, is it?
I'd rather not, to be honest.
I keep saying this. I love both guys, but like, there's no jeopardy, right?
Yeah.
I'd be massively if credit to him. If Damian Priest wins, I'd be massively shocked. One comment we had earlier was that maybe it would be Goldberg doing this, and that would weaken Priest winning the title if that was the case. But other than that, yeah. Do you have anything to say to it?
No. No, the only thing I really have to say on it is I think this has got to be a fairly routine win for Gunther, and I personally don't really buy Damian Priest as a world champion. It's not my kind of flavor. I think he's a bit vanilla for my liking personally, but I also think this for me should end with whoever is next in line calling their shot tonight and just kind of standing over and maybe attacking Gunther and doing something to kind of stake a claim, because
there has to be something, right? Because
yeah,
it's the same match we've seen already. So why are we doing this?
Yeah, and if it has to be Goldberg, it has to be Goldberg. But like I'm not, and I am saying Goldberg there because I don't really care. But if it means he gets one last match and he's never again in a WWE ring, so be it. Like, give him his last one. He had a good career. He is who he is. He seems fairly unproblematic in 2024 compared to some other people. But I just personally would like to see, rather than have to go through another tournament or some sort of number one contenders, someone. Why do we not see it these days where someone just calls their shot and just destroys the champion? He goes, I'm next in line. It just doesn't happen enough for me, especially not when it's in the world title area.
You know where it could be good is either Bron or LA Knight, having lost their title, just attacks Gunther at the end and goes, well, I'm free now. I'm coming after you. You know, it'd make more sense. I think Bron's not quite ready for that. LA would make sense because he's a cocky guy anyway, and he could lose under kind of dodgy circumstances by the heel Nakamura. So he could feel it won't be seen as, but you just lost, mate. How are you going to win the world title? They could actually cover that by him losing unfairly and being like, you know what? I've got a new focus anyway. I've been looking at you for a while. So that it could be someone like LA Knight, but
I mean, to me, I thought Seth's the big option because we kind of had that tease of Seth versus Gunther when Seth was the title holder, and Gunther was kind of saying, like, back then they had that, like, I thought it was a pretty decent promo, and it depends which way they're going with it, because right now I couldn't call who Gunther would face at a WrestleMania, even though he could be a dominant champion, but it seems set that Seth versus CM Punk's going to happen. Yeah. Do you get the title on one of them sooner rather than later to then have the other one win the Rumble? Again, wouldn't be mad at that. I would be quite happy to see Seth versus Gunther because I think they put on a great match. I think it'd be a really cool.
Look, the match itself, great, but I just kind of cringe straight away because I'm like, I don't want Seth anywhere near that title. But then you say Punk's going after it. I'm like, oh, where we were last year. I'm okay with that. So, not too bad after all. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't really have any comments on the actual match. Like, I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine, but that's the problem. Like, it shouldn't just be fine. Like, it should be firing, and it's not doing it for me, and I just don't see anything other than a routine win. Personally tonight. But yeah, it's been great to be on, as always. Love having these chats with you, and I'm just seeing you've been live 4 hours. Is that right?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, we went live, but again, we played some clips from last night's show as well. So it's been nearly over 4 hours show. I've not been in front of the camera the whole time. Me from yesterday has, so that helped a little bit.
Absolute Iron Man.
I try.
Shawn Michaels has got nothing on you, mate.
yeah. Forget that guy. It's all about me. Maybe I should run NXT. But yeah, man, really appreciate you coming on. Always good to have chats with you, like you say, and hopefully we'll do a little bit more in the next few weeks as well, because we've got Saturday night main event. We've got Netflix going to Raw. There's so much to talk about in WWE. And before you know it, it's the Royal Rumble and WrestleMania season. So I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of you on this channel. But of course, go support him on WrestleSphere, the website, but also on his own channel, Wrestling Royalty as well. Anything else you want to plug while you're here, mate?
No, I mean, you can see, pretty much every Friday night is the Friday night features. Sometimes that moves to Thursdays, and it's always talking about the biggest talking point in normally WWE, but we try and do wrestling across whether it's AEW, TNA. But yeah, we talk about the biggest thing and have a bit more of a chat about it. Sometimes we do fun tournaments and things like that as well. So tune in on a Friday, and that goes out on Wrestling Royalty and Give Me a Hull, yeah. If you want to see, at the moment, I'm very busy with running. So if you want to see any of my sort of like running stuff, head over to Roller Coaster of Running. I'm currently training to do a ridiculous challenge over in Disney World in January. And that's why I'm heading off to bed early and switching off all social media accounts, because I've got a 23-mile run to do in the morning. So, yeah, I'll probably be running as long as this stream has been going.
Mate, and do another 3. That's a marathon, mate. Why
I'm trying to
23, eh?
So the challenge in January is I'm running a 5K, 10K.
I remember,
and a full marathon. So I don't want to run that full marathon until it's on the day. Until I get that medal. I ain't running for without a medal. I'm a prize fighter, mate. That's why.
Of course, man. Like, again, really appreciate you. And again, especially when I know you've got to get to bed early and go for your run as well. Look, the lengths we go to as wrestling fans, man, trying to have social media embargoes because of our other kind of commitments in life as well. But yours is a lot more noble than mine, mate. And I wish you the best of luck with your run tomorrow, but of course, in the preparation to that Disney challenge as well. So once again, check out Roller Coaster of Running, did you say?
Roller Coaster of Running, yeah. And I appreciate you having me on. And I hope it is a good show. I hope it's worth staying up for. And I will, I'll catch everyone real soon. But yeah, please support Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling and click that subscribe button for Scott and Scott and the team, because they're all great guys.
Cheers, buddy, and I'll catch you soon, mate. Thanks again. All right, yeah. So once again, thank you so much to Andy for coming on. As he said, he's got a few projects there if you want to see more from him as well. He touched on again having to watch, Survivor Series the next day and avoid spoilers. That's what I did last year, guys. I didn't watch it live, and the CM Punk scenario I watched hours later, and I managed to avoid most of it. I was shocked, but I kind of had a feeling. Oh man, how good was last year? How good was last year, guys? Look, I'm not saying tonight's going to be anywhere near that, and I'm not saying it needs to be either. I think it can be a fantastic show without having, one of the most polarizing figures in wrestling history return to a company he hasn't been at for nearly 10 years. Doesn't need that, but how good was last year, man? That was so cool. But like I say, I'm looking forward to tonight. I'm sure you guys are. Let me know in the comments, guys, what match are you most looking forward to? Again, we'll run down the card. Big matches tonight. We'll get the women's war game. So many possible scenarios here. Did we get a cash in? Did we get something to do with Jay Cargill? Is Bayley, turning out, after all, she was the bad guy. Maybe she did do it. Gunther, Damian Priest. Surely there's some sort of twist here, because we're seeing the same match again, right, guys? Do we really need to see it once more? Who knows? Maybe there is going to be a twist and turn here. Men's war games. Well, we've been touching on it all weekend, haven't we? There's so much that could go on here, and I'm scared of it. I'm scared. I don't know what I want. Guys. speaking of not knowing what I want, man, this one's tough as well. I'd be happy with either scenario in varying degrees, as long as we get all versions of it going forward. As me and Andy were saying there, it'd be so cool to see Ludwig step into that role, but Sheamus eventually become champion again. But hey, Bron Breakker being champ, I ain't mad at it either. And I'm also not as mad about the idea of Nakamura winning. Again, it was never about not being a Nakamura fan. It was actually opposite. It's the fact that I love him so much, and I think he deserves a world title. But he ain't getting that anytime soon, so why not give him his flowers here, right? Why not give him something else to the record books, and maybe give LA Knight the opportunity to move on to bigger and better things as far as going for that next level of gold. Guys, let me know, what are you most looking forward to tonight, and what do you think is going to happen? As I mentioned just a moment ago, with Andy, we are doing the build-up show, but we did hit you with a weekend kickoff last night. We like to do kickoff watch-alongs for the kickoff shows that WWE do, but they sadly didn't do one this time round because, well, they were giving people time off, it seems, for Thanksgiving. Good for them. If you are celebrating, happy Thanksgiving. But we decided to go live anyway, and you may have seen the recording of that on this stream. As we mentioned, we've been live for about, well, we've been on air at least for over, dropped my earphone, for over 4 hours now. And some of that included a really, really in-depth talk with Lucas about not only this card and what we expect to see here, but all the kind of things surrounding that and surrounding the greater WWE picture. We talked about the history of the network, what the Netflix deal could mean, how Saturday night main event is going to be presented apparently, and just so much into, just like we did with Andy a moment ago, about Nakamura and his career and stuff like that as well. So again, I know these two streams are kind of here to hype you up for the PLE, but if you haven't already, guys, please check those out because we go into some great detail about some really interesting topics there as well. I know a lot of the guys that tune into this don't just tune in on the live, they tune in again on demand if they've missed it, which we always appreciate. People that tune in to see the kind of discussions that we have surrounding not only the PLE, even though that's in the books by the time they watch it, but also, greater consequences beyond the PLE, and also just kind of random topics here and there. That's what build-up's all about. It's about getting us hyped up for the show, which has been a bit loose with it. I'm having my ale and I'm enjoying it, right? So we just talk about the time when it rained at WrestleMania. None of us knew if it was going to go ahead. We've had years where we've had so many of our friends from the wrestling press join us for the Royal Rumble. We had to throw him over the top rope to get rid of him. It's a great, great time to be a wrestling fan, and I really do hope that you subscribe and join us on this journey on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And as I say, join our friends out there in the wrestling kind of universe, press universe as well. Give me a whole year, WrestleSphere, Wrestling Royalty, just to name a few great friends of us here at Rebellious Noise, and we'd love it if you supported them as much as you support us as well. Speaking of which, let's get into some more friends of, not just friends of the channel, but members of the channel now. We're going to talk about some of the predictions that we made earlier on this week, and we're going to react to them. So first of all, I'm going to react to Lucas's original prediction.
My prediction for what will go down at WWE WarGames, beginning with the Women's WarGames contest. I found out Bianca Belair actually has like the most amount of wins on a pay-per-view this year or something, or on the women's roster. So let's continue at this one. Let's go with yes. So yeah, I think that team's going to win. Check out my video about other WarGames matches. Then the next contest is between...
Right, I think they cut out there. Should we go back? Speaking of cutting out, am I cutting out now? Oh no, here we go. What is going on? Too much going on, guys. There we are.
It actually has like the most amount of wins on a pay-per-view this year or something, or on the women's roster. So let's continue at this one. Let's go with yes. So yeah, I think that...
Well, so Lucas was saying that he does think Bianca Belair is going to be on the winning team because she's won so much. We talked about earlier on with Andy, right? Not about Bianca, but about Rhea Ripley. So you've got two examples of that almost John Cena-like booking, right? Then next up, let's hear Lucas's opinion on the World Heavyweight title. We just heard Andy's thoughts. What are Lucas's?
Team's going to win. Check out my video about other WarGames matches. Then the next contest is between Gunther and Damian Priest. Now I've got to sound a bit disappointed about this one. Like, why are they just redoing this again? Is it because there's no one else, or they win all the WarGames matches? It's a bit of a dead match. I don't see Gunther just losing to the guy who he only just beat a couple of months ago. It doesn't interest me much, this match at all. But I think Gunther is the better of the two options. Now,
I agree with him there. Unless something big happens that leads Gunther into a different feud. I mean, if Goldberg does come back, he doesn't need the world title, right? So I know not everyone's a fan of Goldberg these days, but yeah, no, Goldberg versus Gunther. There's something in it for me. Let's see.
Now for the meat and gravy, the main event. Well, what we think the main event is the Bloodline versus the other Bloodline, I guess you could call it. I think that the new Bloodline's kind of got to win. Oh, it's a really hard one. And there's a lot of moving parts in WarGames matches, which is what makes it really, really difficult to predict. Obviously, who has the advantage, which order they come in, are they going to have a replacement or anything go on? Because there seems a lot on in this match and what's happened afterwards. I think I'll go with the new Bloodline, or the current Bloodline, I guess, to win. And I think they need to kind of be cohesive and win, but it's a hard one because do you really see Roman Reigns get losing? Oh, cannot be a draw. No, I mean, I'll go with the new Bloodline led by the Tongans and Sikoa.
Once again, Lucas going for the new Bloodline. Look, I agree. I think they kind of need a win, but again, there are so many moving parts to this. Speaking of moving parts, Sludge had to dip out and come back for some food. Sludge, did you have what were they called? Chicken. Hold on, I'm going to find your comments again now. Chicken puffs, your puff pastry. If so, how was it, mate? I'm going to get off soon and start cooking my Survivor Series meal. Again, another thing I love about the build-up is we talk about random things like that. Let us know what you are having for your Survivor Series snacks. I can't wait. I'm having pizza, chicken, and chips. That's the best kind of combo, right? Let's talk about, let's see more of Lucas's original predictions now. These are, again, from earlier this week. Let's see what he had to say.
Back here with my update prediction for the next couple of matches. Up first, we've got the match, the Intercontinental Championship, as Bron Breakker will be defending against two people, actually, Ludwig Kaiser and Sheamus. Now, this makes sense, obviously, to have two Imperium members on the show, and I think they're doing a kind of storyline at the moment between Ludwig and Gunther. This leads into my prediction, really, because I think Ludwig losing is going to be the kind of motivation for him and Gunther storyline to accelerate further, and I do believe a collision is on its way between them two, and this will be the kind of catalyst. It will come, sadly, at the expense of Sheamus, who has been trying to finally win the IC title, the one title he's not won in the company, and I therefore think that Bron Breakker will still be the champion. But I would imagine it won't be too long, maybe a certain Saturday night that's got a main event on it, till Sheamus does get that big W and that trophy added to his cabinet. Now,
as Lucas says there, it could be at the expense of Sheamus. We've talked about this quite a lot tonight about whether or not Bron's keeping the title or it's going on to someone new. Myself and Andy were talking about, how Sheamus could potentially do it at WrestleMania, for example, and Ludwig gets it for a bit, but maybe even not tonight as well. So it'd be interesting to see where they go with this one. Studsport says, it's in the oven right now. Thanks for the update, buddy, and I hope you enjoy your chicken puffs. Again, I've got to try them. Let's see what else Lucas had to say this time about the US title.
The next match is the US Championship match. LA Knight, I'm not doing the taking on the new and improved, it seems, returning Shinsuke Nakamura. It's quite interesting when someone returns after a lengthy absence, and it kind of does show the lack of depth that has been created in the SmackDown mid-card men's division. See, I'm not the biggest LA Knight fan. I said this previously on the podcast, so it's no surprise here that I'm not kind of reading over this, but I do think it's annoying because Shinsuke's had mid-card championship previously and hasn't really done much with either of them, but is it the occasion where he does? I'm going to go with yes, and so I think we're going to see a new United States champion in Shinsuke Nakamura being crowned at Survivor Series.
Big call there from Lucas. And as I mentioned earlier on with Andy, my thoughts on this have changed quite a bit in the last 24 hours. I didn't want it to be Nakamura, not because I don't like him, but the opposite, because I think he's fantastic. And I think it was kind of not of his level. He should be winning a world title. But hey, if this is the best we're going to get with Nakamura, maybe I should just accept it. Now, we are the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. In a moment, I'm going to get to my original predictions as well, and I'm going to update you on if any of my thoughts have changed. I've kind of given you a little bit of a spoiler there, right? Because my opinion on that match has certainly changed, at least a little bit. But we are a channel who get the opportunity to interview WWE superstars like Bayley and Zelina Vega, and we've also had great opportunities chatting to the likes of Finn Balor and Rhea Ripley. So if you haven't already, please subscribe and check out our content. We are here giving you the build-up stream for Survivor Series, and that's what we like to do on this channel. Get us and get you guys hyped up for the event. To tell you a little bit more about the channel, here's our channel trailer.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Right, so if that whets your appetite, then we would love it if you subscribed to the channel. Now, we had our original prediction show earlier on this week, so you've seen what Lucas had to say, and as you would have seen, that was in portrait mode. There we go, because we also upload these individually on TikTok as well. So if you haven't already, please follow us on social media. We've just jumped on the old Blue Sky bandwagon. Let's see where that takes us to. But we're also on X. Go and give it to you there. TikTok and Instagram at RN Pro Wrestling. You are watching the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Again, not just us on here, though. Friends of the channel like Andrew Spoilers joined us earlier on. And as we saw in the trailer just there, we've had the great opportunity to interview some amazing names in the wrestling world. So check out the rest of our content. We've got a lot in the archive, including the man that I see on the Survivor Series countdown that we are treating this as a watch along for as well. No matches these days, but at least we're still seeing a happy Big E, right? He's on our screens at the moment, previewing the women's WarGames match. What a guy. And we've had the honor of being able to interview Big E when he was WWE champion, actually, and he was such a nice guy to us. He was so cool. Let us even hold the WWE title and be around it. It was he was such a cool guy. Really hope we get to see him in the ring again. And if we don't, look, at the moment we're celebrating 10 years of the New Day, and what an incredible stable that is. I mean, that's how interesting things are in WWE at the moment. Like that storyline, which has been great and running for so long, obviously the Xavier and Kofi thing has not been on the PLE. Bronson Reed versus Braun was not on the PLE. Seth and Braun barely got on PLE, I think. Final Testament versus White Six, not on the PLE. Now, sometimes that becomes a problem because, as we mentioned a few times tonight, it would be good to see a Survivor Series match, right? A traditional Survivor Series match. Lucas touched on this in more detail on the channel earlier on this week. If you haven't seen it already, subscribe, guys, because we're hitting you with features like that as well as our interviews with WWE superstars. Right, let's get on to some predictions from earlier on this week. As I say, I'm going to react now to my original predictions, and I'll let you know if after a few days, kind of have passed and we're removed from Raw and SmackDown, would I have changed my opinion? Let's have a look. As pro wrestling, it is time for Survivor Series War Games predictions. And the first one we're going to talk about is the women's War Games match. This is all kind of leading towards something between Bayley and the rest of her crew, right? They clearly think she was to do with the situation where Jade Cargill got taken out, and I do think that storyline is going to continue for quite some time and probably eventually lead to something to do with Bianca Belair. But at the moment, they seem to think it's Bayley, and I think it's going to be too obvious. So I think what they need to do is have Bayley win as a legit member of that team and kind of be cooling down that suspicion for a while. But basically, I think that the good guys need to win this one. Now, anytime someone... Nice one, Scott. That's what I think as well. Nothing's really changed there. I do think Bayley is going to look like the kind of scapegoat and turn out to be innocent. Again, we still don't know. We talked about it a lot last night with Lucas, tonight as well with Andy. We still don't know what this Jade Cargill situation is. So it'll be interesting to see there. A few more notes on the women's title. Women's briefcases around. You have to think this could be a chance for them to cash in, right? And with a big match like War Games, could this be the time where we see it? Because Nia Jax, going by my prediction, will be on the losing team. Now, she's the one that's most taken damage at the end of that match. Will be a good opportunity, right, for Tiffany to rise from the ashes herself and quickly get the pin on her friend. Maybe. Next up is the... I said maybe then, I'm saying maybe now. I still don't know. It would be a big shock, though. Speaking of big shock, on the countdown at the moment, William Regal in character on screen. I mean, we saw him in that CM Punk video. If you've seen that recently, that 10-minute thing that WWE released about last year, but that's a backstage William Regal. This is an on-the-air William Regal. Talking about War Games, of course. A big part of War Games when it first came to WWE and NXT was William Regal, because he was the GM at the time, and of course, he kept... Anytime he saw a group of mates fighting with another group of mates, he'd say, War Games! We're going to have to get it again, right? He's got to bring that back, right? So good to see him on the countdown show. Oh, they're going to get him to do it. He's saying he ain't done it for 3 years. He's got to warm it up. Oh, he did it. He did it. He announced War Games, guys. I'm ready. Let's go. I am ready for the show now. How cool is that? It was a bit like seeing Ron Simmons do Damn or something like that, wasn't it? It's just good to see Regal. Right. Let's talk about another charming Brit. Me. From the other day. Here we go. The World Heavyweight Championship being defended by Gunther against Damian Priest once again. Sadly, once again. Now, as much as I like both these guys, and I'm sure they could have a good match once again, there's not a lot riding on it, which sounds weird to say, right? The world title is riding on it, but it doesn't feel that way because Damian Priest isn't winning. If they do have a big shock here, then that'll be fantastic, and I'll be coming out of the show thinking, wow, there was a big surprise there. But all signs point to Gunther having another lengthy reign. Maybe not as long as the NXT UK title, maybe not as long as his IC title reign, but it does feel it's going to be a bit longer than it has been so far. So for that reason, I don't see it being taken off of him just yet, and I definitely don't see it being taken off him by someone that he took the title from in the first place, in Damian Priest. So for me, Gunther's winning this one. Now, as Andy said a moment ago, it looks like what could be the talking point here is what happens after the match and whether or not someone comes out to challenge Gunther. Took it a challenge. We're seeing on the countdown some Survivor Series classic moments, and it involves CM Punk and the debut of the Shield. It all ties up, doesn't it, guys? It all ties up. We talked about earlier on how the Rock links up with Survivor Series. We talked about earlier on how the Shield kind of always are intertwined with each other, but also now with the Bloodline, they'll always be around each other as well. Oh, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on that just reminds you. I've liked how that they've kind of delivered this hype around tonight by talking about its past as well. Speaking of which, we've actually got a video on this channel. We talked about whether or not the Shield are just simply the best faction ever, maybe, for WWE. That's a big claim, right? But, like, look at them. Look how successful they are. Look how intertwined they are, as Andy said. Like, so cool. And that was part of our watch-along, by the way, of Survivor Series 2013, of course, where you can see CM Punk was heavily featured as well. So if you haven't already, go back and check that out. Again, it's not just interviews with WWE stars. It's not just build-up shows and predictions. It's not just features. Sometimes we have watch-alongs as well. So check those out on this channel. Let's get back to the current stuff, though. Saw some more comments here from Sludge Sports who said, I think that match will open, referring to the IC title match. Maybe. I think if this was like WrestleMania, it would. But, of course, we do have 2 WarGames matches. So you think they're trying to have them as far apart as possible? Maybe not, though. Maybe the second match could be WarGames or something like that. Speaking of which, WarGames, as we just saw Mr. Regal proclaim once again. Speaking of WarGames, though, let's see my thoughts on the men's one the other day. G Bloodline going up against the new Bloodline and friends. Well, I say friends because CM Punk is the one in the fold for the OGs, and that's a little bit of a spanner in the works. Of course, on the opposite side, we've got Bronson Reed, and that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But CM Punk is the big storyline here because it felt like recently it could lead to a scenario where Sami Zayn turns on the OG Bloodline. As much as I don't want that, I also do want that. I think that'd be a great shocking moment. I didn't want him to turn before joining them, and now that he's done it, we've had that. That's out of the way. I would be happy seeing Sami Zayn turn heel. But now we've got Punk in this scenario. Does Punk turn heel? Does Heyman turn? There was that whole situation with the phone and not being able to connect on Roman Reigns. Some people did think that was to do with Sami Zayn. Now it looks like maybe Heyman kind of maybe was part of that. Who knows? The bad guys have got to win this one. I think it's got to be the new Bloodline because there are so many variables within the OG Bloodline team, possible turns and things like that. I don't know which one we're going to see or if any. I do think, though, that the new Bloodline need to pick up a win, and I think they will do. As I mentioned earlier on, I'm pretty much, well, I'm in agreement with myself from the other day. I got to be honest, I was slightly distracted away from listening to me chat because I saw Rey Mysterio and now Jimmy Uso picking their Dream Team Survivor Series, their Survivor Series Dream Team, I should say. R-Truth's doing it now as well. Talks about John Cena's childhood hero, of course. But Rey picked Dominic, which is quite interesting. Bless him. Can't let go of it. But yeah, that was my some of my predictions from the other day. Got a few more here as well. So let's see if, again, my WarGames predictions for you now. IC title on the line between Bron Breakker, Sheamus, and Ludwig Kaiser. Looking forward to this match. I think the 3 of them going together in this triple threat is going to be something quite exciting to watch. Who's going to win, though? Now, it feels a bit weird if Bron does lose because we're kind of hot potato in the title there, right? Because he's only just got it back from previously losing it to Jey Uso. But I could kind of see a title change here. Now, Sheamus feels like a great story, but that's not the story they're telling at the moment. Remember when he was going up against Gunther, the whole story was about how Sheamus had never had that title. And I do hope that that day does come. But at the moment, the person who I think would look really good with it on their shoulder or around their waist would be Ludwig Kaiser. It feels like he's about to break into that next level, and what better way than by giving him the Workhorse Championship, the IC title going around the waist of Ludwig, in my opinion. Yeah, now I don't know if I'd change my prediction as far as what I'd want to happen, but I would as far as what I think is going to happen. I think Andy kind of led me into believing that this could be something that lasts for a long time, and therefore Bron doesn't need to lose, and we could still get Ludwig and Sheamus eventually. So it's always a fear, you know. You never know in this industry when people get injured, but hey, that's what I'm hoping for at least. Next up, and then we got the US title on the line as well. LA Knight defending against Shinsuke Nakamura. Now, I don't really care. I love Nakamura. I love LA Knight. But if he wins it, if LA Knight loses it to Nakamura, then what does that do, really? Nakamura's had the US title. He needs a world title, and he should have got the world title, but that's, another conversation for another day. All right, cool. So I don't think he's going to do it because no. They keep bringing him back for random things like this. It usually puts him in the world title picture, and he doesn't win that. I don't think he's winning this either. LA Knight for me, I guess. Yeah. All right, so thanks. So as I mentioned earlier on, my thoughts have changed a little bit there because I think Nakamura is not winning the world title anytime soon. It will free up LA Knight, so maybe I'm okay with Nakamura winning it after all. If they make it mean something, and they can, don't get me wrong. Speaking of meaning something, we're looking at clips from last year's CM Punk on the countdown returning. Again, such an amazing moment. And what I loved about it is WWE tapped into the online wrestling community. And they showed reactions from those people. Some notable names there, I'm sure many of you recognize. Annoyingly, we're not on there. It doesn't help that I didn't watch it live or do reactions. But hey, we're trying, right? Speaking of which, I am going to be back at the end of Survivor Series with an instant reaction review. So stay tuned, guys. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And I will be back here for thoughts and opinions on everything we have seen tonight. We've got nearly 5 hours now talking about Survivor Series. I won't go that long as my review, don't you worry. But if you're excited as as much as I am, then there's a lot to chat about when we come out of that show, right? So I hope you stick with us for that. Down below, you can see, follow us on Blue Sky, X, TikTok, Instagram at RN Pro Wrestling. That's a Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel from, of course, Rebellious Noise, where we break down the matches on those platforms as well. As you can see there, that video would have come from TikTok. We also released them as YouTube Shorts, but we also released it as a full prediction show. Now, look, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to tell you to go watch it now. There ain't a lot of time for that, but we'd appreciate if you subscribed and just kept in mind that this is the kind of thing we do around here, and we'll be doing it again next month. Again, we had a weekend kickoff show because WWE didn't do a kickoff themselves. We decided to jump on and do one, but we always hit you, of course, with the build-up show, and that's what you've been watching here tonight, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. From new subscribers to those that have been here for years now, we really do appreciate all of you and are so grateful for the support that we get. Now, tonight, I reckon it's going to be a big show. We're about 9 minutes away from Survivor Series WarGames 2024 kicking off. We've given our thoughts all night, all weekend, really, about what we think is going to happen, what we think is good, what we think is bad, what we think, twist and turns wise as well. Ultimately, it's now down to the performance, and I'm sure a few hours from now we're going to have a lot of talking points as well. So again, please join us here later on for the instant reaction review. But I've been Scott. This has been the build up. Once again, thanks to Andy Spoyes for joining us earlier on. Thank you for Lucas for his contributions as well, and thank you as always to those that have tuned in and supported us throughout this Survivor Series weekend. It's not over, guys. We'll be back in a few hours' time to dissect Survivor Series WarGames. Enjoy!
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.